Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The Gaza Health Ministry and local hospitals say at least 82 people were killed in Israeli airstrikes overnight, as the UN says aid still hasn't reached civilians. The EU lifts economic sanctions on Syria to help the war-torn country rebuild. And South African President Cyril Ramaphosa meets his US counterpart Donald Trump at the White House to reset strained US-South Africa relations. The Gaza Health Ministry and local hospitals say at least 82 people, including women and a newborn, were killed in Gaza during Israeli airstrikes overnight. The strikes come as Israel's war on Hamas continues, despite mounting international concern over the scale of the offensive. Israel began allowing dozens of humanitarian trucks into Gaza yesterday, but aid groups say it still hasn't reached Palestinians in desperate need. For more on this, I'm joined by journalist Mohammed Thabet, who is in Gaza. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you on the show this evening. Can you describe the situation on the ground to me?
Well, the situation in Gaza is extremely difficult. As we know, for the past 80 days, no aid have entered for the UN humanitarian organization, nor to the private sector. As recent reports by the UNICEF stated that we have 71,000 cases of malnutrition amongst children, 14,000 of whom might face death in the near future without intervention, as well as 300 cases of miscarriage by pregnant women. As we say, by the day, the situation gets worse and worse, as people struggling to find any food or on the market, which is severely lacking all the basic goods to prepare for a simple daily meal. And also, if for these small quantities of food you can find on the market, which is extremely expensive, and people that have no source of income for the past year and a half are struggling to purchase such small quantities. There is also another problem of preparing a simple meal, like using cooking gas or firewood, which is also not accessible for the average citizen in Gaza. So the situation continues to getting worse by the day without any foreign intervention or with lifting the blockade on the Gaza borders and letting the aid enter to the UN humanitarian organizations.
What you've described is a truly horrific situation, and a lot of concern has come from European countries about what is happening in Gaza. But more aid is entering the country slowly, but why isn't it getting to the people quick enough?
Well, the recent reports have said that exactly 9 aid trucks have entered Gaza Strip. But these reports are incorrect, and not a single truck have entered Gaza so far, despite the reports talking about it for the past 2 days. Right now, the reasons behind the holdup is still unknown. Some sources say it's due to technical reasons, and some say it's awaiting an Israeli political approval. But so far, nobody stated about the reason behind the holdup of the entry of goods to Gaza.
And Turkey and Germany have condemned Israeli soldiers firing on diplomats in the West Bank and are calling for an investigation. What more do we know about this incident that has occurred?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes, of course, that's absolutely no problem. Turkey and Germany have condemned Israeli soldiers firing on diplomats in the West Bank and are calling for an investigation. What more do we know about the incident?
Well, so far, we heard the condemnation by the delegation and the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, in Ramallah, to be precise, for the shooting that happened from the Israeli forces or Israeli army to the diplomats. So far, the Israeli government said that the incident is under an investigation, and we are awaiting the results of what will happen next.
And Mohammed, Israeli officials say Hamas is to blame for delays and accuse the group of trying to steal aid that is entering Gaza. How are these claims being viewed by people living in Gaza and on the ground? And what are you seeing for yourself? Well,
we can't deny that there are thievery happening to the aid trucks entering Gaza. But it's difficult for anyone to determine who's exactly doing the thievery, whether it was Hamas or anyone else. Also, we have in the past year and a half, we have seen the formation of armed groups, armed gangs, organized gangs, stealing humanitarian goods for personal gain. And during the incident, when it happened, usually at night, it's difficult to get near the area which it happens because people might actually be shot by those armed groups or be a victim of an Israeli airstrike, which sometimes happen to prevent those of stealing goods, claiming it's Hamas who is stealing the goods. So it's actually a dangerous area to get close to during the incident and hard to identify who is behind it.
And you just said there, firing at yourself, it's a dangerous situation, but the situation for journalists in Gaza has actually been dire for a long time. How safe are you, and what are the risks that you are facing on a daily basis inside Gaza?
Well, it's a sentence we used to say for over a year right now, that there are literally nowhere safe in Gaza. Not for journalists, not for paramedics, not for civil defense workers, not even for the UN employees. Anything can happen at any moment. Like a building could be targeted while you are standing close to it. You can get hit by a shrapnel, by a stray bullet. Anything can happen at any moment, and you can't honestly anticipate it. Hence the dangerous situation.
Journalist Mohammed Thabet, thank you so much, and do keep safe.
Thank you so much.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. A Russian missile strike during a training exercise in Ukraine's Sumy region has killed 6 servicemen and wounded more than 10 others. The Ukrainian National Guard confirmed the attack, and an investigation is underway. The unit's commander has also been subpoenaed. Russia's defense ministry released a video claiming to show the strike, although its authenticity has not been verified. A suspected suicide bomber has targeted a school bus in Pakistan, killing at least 4 children and 2 adults. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has accused India of carrying out the attack. It comes as Pakistan and India are emerging from a deadly 2-week conflict triggered by a militant attack on tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir. George Wendt, the actor best known for playing Norman in long-running sitcom Cheers, has died at the age of 76. His family says Wendt died peacefully in his sleep at his home early on Tuesday morning. Wendt starred as Norm in all 275 episodes of Cheers, which ran from 1982 to 1993. He earned 6 consecutive Emmy nominations for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series. And popular video game Fortnite is now available on Apple's App Store in the US after being taken off the platform nearly 5 years ago. It was removed for violating Apple's policies by launching its own in-app payment system. The European Union has lifted economic sanctions on Syria, aiming to support the country's reconstruction efforts after the fall of the Assad regime. The move comes after President Trump announced a similar US policy shift following his meeting with Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Shara, in Riyadh last week. Let's take a look at some of the EU's announcements.
They got the biggest applause was dropping the sanctions.
On Syria, ministers agreed to lift all economic sanctions while maintaining those related to Assad regime and human rights violations. This decision is reversible and conditional also on progress. There can be no peace without the path to economic recovery, and we all need a stable Syria. Is everything really ideal there? No, it is not. It's very clear, but I think we need to give the Syrian people a chance.
I'm now joined by Fadi Fadel, who's a professor on international affairs. Thank you so much for joining me. Great to have you on the show. What do you make of... Pleasure. What do you make of the EU's decision to lift sanctions on Syria? Is this a turning point in Western policy towards the country?
Yep, absolutely. Actually, it's a turning point, and it's very consistent with what they have already adopted in February 2025. So if we get back to February 2025, already EU, they have adopted some measures lifting few sanctions from Syria to help the new government to move forward and to rebuild the Syrian society and the Syrian country. On the other hand, it's consistent with what President Trump has declared when he was in KSA last week, promising that he wants to lift the sanctions and giving opportunity to the new government to rebuild and to have more opportunities in Syria to make it great and make it more, I would say, prosperous.
And Professor, were you surprised that Donald Trump met Ahmed al-Shara in Riyadh? Was that something that the world was expecting? And is this a big shift, a change in foreign policy for the US?
Actually, it was not so surprising, because President Trump wanted to make some recognition towards the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, recognizing his leadership in the Middle East on one hand. On the other hand, it's also consistent with, I would say, the recognition of the role of Turkey in the Middle East, because as we might know, al-Shara is supported and backed by Turkey. And since many, many months, Turkey was requesting from the US and from the EU to lift the sanctions. So responding to Turkey and having al-Shara in Saudi Arabia during President Trump is kind of recognition of the new leaderships of the Middle East for KSA and for Turkey. So it's not surprising at all.
The EU says its goal is to support the Syrian people and help build an inclusive and peaceful Syria. But critics say lifting sanctions may prop up unstable leadership. Where's the balance between humanitarian need and political risk?
Actually, no, the balance is very, very, very tight, because economically and energetically, financially, if the Syrian government is not able to rebuild the country, so the humanitarian aids and helps will not be able, to arrive to people. So it cannot be so separated, the one from the other, and lifting the sanctions financially, energetically, and for the transportation, and allowing, the institution to have activities and operations in Syria will definitely help the humanitarian tasks to be operated and to be implemented. So I do not believe, there is kind of a big border between humanitarian lifting sanctions and the other lifting sanctions.
Professor, what does this shift mean for regional players like Iran, Russia or Turkey, who all have stakes in Syria? Does this change the power dynamics on the ground?
Yes, indeed. I would say that, Turkey is welcoming more than 3 million refugees from Syria. So having the economics and the recognition of the West towards the new government will help the new Syrian government to rebuild the Syrian society, giving him a second chance, or I would say the third chance, actually, and will definitely encourage the refugees, the Syrian refugees in Turkey, to go back. This is definitely very important, very strategic for Turkey. Now, for Iran, I would say it's very consistent that Turkey now is very, very far from Iran and actually a little bit from Iraq vision about the Middle East and about their positioning towards the West, and is more and more going towards the Arab countries, towards the Arab League, and towards Turkey, and of course the West. So the gap now is becoming more important between Syria and Arab countries on one hand, and Iran and the other, I would say, countries. Now, for Russia, I think Russia have withdrawn from Syria for now. Maybe later on they will keep their military bases in Latakia. It could be an option. It could be kind of a deal to keep kind of an influence somehow, or a military basis for Russia in Syria. But it's not strategic now. It's not on the agenda for now.
Professor, with sanctions being lifted, is there hope that conditions in Syria could improve enough to allow some refugees to return to their home country? Or is that still a distant prospect, given the ongoing instability and tensions we have seen within the country?
Actually, one of the purpose of the lifting of the sanctions is indeed to allow the refugees, Syrian refugees, to go back home. But it would not be immediately, because immediately, it will take time to lift the sanctions and to allow the operational, I would say, companies and the movement of the capitals, to go back to Syria, and to give the chance for the Syrian government to have some rebuild operations in Syria. But indeed, in the middle term, I would say in 2 or 3 years, it will be, the purpose, having the refugees going back and participating in the rebuilding country, in reconstructing the country.
And just one final thought from you. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has warned that Syria could face civil war of epic proportions within weeks. How credible is that threat? And what are the consequences if that transitional government does fail?
Actually, I would not say that he has succeeded so far. He didn't fail so much neither, because, it's still lots of tensions, community tensions in Syria. I think lifting sanctions, having the back and the support of the Arab countries and also of Turkey, will help the Syrian government to work on the unity of the country. Minorities are scared. There is big challenge, on the Syrian government. I think they will give him a chance. They will give Shara a chance. There's new Syrian government a new chance, but it's not, and definitely unlimited term for the chance. Either he will build the unity and so will not go towards a civil war and the minorities are insured, or indeed it could be a disaster for later on.
Professor on International Affairs, Fadi Fadel, thank you so much for joining us. Great to have you on the show.
Thank you.
I can now speak to economic and financial researcher, Dr. Mahmoud Abdel Karim. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. It's great to have you in. So just following on from that conversation I've had, what types of sanctions have the EU and the US lifted? Are we talking strictly about trade and financial measures, or do these actually go further?
Thank you for having me first. Okay, first of all, I mean, they haven't lifted that. All this is that's kind of plan for lifting. They haven't listed them yet because the process for lifting the sanction it will take some time. Depends on what the type of the sanction. If we're talking about the U.S. sanction, then we have two type of U.S. sanction. We have the executive sanction, and we have the Congress, or as say the one imposed by Congress, like the Caesar Act. Okay, so when it comes to the one imposed by the President of the United States, it's easy by executive order can be lifted. Okay, so by the current president, even if that sanction was imposed 20 years ago. But when it comes to the the statutory sanction, what do we call it, that one, it requires such a long process just to be lifted, because however the President of the United States has tools that I'm not going to say to override the Congress, but to some extent to just kind of avoid the sanctions that are imposed by the Congress, which they call it the waivers. So this is the type of the two sanctions that we have. When it comes to the European Union, it's a kind of like it's a comprehensive sanctions. And actually, when they impose the sanction, they impose the three type of sanctions. When we want to classify the sanction, we do have a three type of sanction. Individual sanction, the sanction that imposed by imposed on person, that has or already involved with some kind of terrorist activity and so on and so forth. And we have a sectorial sanction where imposed on ministry and also we have a comprehensive sanction. That sanction was that the European Union imposed that one. Till the moment, we don't have any sanction that already lifted. All what we have in the table already planned.
So that's really interesting that you mentioned that, because my next question to you, and I'm sure to our viewers, is they've said they're going to lift these sanctions. There's been much excitement about it in Syria and also in countries around the world. But when is it going to have an impact on Syria itself? By the sound of it, it's going to take a long time for this to come into place.
As I mentioned in the beginning, it depends on what sanctions. So we're talking if Donald Trump will use the waiver, that will take between 30 to 60 days, because he will just pass to that to the OFAC, the Office of Foreign Asset Control. And then the Office of Foreign Asset Control, they start just to filter the SND, that sanction designated list, and they remove the entities, and they remove also that people, if they want, depends on exactly. So this is the way how. And the range that it will be between 30 to 60 to 90 days, actually, that will take effect that. So it depends. This is the process what will take. We're talking about the sanction, that imposed by the Congress, not the sanction that imposed by the president himself.
Let's talk about Syria's economy, because right now it hasn't been in a stable state.
Yes.
And that is something that the world wants to see shift for the better of the Syrian people. What sectors of the economy in Syria will actually improve once these sanctions are lifted? Is it on banking? What are the main things that is focused on?
Actually, you pointed on the right, sector, which is the financial. What we need right now, we need to just the sanction to be lifted on the, on the central bank itself, because without just having, the SWIFT active on the on the network of the banking, there would be no money just entering into the financial system on the Syria, and that can just slow down the economic cycle, and that will not have any kind of, we're not going to witness any improvement, economic improvement on the ground.
Yes.
So that's the main reason. So the first action should be taken right now, lift the sanction on the SWIFT.
Yes.
Once we lift the sanction on the SWIFT, then the other banks, the central banks, and even if we are talking about, how they will finance the reconstruction. So you need also a SWIFT, because other countries or the IMF or the World Bank, Okay, they need to send you money, right? So they need to send you money to the central bank. How they will send you the money? They will not just carry in cash when they send you the money. They have to have you have to have the SWIFT, okay?
And how likely is it that they're going to see this money from the IMF and the central bank?
That's a really good question, because I'm just following that a previous, example, or there's a previous experience that happened before on like whenever they met, or all the, let's say whatever they generated as a fund, okay, yeah. And that it was a raise and given to a separate entity, not directly to the government. Okay, till the moment, I don't think there is a trust between, the United States and the current government.
In Syria, the current government
exactly.
in Syria.
I think so.
And that was actually a question that I was going to put to you right now. And I was going to say, the US has cancelled this $10 million reward for the arrest of Ahmed al-Sharaa. Do you think he's the right person to transform Syria? Or do you think, as you mentioned, trust, the US is still trying to see how things are going to play out?
I mean, this is a very subjective question, but when it comes to me, I mean, I'm just trying to be very kind of, to assess the situation. Okay, I think he's the right person. Okay, what he's trying to do, the way how he moved from place to place, okay, to generate support from here, from the GCC, to generate support from the European Union. So I think he's the chosen person to some extent. We can just call it like this. Okay, so. I mean, the previous history, it's a history itself, yes. Okay? So let's look at the future right now. Mm-hmm. The president right now of the Syria is acting on the benefit, okay, of the Syrian people. Okay, so he's acting on at the benefit of the Syrian people. What trying to do? He's trying to do everything to lift the sanction to make the Syrian people live in a better condition. Mm-hmm. So I think, this is, my opinion about the Mr. President Ahmed Sharaa.
Sorry about the subjective question, but thank you very much for answering it. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate your insights. Thank you so much. Really interesting to hear more about the Syrian economy, and would love to have you back one day. Thank you, Warren.
Thank you so much.
That was the financial researcher we had on there, economic and financial researcher, Dr. Makhdoom Abdul Karim. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
President Trump is moving forward with one of his most ambitious defense projects yet, the Golden Dome. He's announced that a design is now in place for the futuristic missile defense system aimed at protecting the U.S. from next-generation threats like ballistic and cruise missiles. Our correspondent Sarah Firth has this report.
Right here, the Golden Dome.
The poster over his shoulder showing the newly selected design for the defense system vision that President Trump promises will become a reality.
This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful. And now we have technology that's even far advanced from that.
Flanked by a team that include his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Golden Dome Project Manager Space Force General Michael Gutling. The Golden Dome, another campaign promise the president wants to see kept.
Ultimately, this right here, the Golden Dome for America, is a game changer. It's a generational investment in the security of America and Americans. Mr. President, you said we're going to secure our southern border and get 100% operational control after the previous administration allowed an invasion of people into our country. President Reagan, 40 years ago, cast the vision for it. The technology wasn't there. Now it is, and you're following through to say we will protect the homeland from cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, drones, whether they're conventional or nuclear.
Despite the scepticism, the project itself has attracted attention, with the president claiming Canada has also shown an interest in getting involved. And recent intelligence agency reports have noted that missile threats will expand in both scale and sophistication from the likes of China and Russia and Iran. The president and his team hoping this grand-scale defence project can become a modern security shield against such threats. Sarah Firth, Al Arabiya News, Washington, D.C.
President Donald Trump is hosting South African President Cyril Ramaphosa for White House talks at the moment when relations between the two countries are at an all-time low. It comes after Trump accused the country of allowing a genocide against white farmers, a claim South Africa strongly denies. With tensions rising, Ramaphosa pushed for the meeting with the president at the White House to try and repair a relationship. Let's just take a listen in now.
Death, 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 horrible death, death. I don't know. To pick anyone, white South Africans are fleeing because of the violence and racist laws, and this is all. I mean, I'll give these to you. So when you say, what would I like to do? I don't know what to do. Look at this. White South African couples say that they were attacked violently.
President Trump, when will you go and see for yourself if it is?
Well, I could do that. Look, here's burial sites all over the place. These are all white farmers that are being buried. And he asks about a jet that was given. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You know, you are so bad. You're such a bad reporter. This is one after another. This family was wiped out. I'm just looking.
Can we get a response from President Ramaphosa, please?
Reaction to those videos, Mr. President?
Well, I think the videos are so. No, when you look at the videos.
For more on this, I'm joined by journalist Varashni Pillai, who is currently in Johannesburg. Varashni, thank you so much for joining me. OK, we've just been showing a clip of what's going on in the Oval Office right now. Donald Trump is sitting with Cyril Ramaphosa and he's showing him photographs. It appears to be of white farmers in South Africa. What more can you tell us about what's happening?
Well, Leigh Ann, this is a crucial meeting for South Africa, a long-awaited meeting. And as you can see, a lot of tension as it's unfolding, but Trump, I think, perhaps blindsided Ramaphosa with some live footage, or not live rather, but footage that perhaps he was not expecting from the expression on his face, showing a very militant politician here in South Africa speaking about taking the land, and also showing, images of grave sites of South African white farmers. Now, it is worth mentioning that while South Africa has very high levels of crime and violent crime, it affects everyone the same, white and black. There has been no evidence found of white people in particular being targeted more than any other by international human rights organizations, nor do our local police statistics reflect any kind of targeting of white owners, or farm owners rather in particular. We don't track murders by race, but farm owners have not been killed more than any other member of the population or category.
And let's just talk a little bit more. You said this was a high-stakes meeting, and we know that trade is going to be really, really high on the agenda. And I just wanted to know, is this something that Ramaphosa is going to push for? You said he's appeared to be a little bit blindsided in this Oval Office meeting. Do you think that they're going to reach any sort of agreement?
You know, Leigh Ann, I believe they are. You see this meeting folding out very differently to the sort of Zelensky blow-up that we saw a few months ago. And a lot of people were worried that that might happen. But before Trump showed this footage, the meeting was actually going really well. Ramaphosa is a master negotiator. He is the man who was in the negotiating room, negotiating the end of apartheid. He was able to take that on, negotiated with the unions. He has had a long and very successful political career. And you can see that coming to be in how he has spoken to Trump Trump. He's brought along very convincing figures alongside him who he knew that Trump would like. People like our master golf player, Ernie Els, South African-born billionaire Johan Rupert, both of whom are friends with Donald Trump. And that already shows that kind of wider thinking because, as you said, Leigh Ann, the trade relationship is crucial. The US is our second largest trading partner. We cannot afford to lose them as a trading partner. And economics and trade is top of the priority list for this visit.
South African business people and also investors are really concerned Congress will not renew the African Growth Opportunity Act. How detrimental could this be for the country?
That would be highly detrimental. I mean, AGOA is a really high stakes thing for us. There's been whispers from Congress and Senate for a while now saying that South Africa should be booted from AGOA over things like our support for Palestine at the International Criminal Court. But the whole AGOA thing was kind of subsumed by the Liberation Day tariffs that Trump levied on the entire world. South Africa saw a really steep 31% increase in tariffs, which effectively nullified AGOA. Now, of course, he brought that back down to 10%, and we are now in that 90-day period where various countries are negotiating for more favorable tariffs. So I think what will happen to AGOA will depend on how this larger discussion goes with Ramaphosa, and whether AGOA itself will continue is very much up in the air and perhaps overshadowed by the larger tariff discussions that have happened since those Liberation Day tariffs that Trump announced in April.
And I just want to talk to you a little bit about the US cutting South African aid and what impact this is actually having on the country. And is this something that once again will be high on the agenda today? Because USAID has also been cut, so it seems quite widespread for South Africa.
Absolutely. I mean, PEPFAR, which is the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, which falls under USAID, in the last financial year, US financial year, it donated, I think, over $440 million in funding to South Africa, which was 17% of our HIV counseling and testing budget, according to our according to our health minister, rather. So that was just one factor of things that was being funded by the US. There was much more. Now, as I said, 17% of our budget, not a crisis, but still pretty significant. In other parts of the developing world, in Africa, in Asia, many countries were a lot more reliant on USAID and PEPFAR funding. So the withdrawal of that funding has caused huge issues in the health system, issues that is perhaps going to come back to bite the US later, which, they will have to look at as they go about thinking how they negotiate their foreign policy, including aid to foreign countries.
And you mentioned it a little bit earlier, but the famous South African golfers, Ernie Els and Retief Goosen, are reportedly part of this delegation. This will, of course, appeal to Donald Trump's love of golf. And it's quite the entourage, isn't it, that Ramaphosa's taken with him?
Leigh Ann, Ramaphosa is definitely laying the charm on quite thick. We saw him in the opening minutes of the meeting praising Trump, quite rightly so actually, for gifting South Africa 150 respirators at the height of the COVID crisis in his last term in office. And I think that was a very smart move. We saw that that Trump received that quite warmly and said, thank you, and thank you for the letter you wrote me. Then we saw the golf kind of element being brought up, where Ramaphosa said he'd bought him a very special book about golf courses. And we really, I think, are going for the carrot approach here. Ramaphosa is also likely to talk about a very favorable deal that we would like to offer the US. South Africa, of course, being home to many precious minerals, rare earth minerals, kind of minerals that the US needs to create smart cars, computers, that Trump has been very kind of avid about acquiring from various countries. And Ramaphosa did drop that into his address alongside mentions of golf, as you mentioned.
And I just want to bring something to you. Things are getting a little bit heated in the Oval Office right now. After that video that Donald Trump did show Ramaphosa, we're having lines coming out from Ramaphosa saying you are a partner of South Africa. You're raising concerns. This is what he said to Donald Trump. And he says, we are willing to talk about these concerns. So things are becoming a little bit difficult at the moment. How do you think this could possibly play out?
The last I saw, and from what you're telling me, it does sound tense, but not as tense as it could get. I think Ramaphosa has been quite careful not to, as J.D. Vance memorably said about Zelensky, not try to litigate issues. right? Because the idea of white genocide, the idea of farm murders, these are very emotive issues. We could state facts, we could state stats and show that it's a minority of killings in South Africa, but an image of all these crosses of, you know, of grave sites are going to pull at people's hearts. So I think the wise thing to do, as Ramaphosa is doing, and I hope he continues to do, is to say, let's keep talking about this. Let's keep chatting about this, because he can lay out the stats, he can try to disprove Trump, but we know from previous experience that will just get his back up, and it'll be a bad look for so many people who are watching this briefing right now. So I think as much as it sounds tense, it is not as tense as it could be, and that's a good thing.
And there are some more lines actually coming out that Donald Trump has ambushed South African President Cyril Ramaphosa during a meeting at the White House by playing videos which he claimed allegations of genocide in South Africa. So I'll be watching that meeting closely, and thank you so much for joining us. I really, really appreciate your insights. Journalist Vereshani Pillai, once again, thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Leigh Ann.
A reminder of our top stories. The Gaza Health Ministry and local hospitals say at least 82 people were killed in Israeli airstrikes overnight, as the UN says aid still hasn't reached civilians. The EU lifts economic sanctions on Syria to help the war-torn country rebuild. And South African President Cyril Ramaphosa meets his US counterpart Donald Trump at the White House to try and reset strained US-South Africa relations.
People are fleeing.
And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. Riz Khan is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami, and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis, and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Newspapers continue to focus on President Trump's new position on the war in Ukraine, as well as former President Joe Biden's cancer diagnosis. Many papers also reported on the recent shared statement of the UK, France, and Canada regarding Israeli military operations in Gaza and its humanitarian plan in the Strip, with many describing it as a turning point in the European position. Britain has suspended trade negotiations with Israel, while the EU pledged to reconsider its commercial ties with Tel Aviv. The UK, France, and Canada also threatened in their statement to impose sanctions on Israel if it does not cease military operations in Gaza and allow humanitarian aid to enter the Strip. The Financial Times, for one, published an interview with UNRWA chief Philip Lazzarini on Israel's new aid delivery plan for Gaza. Lazzarini criticized the plan and warned that such a plan, which requires Palestinians to travel to Israeli-controlled distribution points for aid, could indeed facilitate forced displacement, a potential war crime. He argues that the scheme violates basic humanitarian principles and also risks using aid as a tool for military and political purposes. Israel claims the plan is needed to prevent aid diversion to Hamas, but Lazzarini insists it will worsen Gaza's humanitarian crisis and could lead to famine. The article highlights mounting international pressure on Israel to lift restrictions and allow more effective, impartial aid distribution in Gaza. And we'll stay in the Middle East, but we'll move to The Guardian, where Owen Jones wrote a column reviewing a growing sense of reckoning among British politicians and the public over the UK's response to the crisis in Gaza. It highlights recent parliamentary interventions questioning the government's legal and moral responsibility for failing to prevent atrocities, as well as calls for tougher action against Israel. The article criticizes both Labour and Conservative leaders for their limited measures and past support for Israeli policies, arguing that these actions may be judged harshly in history. It also notes that the shift that happened in tone with even longtime supporters of Israel expressing regret and concern. Ultimately, the article contends that the UK's reluctance to fully confront Israel's actions will be remembered as complicity in a major historical crime, as warnings of humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza continue to mount. The change in position of the UK, France and Canada towards Israel and the tougher language used by these countries who threatened sanctions against Israel if it does not halt its military actions in Gaza and ease aid restrictions indeed caused quite a stir in Israel, as expected. The Jerusalem Post, in its editorial today, criticized these countries for ignoring the role of Hamas and Iran in the conflict. The editorial highlights Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu's defense that Israel is acting to free hostages and ensure national security, and notes his frustration that Western allies are not pressuring Hamas or even Iran. The piece argues that by focusing their criticism on Israel, these countries risk encouraging Hamas and overlooking the broader context of terrorism and regional threats, calling for a more balanced approach. The New York Times published an analysis on its front page about the recent developments in the peace negotiations between Russia and Ukraine. The analysis delves into the aftermath of a recent call between President Trump and President Putin, revealing that hopes for a swift peace in Ukraine are fading. Despite Trump's earlier promises to end the war quickly, his latest conversation with Putin marked a shift. Trump now supports direct negotiations between Russia and Ukraine, stepping back from U.S. pressure on Moscow. The analysis highlights that this move is seen as a diplomatic win, of course, for Putin, who continues to insist on peace only on his terms, while Russia gains ground on the battlefield. The piece notes that the U.S. and European support remains critical for Ukraine, but uncertainty over future American aid and sanctions relief leaves Kiev vulnerable. Meanwhile, Russia's economy is strained by sanctions, but Putin appears willing to wait, believing time is on his side. And we'll stay with the New York Times, where Patty Davis, who is the daughter of the late American President Ronald Reagan, wrote an article arguing that after his cancer diagnosis, former President Joe Biden has a chance to do something astounding. The author reflects on the impact of public figures sharing serious health diagnoses, comparing her father, Ronald Reagan's openness about Alzheimer's to Joe Biden's recent announcement of prostate cancer. The author notes as well how Reagan's honesty helped indeed break the stigma around Alzheimer's and gave comfort to others facing similar struggles. Now, Biden has a chance to show leadership by speaking openly about his diagnosis, also moving beyond politics to connect with people on a human level. The article suggests that Biden's vulnerability could help restore trust and bring comfort to millions dealing with illnesses and fear. It argues that true leadership sometimes means sharing personal challenges, reminding us that all people, leaders included, are both fragile and strong. The Washington Post published an editorial today relating to President Biden's diagnosis, as well examining the timing of the announcement, public sympathy and suspicions about whether Biden and his team concealed his health issues during his presidency. The editorial reviews the public and political fallout from Joe Biden's announcement of aggressive prostate cancer, connecting it to ongoing concerns about his cognitive decline as detailed in the new book, Original Sin. While the author acknowledges Biden's long service, the article argues that the presidency demands exceptional mental and physical health. It criticizes Biden's inner circle for hiding his struggles, suggesting his secrecy undermined public trust and the democratic process. The editorial board calls also for greater transparency about a president's health, proposing regular cognitive testing and public reporting. The piece concludes that both parties and Congress should ensure future presidents are fully capable so voters can make informed choices and avoid similar crises of confidence. The Wall Street Journal published a report on its front page detailing how Google is taking aim at AI firms and challenging its search dominance. The report reviews Google's bold overhaul of its search engine with the introduction of AI Mode, a chatbot-style feature designed to counter competition from AI rivals like ChatGPT. The new mode, powered by Google's Gemini AI, allows users to interact with search results in a conversational way, moving beyond the traditional list of blue links. The article notes that this shift comes indeed as Google faces declining search traffic, especially on Apple devices, and growing pressure from investors and regulators. The report explains that by integrating advanced AI capabilities directly into the search, Google hopes to maintain its dominance in the face of changing user habits and intensifying competition. The review highlights that this is Google's most ambitious response yet to AI-driven transformation of online search. And we'll end with Le Monde, where Eric Albert reviews in his column the recent shifts in U.S. trade policy under President Trump, focusing on his abrupt imposition and partial suspension of steep tariffs on global imports. Despite some concessions, such as suspending tariffs on China and also reaching a deal with the UK, US tariffs remain at their highest average level since the 1930s. Now at 14%, the article notes that these measures have created uncertainty in global trade, with experts warning of possible recession and rising consumer prices in the US. The UK, despite hailing its agreement as historic, faces higher tariffs on most exports to the US. The article concludes that Trump's unpredictable approach has fundamentally changed the rules of global trade, with more volatility likely ahead. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Has Donald Trump met his match in Vladimir Putin? Is the president heading for a constitutional crisis with the Supreme Court? And how much economic pain can Republicans endure before the midterm elections? Hi, I'm Riz Khan. Welcome to the show. With the administration's first 100 days in the rearview mirror, let's look ahead to a new chapter which began with a presidential visit to the Gulf. Hands were shaken, deals were signed, gifts were offered, but the path ahead is littered with obstacles on both domestic and international fronts. Donald Trump's already faced a tricky time pushing his big, beautiful bill through Congress and will face further battles with the Supreme Court over a number of his executive orders. Meanwhile, the path to a Nobel Peace Prize seems obscured by the latest developments in Gaza and Ukraine. Well, I've turned to the senior Republican strategist and Washington insider, Adolfo Franco, for his take on prospects for Donald Trump's next 100 days. Adolfo Franco, great to speak with you again.
Delighted to be here.
I'm going to start by asking you, what have you liked the most and perhaps disliked the most about Donald Trump's presidency so far?
Well, I think what I've liked the most is what most Americans expected was to fulfill his promises. I don't think whether one agrees or disagrees with President Trump that one can say he's not doing what he promised. I've yet to see someone say, well, he never said that during the campaign. So I think I am delighted that most politicians make promises and they don't keep those promises. I think the slogan that's being used by the White House is the right one. Promises made, promises kept. What the criticisms, if I may, although I support President Trump, have been that some of them have been the shock and awe, which I understand, is a little bit the awe before the shock, meaning people are stunned at some of the things that are being done regarding, for example, immigration and the deportation and the issues regarding the First Amendment issues of students and the rest of it, which has been the judicial issues that have involved. It's so great to implement those policies, or whether it's the appropriations issues and so forth. And I understand them, but it's been we have a system that we have to respect and work within that system. I think one can accomplish both. And the president, I think, is coming to realize that after about 100 days that maybe the gas off the pedal. People got the message, is delivering, but now it has to be done in a way that's within our system.
So I'm going to flesh out some of those issues you raised as we talk. But talking of the 100 days, President Trump celebrated it as the most successful 100 days in history. Whereas, of course, the polls have shown something very different, and he's had record low approval ratings. Even Fox News reported widespread disapproval of his economic policies. Who should we believe?
Well, one has to understand President Trump is not a conventional politician. So people who follow President Trump, and I'm one of them that did since the 1980s, has been an individual that is always promoting himself and his agenda. And I mean that in the good sense of the word. So this is an individual that looks at polls and the rest of it. When you hear President Trump, it's always going to be the greatest thing that's ever happened. It's going to be the greatest thing. I know we'll talk about tariffs and other issues. It's going to be fantastic. So it's just his style. and that, of course, has been the pluses and minuses, and I'm not ducking the question here. The pluses and minuses of the American people, they feel it's refreshing to have someone speak candidly, sometimes in a very brash way. But by the same token, those individuals, when they try to put those things in the traditional paradigm, it doesn't seem to fit. And what I mean by all of those words is, depends, this 100 days might indeed be the greatest 100 days of many of these policies ultimately, whether they be the immigration, the economic policies, the tariffs, if they actually bear fruit in the longer term, people will look back at these 100 days as when things were set in motion and they needed to be set in motion. If they don't, it will not be the greatest 100 days. Taking polls, and I'm a big believer in polls, so I'm not going to cherry pick here, is a little bit like taking your blood pressure. It changes daily, and it changes on the stress that one is under, whether it be economic stress or other stress. So they're valid, but you have to have the long game here.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. You know, having had such a high rate of popularity to get him elected, it seems like quite a massive fall in just a matter of months, couple of months.
Well, I think most of the fall has been because of the economic policies and the economic uncertainty that's been certainly caused, at least short term, by the tariff policies. The president has said that you're going to have at least short term, sometimes even midterm pain. And the threshold of pain the American people have today is very, very low. I mean, they're just not, this isn't the 1940s and 50s where people endured pain or the Great Depression. I think Americans have gotten used to a very affluent lifestyle, and they're unwilling to make any type of sacrifices. I would say the same thing if it were President Biden or a Democrat. So the situation and the dramatic change has been that people have not seen, as he promised, that prices would come down day one, for example, be they for staples or even energy. I think these things are on the right trajectory, but the fact that the particularly economic news has been mixed with respect to stock market performance and the like, people see their 401ks and the rest of it. The expectation, and part of it was set by the president, was that things would change immediately. And they obviously have not changed immediately. I think they are the right policies, but he's right. They're going to be painful at first.
So you're calling for patience, basically, in terms of judging it?
I am. I'm trying to be as candid here. I support the policies. I support what the president is doing. But I don't think that turning around a ship like this is going to be pain-free. It just isn't. I understand in a campaign making a promise, and he made that promise that on day one he would have inflation under control and so forth, has not come to fruition. He can't control that. No president can actually control that. The policies are always going to be mid or longer term. And I do think patience is required. I think the messaging now, I understand it's different than the messaging during the campaign, has been one calling for patience. The president has said we're going to suffer for a period of time. In fact, more recently, he said that there's too much consumerism. People have to stop at what he thinks, not $30, but $3, and you don't have to have all these gadgets and so forth. That's a message of some austerity, meaning he expects prices to go up, at least in the short term.
So, Mr. Franco, what would you expect his priorities to be for the next 100 days?
I think the next 100 days are going to be focused largely on domestically on two issues. The first is, and we've seen the first indications are of making trade deals as we have with the UK. It's not a complete cancellation of the tariffs, as you know. There's still 10% tariffs on some items and so forth, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. The stock market reacted as such, investors, and of course, that's been the message as well from the United Kingdom. So if we move on the economic front, when I say that in terms of international tariffs and so forth, talks in China that are taking place, and so forth, and moving in that right direction, I think we're going to see the next 100 days move, I think, significantly better for the American people. The other, of course, is the agenda in Congress, which is a big, beautiful bill, which the president has referred to, which is a reduction in taxes beyond the extension of the 2017 Trump tax cuts. And he delivers on no tax on tips and no tax on overtime for middle and lower income Americans particularly. That will be a big boom.
Now, of course, politics involves a lot of show.
Sure.
And the media is a big factor in that. But there are some who felt uncomfortable watching the televised cabinet meetings where many of the secretaries that have been appointed by President Trump have made kind of fawning statements expressing awe and amazement about how, the president's been handling everything. Has it felt like that at all to you?
It hasn't. And I think what the president has learned in the first term is he came to Washington as an outsider. He still is an outsider, but now he's an outsider that has some insights. And the insights were learned the hard way. I think Newt Gingrich, our former speaker, wrote a book saying, lessons learned the hard way. The lessons in the hard way is that in the first go around, the first administration, he relied on a lot of establishment figures who were not loyalists. I think he has turned to loyalist. I believe that fawning that you refer to is genuine. I believe many of the individuals that the president has selected to serve in the cabinet are individuals that admired him, have been his friends and allies for a very, very long period of time. And I think sending that message that there is loyalty is important within the administration, including individuals such as Secretary Rubio now, of State Rubio, who's differed with him in the past. I think the message is clear, and that is there's a Trump agenda, and if you believe in it and are part of it, you have to demonstrate it.
So then how important is it to have strong voices in the cabinet who'd be ready to advise President Trump if they disagreed with any of his executive orders? Now, are there any voices like that around?
Well, I've been here for a long time, and I do have White House sources, and I am tied to it. There's a big difference between the public show and what's going on behind closed doors. The fact of the matter is, for example, there are differences of opinion within the team currently, particularly on the trade side, for example, and you see it's manifested on who has the greater voice, who is sent to Switzerland to negotiate with the Chinese, who isn't. I'm referring to, of course, people like Scott Bessent, the Secretary of the Treasury, and Mr. Navarro, the trade representative, and so forth. The same thing holds true with the recent change with the National Security Advisor. I think the president liked Mike Waltz very much, and I'm going to continue to serve in a lesser capacity, being UN ambassador. However, it wasn't just the signal scandal that happened, the signal issue that happened. There were differences of opinion within the security team. I know that the White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles had some differences. So these things are not publicly shown. So there are differences of opinion. And the reason I say that is, had it been in just a uniform message, you wouldn't see this personnel changes. I don't necessarily think you have to have personnel changes when there are differences of opinion, but there are different voices and different opinions that are being voiced within the administration.
Publicly, President Trump doesn't like to be contradicted. Do you think he actually listens to these voices? Is it a proper engagement? Oh,
I think so. I think the president, I know so, the president likes to hear, sometimes I think the president likes to hear arguments among the different members of the cabinet. He does not like disloyalty, but I don't think any president has. I really don't recall. I've been involved in a number of administrations, and I served in the Bush administration. I don't remember anyone coming out and contradicting or the president or having a different point of view that lasted very long. So I think this is consistent. I think in the terms of the Trump administration, why the press makes and its heightened scrutiny of this is because he's not an establishment figure. There's always a level of, I think, trust that the president is looking for, that other presidents maybe took for granted because they had been part of the establishment, had worked with these individuals, have been part of it for a very long time. I worked for George W. Bush. He'd been around for a long time, including in his father's administration. So all the figures that he was engaged with and who he worked in the administration at the key positions, he knew well. President Trump did not, or does not necessarily. So that is the difference. But I don't think in any shape, way, or form that he operates any differently than any other president that demands complete loyalty.
How do you assess Elon Musk's time working in the administration? Is it a job well done or perhaps a chaotic misadventure?
Oh, I think it's a job well done, but a job not finished. Of course, he has said that he will continue on working on these issues, not, of course, to the degree that he's in the past. That was always the plan. That had always been the plan to set these things in motion. I think he's shaken up Washington. Here's what's different. Every president has said exactly what Donald Trump has said. In fact, you should do a collage sometime where you can take words from Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, that have talked about government being too big, too bloated, and that things have to change, and government spending and fraud, waste, and abuse. This has been said repeatedly. In the past, how presidents dealt with this is they would have commissions and blue ribbon commissions and studies and the rest of it. The most significant one was President Clinton, when he appointed former Vice President Gore to lead a commission to reinvent government. Well, all the reinventions and all the commissions led to very little. The difference here is there is really now not only serious action has been taken with respect to some agencies, but really concrete plans in very, very short period of time, identifying real abuse, real fraud, and spending that's unnecessary, and proposals to either eliminate it or the president taking executive actions that are in some cases being called into question in the courts to address these issues. In that regard, that has been a phenomenal success. No one can point to me to a former commission that ever did anything but study the issue. This administration is actually taking action on recommendations that were made within weeks.
Well, as a Washington insider, how do you rate Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's time? Would he still be around another 100 days?
I think he will be around in the next 100 days. He has been the subject, the president has said it, of the scalp that I think the left has wanted for a period of time. And not only the left, but others, and maybe the establishment as well. Many individuals believe he was not up to the job. This is, of course, very different than Secretary Rubio's position. And Secretary Rubio has, in the State Department, the challenge that many conservative Republicans question his foreign policy views, whether they're consistent, considering what he's said in the past with the presidents. They are, of course, now. But Pete Hegseth's situation is sort of the opposite, which is there's no question about his loyalty, his commitment, and broad strokes to what the president stands for and wants to do with respect to the Pentagon. Question is he the most capable or capable person or has the credentials to lead the department? So he's been under an enormous amount of scrutiny in that regard. I think he will be around. I think the president, starting your first questions, which were excellent, the president values loyalty above everything. At the end of the day, if someone's not loyal to you, it doesn't matter how capable they are in terms of furthering your agenda. And I think Pete Hegseth scores 100 when it comes to the loyalty test, and that's what's most important to President Trump.
So were you surprised at the dismissal of Mike Waltz as National Security Advisor? That came as a shock to a lot of people, especially considering the short period of time he'd been in the job. Of course, it gives Mr. Rubio that much more work to do.
Right.
And in terms of Mike Waltz's departure, what does it say about President Trump's, the stability of his cabinet?
Well, I think it's stable. Every administration has some changes. There was a reason, a catalyst, which was this Signal controversy with this app. But there were rumblings before, and there were issues that were being raised, I can tell you, within the White House about some disappointment with Mike Waltz from key individuals on the team. So there were questions already. I think this became a reason to do it. I think the president wisely delayed it. He didn't want to have a knee-jerk reaction to the Signalgate situation, which Mike Waltz took full responsibility for. And also, yes, he was removed from that position, but he's also been given or nominated to serve as UN ambassador. So he wasn't shown the door for disloyalty or significant differences of opinion with respect to the president's broader agenda. His views have traditionally been, with respect particularly to Middle East issues and so forth, a little more far supporting of Israel than some of the others in the administration thought should be the case. So I think that was the debate that was going on. I think, again, had that Signal app controversy not been present, I believe Mike Waltz would probably still be in the job, but his days probably would have been numbered anyway.
On that note, Signal is obviously a secure app. A lot of people use it for communications of sensitive nature. Here, of course, information was inadvertently put into the messaging. Do you think that, just again, from the inside, do you think that will affect the way the administration communicates? Do you think it'll have an impact on that? Or is it just simply a case of, again, like with any app, be careful?
I think be careful. Of course, the app has been used in the past. The app has been used in the Biden administration. I I'm not the expert on technology. I'm not sure whether that's the right thing to do. I don't think it was a totally careless thing. It wasn't something on just an ordinary app. The big controversy, of course, is how did Jeff Goldberg get invited, a journalist from The Atlantic, or any journalist for that matter, get invited into the chat. I think that was we can debate whether those were war plans and not war plans and so forth. I certainly think that app is not going to be used moving forward significantly or in the same fashion. I don't believe that will happen. But the legitimate question that's raised by Republicans and Democrats is, how does an individual like this reporter get invited onto the app? And that is really careless. And that is something that Mike Waltz took responsibility for, and I think rightly so. In terms of the app, I think there's been some defense of its use, but that's just, I think, covering people's actions for what now will be probably a complete revision of it. Of course, the president has called for that, of a review of what to do with respect to secure communications.
Of course, I mean, I guess more human error than tech error, in theory.
In theory, that is correct. Had the Atlantic's editor not been invited, I don't think we'd be talking about this issue, in all likelihood.
Now, I'd like to get your take on some of the administration policies that were central to President Trump's election campaign. Immigration and the border is an area where he scored highest. And there are some people who support the policy and who are very pleased with the results in reducing the number of immigrants and the actions taken. But they're not necessarily happy in the way that the actions have been carried out. Some have described them as kind of cruel and chaotic. What's your take on that?
Well, again, I'm not one to criticize polls because I use them when I've been on campaigns, and I've used them defensively and offensively. So I'm not going to attack the polls. But there are a couple of things about the polls, since you began this conversation with the polls. All the polls indicate that's where the president continues to score the highest in terms of his approval, with the majority of the American people supporting mass deportations, the majority of the American people supporting, of course, what's been a very, very successful control of the border and bring security to the border, although it's not being reported by the mainstream press in the United States the way it should be. It's been a dramatic change. Talk about the first 100 days in that regard, since arguably there were two issues that got Donald Trump elected, the economy and immigration. And you can debate which was the greatest of the two. Immigration, he has delivered. Now, it depends how the questions are asked regarding specifics. And that is, I don't think the American people, depending how the polling questions are asked, like to see the idea of people just being picked up or deported and not having, if you will, broad strokes. And we can debate what due process means and how much due process is necessary. But overall, the president receives very, very high marks for what he's done on immigration and what he's doing on immigration. No one's questioning border security, mass deportations, or the need to get criminals out of the country. Now, you can cherry pick specific cases, how this is done and whether the processes have been followed and so forth. And depending how the polling is asked, then people can say it appears cruel or it doesn't appear just. It depends. But when people know the facts of each of these individual so-called cruel cases, the polling data also indicates the other. Yes, we want these people out of the country.
Well, polls aside, of course, it's a very emotional issue, and people are, seeing the stories that do get highlighted, as you say. The media has maybe cherry picks. But as someone yourself, with Cuban roots, and you've climbed up to be a Washington insider, you're right up there. How do you regard some of the stories that you see and how they're being handled?
Well, I'll take it more than that. I'm more than Cuban roots. I'm actually an immigrant, so I can understand the concern of people involved in here. But the fact of the matter is, who's being targeted here? There are two broad strokes of individuals, but the focus of this administration is to remove people who are here illegally. And the priority of those that are here illegally are those that are committing crimes, criminal elements, and the rest of it. We can talk about due process in a moment, but those are the targets. They're not targeting people who are here legally or people here on visas and green cards, except on the other, when you're talking about the individuals who are here legally, those are usually students or individuals that are here temporarily as guests, in most cases. And Secretary Rubio, who is not Donald Trump, has said if you're here as a guest of the United States, you come under the conditions for which you have stated in your visa application that you wished to come to the United States. I can assure you, since I've been in government, and I've been in many, many consular offices around the world, is that if you were to state on your application, I'm coming to the United States as a student and to join an anti-Israel, pro-Hamas activist movement at NYU, your visa application would be denied. That is the discretion of a consular office. And to make sure that the policies and the foreign policy objectives of the United States are not interfered with by foreigners. So it depends what that is in terms of free speech. And that is views versus activism. And those are all going to be judgment calls. And I think on a case-by-case basis, and I understand back to the cherry-picking situation as the thousands and thousands of cases that are involved across the board, be they illegal immigrants, criminals, or those so-called activists, you'd be hard-pressed to just show me a case where somebody just expressed a view and their visas were yanked. These are people who are organizing, who are carrying on activities that I think as an American citizen, I would not be allowed in Europe or other countries to do.
There are people worried that it's effectively now a weaponized tool and that it can be used to just silence people, even if they are just expressing an opinion. That's the fear.
Well, might be the fear, but the fear, I think, doesn't match the reality. I don't think that matches the reality. And the question is about visas and those that are here as guests of the United States is subjective. Under our law, we have absolutely no obligation to let anybody into the country to study, to work, or do anything else subject to independent review. And the government that's in power at the time can make those judgments. So it's important to understand that. I do not believe people expressing a view has been the problem. It's people who are expressing the views and have turned them into activism and organization and disruption, which of course doesn't get the same coverage, harassing Jewish students, occupying buildings, or fomenting and supporting those activities. Yes, those are legitimate targets for deportation.
So I'll ask you in a line, Mr. Franco, how would you assess the state of freedom of speech in America right now then?
I think it's greater than it ever has been. I think under this administration, and we started some conversations on Elon Musk, I think the greatest thing is X. Just to listen to the testimony of individuals like Mr. Zuckerberg from Facebook. He's no conservative. He's millions of dollars to get Democrats elected, and he said he was being censored in the Biden administration. The Biden administration set up an office of misinformation. Who is the judge of misinformation? You're in the journalistic field. Who decides what misinformation is? Who decides what points of view are hate speech, and who decides that? There's more free speech today than ever. Now, that does not apply to individuals that are here as guests of the United States who are involved in activism. And there are laws that really impede those individuals from doing so if the Secretary of State, as he has done, certifies that they're impeding the foreign policy objectives of the United States.
So on that note, there have been a number of legal challenges over the deportations, and there are circumstances, are there any circumstances in which you think it's okay to ignore the Supreme Court's decision-making? Isn't that going to present a constitutional crisis if that happens?
Well, I hope the dictates and the instructions of the Supreme Court are never challenged by President Trump or any president if there's a clear ruling. We can talk about specifics if you like. So that would be more than a constitutional crisis. That would be a situation where our system would be really taxed, and it would be a crisis, obviously. But I do not believe that's the case that we have today. Today it's a case of, which is, again, cherry picking, to use that term, where district judges across the country are being shopped. There's a shopping for these people. And the most liberal jurisdictions, typically Washington, D.C., Obama appointed or Biden appointed, Clinton appointed judges who will order injunctions and all kinds of relief for individual cases that are legitimately brought before them. So that's the test that I think we're facing in the country, is that ultimately the Supreme Court, I think, hasn't really fully fully decided on how to handle that, and there are divisions on the Supreme Court as to who conducts policy for this government, foreign or other policy. So that's going to be the real test. But in terms of the narrow question that you had about the Supreme Court, you can ask me about an individual case. If it decides something, that's the decision of the Supreme Court. It's not because it's right, it's because it's final.
How supportive are you of President Trump's tariff policy?
Well, I am completely supportive of tariffs in two fronts. As an instrument to get what the president has said is necessary, which is a fair deal for the United States across the board. Tariffs per se, we've lived it through Smoot-Hawley in the 1920s and 30s, are a recipe for disaster. They were a recipe in disaster before there was a global economy, and now today it would be catastrophic if that would be the policy of the United States to impose these tariffs permanently. The president was recently asked, actually at the Oval Office, are these permanent? And his answer was, of course not. So it's to get people to the table as it's happening today. But why it's important to impose these tariffs are for two reasons. I worked on the Central America Free Trade Agreement, and it took years and years and years to resolve the smallest of issues involving agricultural products and a host of other things. What's happened is the system has been manipulated, particularly by China, by others, have been manipulated to give an unfair advantage to many of our trading partners. And that's just, I think anybody objectively looking at that, Democrats included, agree with that. Their solution is to study, to get into negotiations that are prolonged and prolonged and prolonged. It's a little bit like Iran with its nuclear deal, which we might talk about. And that is continuing to prolong discussions. Well, of course, refinement is, and they're refining uranium and things are moving along nicely. Same thing with China. You know, China sent it to the World Trade Organization, the World Trade Order, over 20 years ago. And things are being under study and things have taken whatever, and then nothing changes. All this time, there's an unfair advantage. So they're instruments to get the level playing field. That does not mean to give the United States an advantage, but I think the president is absolutely right. And again, you go back, just as I said about government being too large, too inefficient, and too wasteful. You could hear those same comments about trade made by President Obama, by President Clinton, and President Bush. The exact same comments that President Trump has said. The difference, again, like these first 100 days, the president has acted on them. That's part of the shock and awe, and that is what I think world leaders fear about President Trump. They don't know what he'll do. They don't know when he's kidding. They don't know when he's serious. They don't know when he has an agenda. And frankly, a couple of times he has said, I don't even know. So therefore, you have an unpredictable player in the White House. And I think that can work to the advantage of the United States.
Isn't there a danger, though, of simplifying the way global trade is conducted? It's such a web now. It's so intricately broken up and then yet connected that to kind of label products in a single way. I mean, cars are a prime example where parts come from different countries, they go through different routes. There's no single vehicle that's made in one place that comes in and can just be labeled as a foreign vehicle anymore.
Well, that's true. In fact, automobiles, as you use that as an example, as a case in point, there isn't an American-made car. And Ford will tell you that, or General Motors, because if you have an American-made car, they're going to be parts that are coming from someplace else. That's absolutely true. In the past, though, I can turn the question around, has been, oh, that's an American-made car, either because it was assembled here, or the little tiff that Mr. Navarro had with Elon Musk. It's not an American car. Either they're assembled with parts from overseas, they're either foreign or they're not. So yes, there are complexities, but there's some bottom line issues, and they have to do with particular barriers to our products, and they're barriers to entry, and they're not limited to China. China, I think, is the worst offender in terms of how it manipulates the trade rules, and I think there's bipartisan view on that. But we try to export rice to Japan, or until recently, even beef or products to Britain until recently. So these issues, how many American cars are being driven in South Korea or in Japan, or these are barriers. These are barriers that have existed, and for a long time, just the largeness of the American economy, for other complex reasons as well, permitted other countries, as the president has said, to get rich while we slowly got poorer. Ultimately, this was why Asia and large parts of Europe developed very nicely, is because we were playing at a disadvantage. There's no question about that. Those are airlines, the subsidies that foreigners give to their industries, and the protectionism that exists. It just doesn't exist in the United States. So there's a point here, there's a breaking point where that's nice that these countries became rich largely at rules that favored them. He's just straightening and making the rules fair, not give us an advantage, but make them more fair.
Now, you've more or less answered this, but I've got to put it to you this way as well. Views on Donald Trump's tariff trade policy range from suggestions that he's a tactical genius playing four-dimensional chess to the totally opposite view. One quote described it as his team simply trying to stop him eating.
Well, I think he's a tactical genius. The question I have is how long the American people will have patience for this, and that is a question. To rectify and change the rules is going to be painful. There's no question. There is absolutely no question. If people think they felt it now, if these tariffs come into they haven't. There are pauses and there have been delays and all kinds of signals of deals coming and so forth. But if these things come into pass over a long period of time, over any significant period of time, it would be extraordinarily painful on the American people. It's a little bit like a diet or exercise. The results are down the pike. There's no easy fix. I don't know of anybody. I worked on Capitol Hill for a long time on the Ways and Means Committee and so forth. I don't know anybody who's ever told me that the trade rules were fair for the United States. They recognized all kinds of geopolitical reasons that we had to make accommodations to countries like Vietnam and so forth, and of course our allies. And I understand that, but the bottom line is American workers suffer, and ultimately the country is going to be poorer if we don't rectify them.
I was saying, Mr. Franco, several business leaders have warned President Trump's ambition to bring manufacturing jobs back into the USA on a large scale won't happen because Americans won't want to do them and because the supply chains don't exist in the US to support them. So do you feel that the goal of manufacturing jobs coming back to home is really a visible ambition of the policy?
It's a long-term one, and I think it is visible. I mean, many of the countries that have, there's a notion that somehow Americans don't want to do this type of work, and some 1950s idea of someone in a very large plant or so forth. Of course, today it's a much more automated, it's a much more sophisticated type of worker, and many of the individuals carrying out this work are living in first world countries that are our competitors. So if Japanese workers are willing to do this, if South Korean workers are willing to do this, Canadians and others in Europe are willing to do it, I believe Americans are as well. So, but the issue, again, this is very long term. The president has said that it's going to be $8 trillion of investment in factories in the U.S. and businesses returning home. I think that's true, but we're not going to see the fruits of those endeavors for many years. In the interim, there will be pain as well.
Well, that's the thing. I'm wondering, you've said that it's been a very unlevel playing field up to now. And I wonder how you feel that these measures will actually have an impact on America's trading partners, how that relationship might evolve or devolve.
Well, I think they will adapt as well. I think it will. It's hard for me to say exactly how. I think it will be very hard on the Chinese economy. But in terms of the trading partners of Japan and the EU and others, I think it will be a challenge. There's no question about that in terms of the U.S. market. There will be challenges involved in that. I think, frankly, looking for new markets and emerging in other markets. Life's constant change. There are other markets that beyond the U.S. that our trading partners can look for if it's a more level playing field. Also, when we level the playing field, and I think we're doing that with the UK, for example, that's just leveling it. That doesn't mean that people won't continue to buy BMWs and Volkswagen and other agricultural products from other countries. It's just that we'll be more competitive. Unfortunately, I'm old enough to remember when the only foreign car, other than luxury sports cars and Rolls-Royce, was a Volkswagen. And that was a very niche market for people who really couldn't afford anything else. And every car was an American car. So somehow, we've gone way in the other extreme. Does that mean that Japan and South Korea will go into some separate depression? I don't think so. I think China is now the world's largest car manufacturer, and they're not selling cars in the U.S.
If the argument that tariffs will lead to higher prices for Americans and then lead to increased inflation do appear, what is the plan? What is the solution for trying to make it manageable? I know you said there's a painful period ahead, but still, it has to be manageable because policies go on, politics go on election cycles, and we've got the midterms coming. I'll ask more about that in a moment, but what's the solution? Well,
that's an excellent question. The solution is, which we haven't talked about, is tax reform and fiscal reform in the government. Not necessarily just cutting government spending, which people don't see in their pocketbooks directly overnight, but actual tax cuts. And I mean tax cuts across the board, significantly, particularly for lower income Americans. As I said, he's mentioned Social Security. He's as a possibility. That's a little more complicated to get the tax off Social Security. 85% of Social Security is taxed currently at the federal level. That's a little more difficult to do. But tax on tips, tax on overtime, and greater tax cuts across the board for middle-income Americans. That would ease things. People will see that quite immediately. Of course, whether we touch the corporate tax rates and bring them down as well, it's a way to incentivize the U.S. economy. I think Wall Street and Main Street would both react very favorably to that, and that would ease some of the pressures that will be coming from tariffs and inflation as a result of that.
Do you think the Federal Reserve should be able to make interest rates policies without interference from the president?
Well, they have that authority, of course. And the President Trump's voicing of his opinions on, of course, he has said recently he's not going to fire the Federal Reserve chairman, whom he appointed. But there is question whether he has that authority. He has pushed the limits on some other federal independent agencies in that regard. There's a question whether he has it. So president can do what they call the bully pulpit. He can speak all the time he wishes. The discourse in the country is very different than it was 30 or 40 years ago. People will not say the things so directly about the Federal Reserve, but presidents would voice concerns that they would wish interest rates would go down, that interest rates need to come down. They wouldn't target individuals or the Federal Reserve per se. But the national discourse and politics and the rest of it is very different today than it was 30 years ago or 40 years ago. But it is independent. It has that authority. It does act independently. President cannot influence it, will not be able to influence it.
Every president coming in, and I think almost everywhere in the world, points to the foibles of the predecessor for what they've inherited. Is this, in your opinion, Biden's economy or Trump's economy?
Well, it's Biden's economy now, and for this reason. And I'm not going to say this the next time we have an interview in 6 months or hopefully sooner, but and certainly in a year. But you cannot say, the president recently spoke last week when there was just reports on some issues economic data that came out on inflation, for example. You can't be in office 6 or 7 weeks and say that it's all because of Donald Trump, particularly things such as inflation and the jobs numbers and the rest of it. That's just in the pipeline. So it's going to take a few months. What is his is the policies that are moving forward, and that is, for example, stock market and so forth. Reaction is in large part related to what the president says or does not say, for example, about tariffs. But the underlying economic data and what's happening in the economy, it just takes a period of time to move away from the previous policy. So it is still Biden's for a short period of time.
I was going to say, people do comment on how remarkable the swings have been based on what President Trump says when it comes to the stocks.
Well, yes, it depends. It depends on the date and where it is and the circumstances. But increasingly, I think this will certainly within 6 months of this presidency, halfway through the year, it will be Donald Trump's, as it was Joe Biden's. It wasn't Joe Biden's on day one either.
Economics and tariffs apart, Mr. Franco, how do you regard America's relationship with its allies? Have they been strengthened or have they been weakened under President Trump?
I think they've been strengthened in a private way, not in a public way, because, of course, the president's strategy is make America great and America first policy. And I don't think that can be embraced in Europe and most other places in the world. I just don't think that they can say this is what we want. It sounds as though we're moving away from our allies. But ultimately, the objectives, and many of the foreign leaders that have been not necessarily Trump supporters in Europe and elsewhere have said as much. What the president is trying to accomplish with respect to a solution with the Ukraine-Russia conflict, I think they applaud. And the same thing with respect to what's going on in the Middle East and even in Iran. I think allies do want the United States to stand up to China, for example, and be prepared to take a leadership role. Is the president going to do this through these United Nations efforts or these formal alliances and so forth? No. I think there was probably disappointment on the climate issue. That's legitimate. That is a change in policy. There's no question about that. But ultimately, I think there's a sense that the United States is embarked upon flexing its influence overseas and certainly increase military spending, which he has pledged to do. And I think allies welcome that.
There are those who feel America's muscles have flexed a bit too hard, perhaps. The most northern neighbour you've got here, the ally Canada, a bit of friction with the new Prime Minister, Mark Carney. In fact, he got elected on essentially an anti-Trump stance.
Yes.
It kind of turned everything upside down very quickly, and he managed to get in. How do you regard what happened up there?
Well, the president said, thank God that I was elected. You wouldn't be here, Mark, when he put to Prime Minister Carney. So he's probably right on that. I think the president, again, feels, and that I think he has felt this, if you listen to interviews with Donald Trump from even the 1980s and 90s, that, what does he say, Canada's gotten a free ride and others. And I think in the past has been more of a focus on Europe and NATO, particularly in terms of military spending, which, by the way, is accurate, and every president has complained about it. They don't honor necessarily all their pledges, all the member states. That Canada has been, as the president has said, protected by the United States, benefited from the United States, and yet feels that Canada, with respect to trade and other issues, has taken advantage of the United States. I think that course correction will be short. The president said he had a very positive meeting. They both characterized it as positive, despite some colorful comments that were made. But the president's position, again, you can't view him through the prism of a conventional politician. What conventional politician says they're going to buy Greenland or they're going to have the Canada be the 51st state? It's not in the cards. Ultimately, these sort of statements that everybody is, I guess, a little accustomed to now, but they're unconventional, ultimately lead to some arrangements that were better than what existed previously. So this is the kind of person that goes for the gold, so to speak, and settles for the bronze.
Well, I was going to ask you how serious President Trump is about his plans for Greenland, Gaza, Panama.
Well, I think with respect to Greenland, I think you'll see heightened U.S. military cooperation, maybe U.S. military bases established in Greenland, expanded. And I think you'll see a larger role for the U.S. in Greenland as a consequence of that. I think in Panama, Secretary Rubio was in Panama, making very, very clear that China's influence on the canal and its use of the canal and priority even in terms of some of the commercial shipping, much less any military use of it, is curtailed if it's going on. And certainly there's been a warning flag from the U.S. that this needs to stop. Again, these are the types of things that I think are positive, and that by taking these steps that are viewed by these states, understandably, as threatening, that ultimately an accommodation is made. And I think that's how Donald Trump, in his entire career, has negotiated his art of the deal, is not the art of diplomacy, but the art of the deal.
Well, there's many who'd agree with you that he's not a conventional politician,
no, of course
not having had a politician background either, but that he does actually deliver on what he says, or at least tries to. Now, he did say he could end the Russia-Ukraine war in a day. That obviously hasn't happened. But the interesting dynamics taking place on that front with Russia and Ukraine having really confusing a lot of people. How did you regard that scene in the White House with the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky?
Well, I think it was a clear signal to Russia that he was not going to be in Zelensky's pocket, or Ukraine was. That was the perception in the Biden administration. I think very clearly that it was all Ukraine. By the same token, and that was harsh, of course, that exchange. Same token, within 2 weeks, he was criticizing President Putin very strongly, which people said he was in his pocket and he was a Putin fan and so forth. And he said Putin had to step up to it. Fact of the matter now, there are serious discussions and talks how it's all shaking out again. I mean, when was there a serious talk about a ceasefire or calling for a complete ceasefire, as Ukraine has called for, complete ceasefire? And when have we seen this type of serious negotiation during the entirety of the Biden administration? We didn't see it. It was one of just arming Ukraine and, in many cases, defeating Russia and the Western alliance and so forth. I understood all that, but it certainly wasn't one to bring about peace. Did it happen on day one? No. Did inflation end on day one? No. Is this a work in progress? I think so. I think there's more. No one can point to the degree of progress regarding certainly a ceasing of hostilities that was never on the table, seriously, during the Biden administration.
Did you get a sense that the relationship with Volodymyr Zelensky was patched up at the Pope's funeral, Pope Francis's funeral?
I think it was patched up before. I think much of this is for, when I use the word posturing, I think it's a signal to the world of the United States being willing to take a dramatic change, but at the same time, ultimately, not going to abandon Ukraine. So I'm not dismissing it as hot and cold. I calculated, but it wasn't as harsh as it seemed. I think it was just a question, again, of Donald Trump saying, I mean business, and we need to get this done. And this isn't going to be prolonged, and you can't count on the United States. I think President Zelensky said it. We want an honest broker, but want you to be more on our side. I understand what he was saying by that. His answer was, no, I want a deal on this. And that is a change in policy. So I don't think the Pope's funeral is where they patched it up. I think it was patched up even before.
Actually, a lot of people are surprised at J.D. Vance's intervention there at the White House. That was the one I think surprised a lot of people. So,
all right. Yeah. Yes, it was a curious one. It was I think J.D. Vance, of course, is seen by many in the Trump movement as not only the vice president, but will inherit the MAGA movement.
We'll get on to that in a second. But when it comes to Vladimir Putin, as you indicated, President Trump wasn't necessarily so happy with the lack of response from President Putin. In fact, the suggestion he was played has come up, and I think he used the term tapped along, by President Putin. Who has the upper hand at this stage, do you think? And how will President Trump react if it's Vladimir Putin who seems to be holding the cards?
Well, I think ultimately the Ukraine has the upper hand. I really believe that, because at some point, despite the signals that have been sent by the United States, it can be back on again, to use that expression, meaning there's an eagerness, particularly in Europe, to make sure that Ukraine has strong support, to say the least. And I think the United States is prepared, if there isn't movement from Russia, to simply say, you will see the same harsh rhetoric directed more harshly toward Putin, and say they're not serious about it, and the only way they're going to be serious about it is if Ukraine is now strengthened and the position has become hardened. So I think ultimately, I think the advantage is with Ukraine. I really believe that.
Although President Trump did get to the stage where he said, look, we'll just walk away from this if we have to.
Yes, he has said that, but the United States will not walk away from it. Even that is a threat, really, to both sides. Obviously, the Russian side is, despite everything they've made, I know it's a war of attrition, it remains very, very difficult for them to actually seal the deal with respect to Ukraine. They would have done it long ago.
As someone who obviously knows Donald Trump and how strong he is as a character, what chance is there he's met his match with people like Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and Mark Carney in Canada?
I don't think he's met his match. I think, of course, those countries, particularly China, to some extent Russia as well, is those economies and their military powers is really we have to take into account more than the personalities involved in it. I don't think he's met his match. I don't think he's worried about that. Certainly with the Prime Minister of Canada, he is not. With Prime Minister Carney, I don't think he is. However, I do believe that President Trump, and I do know him in this regard, is if he feels that he's not being taken seriously, or people have gotten the upper hand, or they're willing to not take what he said as something that they need to engage negotiations with, then he'll up the ante significantly. And I think he has with China, of course. We haven't talked about China, what's going on internally in China, but I don't believe the Chinese economy, despite what they're saying, is growing by 5%. I just don't believe it. I don't believe anything coming from China, period. So 145% tariffs on China, idle factories and so forth. We don't talk much about their pain because it's a closed society. And the same thing with respect to Canada. Ultimately, Canada's the biggest loser. Canada has 40 million people. We have nearly, not quite, but nearly 9 times the size of the population, and the economy is greater. They need the United States more than we need them. Keep in mind that the size of the Russian economy is the size of the economy of Texas. So at the end of the day, the leverage isn't just the personality. I think President Trump's personality and his willingness to use power in an unconventional way or to threaten its use, I think, is an important component, and that's factored in. But ultimately, it's the United States of America today still remains the superpower.
Could a nuclear deal with Iran actually be easier than getting the peace deal for Ukraine?
I'm not certain about that, and it will depend. These next few days, next weeks, it will be very, very critical. The problem with the Iran deal is trust but verify, and I'm sorry, I don't believe that the previous agreement by the Obama administration was the kind of verification that I think is satisfactory to President Trump of the United States, despite what was being said. So, with Iran, I think the fear is delay. Again, I've mentioned that before. Indirect talks, direct talks. These talks have been fruitful today, but remember, Iran just a few weeks ago had said it would only engage in indirect talks. And then, of course, direct talks took place. So it's a question of not only talking, but action. We keep hearing Iran is just a few weeks away from the development of nuclear arms. People have been saying that for years. So you have to start assuming that they either have them or about to have them, so time is running out. And that is why I don't think it's necessarily as easy, because any deal, a real deal with Iran, a real deal will require Iran to cease refinement. And the Iranian positions have been hard on that to date.
Well, Donald Trump has talked about wanting to serve a third term. Would you like to see that?
Well, he said he wouldn't. He just recently said that it looks like we'll be over in 4 years. Obviously, the Constitution impedes that. I think. I
was wondering whether you'd like to.
Oh, well, yeah, I would like to see that. But I think there are those, you mentioned the vice president, those that are now have genuinely in the last 8 years, I wouldn't have thought this 8 years ago, but because they've seen what's happened to the Republican Party, I think it's very difficult to see how a Republican can win the nomination and support the majority of Republicans without being a Donald Trump MAGA supporter. Not a Trump look-alike or act-alike, but in terms of the policies, they have to be very similar.
And you see J.D. Vance as a worthy successor?
I do see J.D. Vance, and I know that Donald Trump Jr. was critical in selecting then Senator Vance, who many people believed was the wrong choice. They were looking for diversity of women, minorities, and so forth. And that was even true to Donald Trump not being hypocritical and putting a woman on the ticket, or a great person, Senator Scott, who's African American from South Carolina. So that in and of itself was an indication that a loyalty test to the MAGA movement was paramount.
Well, there's been a lot of wrangling internally with the Democrats in how to deal with the Trump presidency. Could you see them actually getting their act together and putting forward a sort of cohesive plan to challenge the Republicans?
They could, but I don't think they will. Every indication is that the party tends to want to move more to the left. The leading voices, at least speaking right now, are again Senator Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. The more extreme views in the Democratic Party seem to be what is dominant at this time. I believe the Democratic Party could be quite viable if it were a centrist party. I really do believe that many of the things, if it were genuinely were embraced, such as immigration policy, things that are important to the American people, this, broadly speaking, wokeism and cultural issues, if those were tempered in many ways, I think the Democratic Party would be very viable. I just don't see in the primaries the Democrats doing so.
What do you expect to happen in the midterm elections?
Well, the midterms, of course, are always terrible for the party in power. And I say always, I should take that back. I was involved in midterms in 2002 when they weren't. You know, we picked up seats, but that was after 9/11. And there are times where one can do well. President Biden did fairly well on his midterms. But the margins are close in the House, particularly. And they will hinge totally on tax policy and tariff. It will all be economic issues, barring a catastrophic terrorist attack or a type of conventional war we haven't seen in many decades. Foreign policy issues never dominate on our elections unless it's a catastrophic event.
But you have the issue of the pain of the economy. Yes. And I wonder, you might reach a stage where the Republicans start to say, hey, we're going to lose our seats unless there's a change in course.
I think there's already sentiment in that regard. And you see it without getting into the weeds here. You see it with respect to the SALT tax, which are taxes that are imposed on real estate and so forth on certain key states to hold on to key districts in New York, for example, and in New Jersey. And so that is a fear for the elections. That pain window for Republicans in the House is short, much shorter than President Trump. And we'll see how that shakes out. That's why tax policy and tax reform is going to be critical. They need to deliver.
To wrap this up, I'm going to bring it full circle to where we started.
Sure.
And I wonder how you regard the fact that so many people are surprised that Donald Trump did actually deliver or tried to deliver on the promises he made in the campaigns.
Well, I think they're surprised because they don't, even though they see him as a non-politician, they still don't expect politicians to deliver. And he did deliver on these things. Now, there are two types of reactions to it. To those of us who support President Trump, we're delighted. True to his word, this is what he said. He has not retreated in any shape, way, or form. In fact, more so than he promised when he talked about tariffs and so forth, but he didn't waffle on these issues. To Democrats, and that's why the country continues to be polarized, that's that shock value is this is why we opposed him, and this is now very fearful. They're very fearful of what it means for the country, and they had wished he had not and didn't expect him to do so. So again, it's back to almost November of last year, the country being quite divided. Either this is the course we want to go on, and he's delivering, or this is exactly what we feared.
Adolfo Franco, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Thank you. Interesting insights there from the senior Republican strategist and Washington insider, Adolfo Franco. And that's it for this episode. I'm Riz Khan. Please do subscribe to the show and leave us any comments and feedback. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
How can something as solid as the ground suddenly turn deadly? In seconds, calm turns to chaos. Buildings crumble, streets split, lives change forever. That's exactly what happened when a deadly 7.7 magnitude earthquake struck Myanmar, sending shockwaves across the region, rattling cities hundreds of miles away. But this wasn't just one random event. It's part of a deeper story about the planet we live on, a planet that's constantly moving beneath our feet. I'm Joanne Syria, and this is Pixel. Let's take a deeper look at earthquakes, what causes them, why some regions are more vulnerable, and how you can protect yourself if one strikes. We can start with the basics. The Earth's surface might feel stable, but it's actually made up of enormous slabs of rock called tectonic plates. These plates are always shifting, slowly, sometimes just a few centimeters a year. But when they collide, grind past each other, or get stuck, trouble brews. That friction builds up pressure over time. And eventually, the pressure becomes too much and something has to give. When it does, the energy is released in what we call an earthquake. Now, the depth of an earthquake matters a lot. Shallow earthquakes like the one in Myanmar are often far more destructive because the energy has less distance to travel to the surface. This particular quake struck near the Sagang Fault, one of the most active seismic zones in the region. It happened close to Earth's surface, amplifying the shaking. In Naypyidaw, rescue crews raced against time, searching for survivors buried beneath the rubble. In Bangkok, over 800 miles away, high-rise buildings swayed, construction cranes toppled, and traffic came to a halt. Early estimates suggest more than 800,000 people felt the strongest shaking. And whenever such a major earthquake strikes with this extent of damage and death toll, people ask, can we predict them? The short answer, no. Despite decades of research, scientists still can't pinpoint when an earthquake will happen. What they can do is identify risk zones, areas near active fault lines where earthquakes are likely to happen. Some of the most well-known ones include the San Andreas Fault in California. That's one of the most studied fault lines in the world. The Pacific Ring of Fire, a massive zone stretching around the Pacific Ocean, covering countries like Japan, Indonesia, Chile, and the west coast of the Americas. The Himalayan Belt, where the Indian and Eurasian plates collide, affecting countries like Nepal and northern India. These are closely monitored, but again, even in these hotspots, timing remains unpredictable. What scientists can forecast are aftershocks, smaller tremors that follow the main event caused by the Earth adjusting to its new position. In Myanmar's case, aftershocks could continue for months, and some may be strong enough to cause more damage or panic. So if we can't predict earthquakes, at least there are some guidelines to follow if you find yourself in one. If you're indoors, drop to the ground immediately, find cover under something sturdy like a desk or a table, hold on until the shaking stops. Stay away from windows and glass. Don't use elevators. And once the shaking ends, be cautious. Gas leaks, fires, and falling debris are common risks after a quake. If you're outside, move to an open area, away from buildings, trees, and power lines. In some places, earthquakes can even trigger tsunamis, landslides, or fires. So staying aware of your environment is crucial. Countries like Japan and California have strict building codes and early warning systems designed to reduce casualties. But in many parts of the world, like rural areas in Myanmar, infrastructure simply isn't built to withstand such powerful shocks. That's when the death toll climbs. While we may not be able to predict earthquakes, understanding the science, knowing the risks, and preparing for the worst can save lives. I'm Joanne Syria. See you next time on Pixel from Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Rio de Janeiro. It's a chill, fuss-free Southern American city where anything and everything goes. You'll get a taste of the old and the new, fast and slow, and the luxurious and the modest. It is called Cidade Marvelosa to its local inhabitants. It is also known as a super city, with practically more than 14 million people residing in it. It is a city of history, culture, and tradition, as well as hip, flair, and style. The city is known for its picturesque views. The jaw-dropping beauty of the landscape is all thanks to the Atlantic Mountains nearby, with flourishing rainforests. These mountains actually play a big role in the city's population. It makes up most of the area in the south. Relaxed and carefree, tourists get to go on peaceful nature trips, where they can make the most out of the postcard-worthy views. Meanwhile, the north area is slowly getting crowded, with sprawling suburbs rapidly taking over. And the west is quite busy too, with huge malls being built alongside highways and multi-lane roads. But the cool, carefree vibe remains thanks to the beaches nearby. And Rio's golden beaches are a marvel too. But the things to do in the city are endless, no matter the weather, because the city is teeming with infectious cheer and creativity that's definitely attractive for tourists. There's the famous Copacabana, which has everything for you. Like the locals, walk by the beachside in the early morning and sneak in some exercise, or perhaps play some football, enjoy the sunset, or dance to the samba music that's sure to be playing nearby. Then visit the Copacabana shopping district. Take a commute to the town's known historic center, to the city's stunning architecture and structures that won't fail to amaze you. The buildings are known to be influenced by a blend of historic Portuguese colonial architecture. It blends well into Rio's modern city lifestyle and the famous Brazilian atmosphere. Finally, cap off the day with an unforgettable sunset experience. In the early evening, get back near the beach to watch the sun set. Rio is truly a city that's sought after for its tropical weather and laid-back charm, which never fails to lure travelers who decide to stop by. Amsterdam. Trust us, there are many reasons to see Amsterdam other than the things the city is notoriously known for. A few walks into Amsterdam and you'll certainly fall in love with it. The Dutch city is unique and amazing, and there's definitely so much to do. First, You can just enjoy the weather, take in the magnificent views, and ride a bike around the city. You can easily rent one. There are so many bikes, hundreds and thousands on the streets. It's definitely a great way to see the city, enjoy the scenery, and mingle with the locals. You must also visit the Dam Square for a dose of the city's history. You can check out the Royal Palace, the Nieuwe Kerk or New Church, and the National Monument. Aside from seeing the sights, you can also shop or try the local delicacies. One of Amsterdam's specialties are its waffles. These sweet treats are excessively popular. Their famous Stroop waffle is made from 2 thin layers of grilled waffles stuck together with syrup. You can eat it however you like, with more sweets or fruits, such as strawberries. You'll also love Amsterdam for its local beer. It's a must for those who love beer. After all, the city is considered home of Heineken International Headquarters. Not much of a beer drinker? No problem, as there are many cafes you'll surely stroll by. What's best about these cafes are their seats that face the streets, the perfect way to people watch. Aside from that, there's also the Fashion and Museum District. Notable museums are the Rich Museum, the Van Gogh Museum, and the Stedelijk. Definitely not to be missed. The city is also a place to shop high-end luxury brands. Amsterdam is also known for its great shopping malls, housed in historic buildings such as an old post office. The buildings are of great design and are luxurious sights to see. Inside it are the top-tiered brands for both men and women, beauty finds, and more. Indeed, the city's got everything you'll need. Budapest. Many would consider Budapest a favorite city in Europe. It boasts of great architecture comparable to none, and lets us in on its sophisticated scene that's impossible for any other city to imitate. Here are some things you'll appreciate about Budapest. A visit to the city's thermal baths is a must. Try soaking in the Széchenyi baths, although of course there are countless other baths to choose from. A cruise via the Danube River is another thing you must do in Budapest. Nighttime is the best time to try this. There are special cruises being offered as ways to maximize your scenic trip along the river. For one, you can have a buffet-style dinner cruise while on board. Definitely a feast for the eyes, but may become an educational tour for you too. One of the greatest bridges in the world is Budapest's Chain Bridge. It's the best place in the city for romantic evening strolls. It has a well-known story behind it too. The architect who had created it was greatly proud of his work that he challenged anyone to find fault in the bridge. It was soon discovered that the lions that stand guard at the opposite ends are missing their tongues, and his genius work remains forever. Budapest is also known for its great undergrounds. The labyrinth of Buda Castle is one of the 7 wonders of the underground world. The place has also got many stories to tell, having closed down in 2011, but has already reopened. There are also many cave systems along Budapest to tour, for both a learning and travel experience. There are also wine cellars in the city. which are part of the vast labyrinth system winding beneath Buddha Castle. The cellars vary, but are all suitable for wine tasting. It's an experience to learn more about their wine culture, for both learning and travel experience. For shopping, there's the Central Market Hall. Here you'll find the typical Hungarian products. You'll find everything there, from the world-famous sausages, paprika, to their wines. Fresh vegetables are also among the great buys in the market. You'll also find great souvenirs to buy there, such as wares and traditional Hungarian embroidery. Cape Town. See what nature and culture have to offer in Cape Town. Cape Town is the second largest city in South Africa and the southernmost city of the African continent. It is home to the famous Cape of Good Hope, where you'll get a thrilling glimpse of where the Atlantic meets the Indian Ocean. The city is also known for the Castle of Good Hope, with its extensive William Fair collection of art and military memorabilia. Another iconic destination is the Robben Island, which offers visitors a first-hand experience of the imprisoned history of leaders like Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu. The prison not only holds important historic significance, it also allows for a beautiful half-day ferry ride across the sparkling waters of South Africa. Over 20 million tourists also visit the Victoria and Alfred waterfront each year. It is known as the city's working harbor, where you can have plenty to do in terms of dining, shopping, and sightseeing. One of the 7 magnificent botanical gardens of the world, you should also have a look at the luscious and rare flora of Cape Town at the Kurtenbosch Botanical Gardens. You'll definitely come across impressive rows of rare African plants. It's a great place for botanical education. There are also a lot of marine life to see in the city. Cape Town offers a rare and up-close glimpse of these underwater animals while in their natural habitat. Table Mountain is the greatest and most popular landmark of Cape Town. It's one of the famous places in the city that features an incredibly unique and varied ecosystem. It's also suitable for leisurely walks or morning jogs, and great for hiking up to the summit. You can enjoy a hearty meal while at it, or simply take in the magnificent view. There are also many vineyards worth visiting in Cape Town. Along the endless stretch of hills and valleys are the vineyards that make the best wines in the world. Heavy with local culture are the colorful streets of Bo-Kaap. It is popular among the visitors of Cape Town, offering a lively glimpse into the culture of the Muslim descendants who created these enchanting streets. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
gates are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Of the movie is like these guys, they're not special. They're not as special as like Captain America or Thor. They don't have those abilities. They don't have, you know, the moral compass that they do. So finding those things is what was special about the movie and special about playing the character, radiating those things that make them special. Really fun to do, and I think we achieved it. So, but yeah, that's what makes it special, is how not special we are.
A great day. It's electric here. It's like finally here. It's honestly, I feel so proud of what we've done, and it's just amazing that the day has finally come. It's kind of surreal. What's so special about my character? She can disappear and come back again. She phases. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. She also has a really cool new suit. Her suit in this is pretty epic. I think it's amazing. It lights up and everything. Her personality is very, 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 very dry, very cold. She doesn't play well with others. She's very much a lone wolf. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how that happens in this movie.
There's a lot of stunts, different kind of stunts that I'm used to doing. You know, I did a lot of stunts on Top Gun, but that was a lot of flight-based stunts, and so this was very physical. And that was really hard, but it was also really gratifying to work on not just like how you look, but how you're going to be able to actually do these stunts over and over and over and over again. So the actor, you just better be up to speed, otherwise you're going to fall behind and you're going to mess the whole thing up.
We tried to make a movie about, you know, an internal struggle that I think everyone deals with at some point or other in their lives, and I hope that along with all the fun and the action that goes with it, if that connects with people, that would make me very happy.
Being in a limo in the Utah desert was just so funny. We're all in the thickest and the hottest super suits ever. We're in the desert in a limo that does not have air conditioning, and we're in it for 20 minutes at a time shooting a scene where none of us can hear each other. It was hysterical, and we all went crazy that day. Kind of like how I jumped off the building with the delicate leg. It's pretty nerve-wracking. I fought so hard to do that stunt. I was emailing heads of companies and productions like every week, basically being like, if we do this, it will mean this, 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 and this. And I'm grateful that I was allowed to do it, but it's still kind of wild that I was allowed to do it. I mean, we broke three records. Heidi Moneymaker was the stunt coordinator who did the stunt, the first female stunt coordinator to do a stunt that high. My stunt double, first stuntie to do a stunt that high. I was the first actress to do a stunt. Like, we did it all.
Let's talk facts. The Avengers are not coming. Who will keep the American people safe?
There's some big threat out there, and you are gonna help me stop it.
Wait, us?
Yeah, you.
Jake, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very well, thank you so much. Congratulations on this film. These characters are an endeavor. They're endearing and crazy at the same time. They must be a joy to play with.
Yeah, I mean, more than anything, I mean, these actors, can you believe it? I mean, they're just so impressive. It really makes it easy to build team dynamics and get into that depth because they have so much to give.
Everyone here has done bad things. You can't escape the past.
So you can do something about it now, or live with it forever.
What do you feel was their main source of inspiration, them as actors, and obviously for you at the helm of it? Was it the comics? Was it the fan expectations? Was it what Thunderbolts mean?
I think when you have actors like this, I think, you know, they want to be given material worthy of their talents. And we really just tried to think about like what a story would be that would be fun and obviously function as a summer blockbuster and give you all the things that you expect from a Marvel movie, but also some things that you don't expect. And some real kind of internal character beats and really struggling with things that feel, you know, more relatable in a human context. Like that was always the kind of excitement about getting to have a cast like this.
You thought you were going to be some great saviors? You can't even save yourselves.
We can't do this. No one here is a hero.
Yeah, no, absolutely. When you have actors of that caliber, do you let them give more essence to the characters, or they have to stick to a script, or it is a collaborative effort?
It's absolutely collaborative. Yeah, we had 2 weeks of rehearsal before we started, and you know that rehearsal was really less about putting scenes on their feet and here's how we're going to do the beats, and much more just about conversations and going through each of the scenes, really making sure that we're all on the same page. And you know, I think with actors like this, of this caliber, if they tell you that there's a beat that they don't understand or that they don't think feels honest to the trajectory the character is on, like, you really should listen to that. Because they, you know, obviously you're trying to create a story from a overall perspective and you need it to go certain places, but they really ground you in that core character perspective. And the script improves so much in those last few weeks through those conversations and really making it more and more their own.
When I look at you, I don't see your mistakes. That's why we need each other.
Okay, that was really good.
We are the Thunderbolts!
Can't call ourselves that.
God, thank you.
I assume they worked together as a real ensemble, as in they hung out together, they discussed it together, they lived it together, right? It seems like those kinds of people.
Yeah, no, it was so much fun on set. Like, people hung out and, you know, different actors know each other from different, you know, projects that they've been on, both in the MCU and out of the MCU. But the camaraderie and the chemistry really formed very, very quickly with them. It was great.
This has makings of team that can rise to glory.
It is always important to keep the real ratio between the characters, the real life sets, and visual effects. So, how important was that for you on this one, and what did you focus on the most?
In every aspect, we always just tried to do as much kind of practically as possible. And in the end, look, there's a lot of beautiful visual effects in the film, but made better by being paired with real sets and, you know, shooting as much in camera as you possibly can. And I think from a design perspective, we tried to scale down the sets to a level that we could just build all of. And these were massive, massive sets, but that's because we weren't relying on oh, we're just going to build this corner and then we'll extend the rest of it in CG. So that way, when you're watching an emotional scene, you're not focusing on the edging from the green screen on the background of their heads. There's nothing to really take you out of it. Like, they're in those places. And for them too, like, they're stuck in that vault and it's dark and, you know, it's oppressive and it feels the way it would feel for those characters. So I think, you know, everything goes with everything else like that. The performance informs the design informs the performance, and all of it adds up to something that hopefully feels more tactile.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it. Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
Thanks so much. Yes, you too.
This team can be the heroes on the Wheaties box. With a little giddy toy.
I'm sure you guys are having fun doing this together. Hello.
Yeah, we are.
I can imagine. Well, it feels like it was also the vibe of the film. I mean, this was a real ensemble of the we're always hanging out together kind.
I mean, sort of. It wasn't like we were like living in the same house, you know. Like, but we did have a couple of fun pool parties and stuff. But everybody had their own lives. You know, we're adults. Have kids. It would be weird to, you know, have sleepovers.
No spring breaks.
Yeah.
We played games as well.
Yeah. It was just fun. It was, you know, sometimes you have to like force it. You know, and like we just did it. And that's what I can say is like there was no forced anything. Everyone just really got along and had fun. But we weren't like playing Twister on the back.
God only knows the blood on your hands.
Pretty ludicrous coming from the dime store Captain America.
I'll have you know I was actually the official Captain America, so.
Yeah, for like 2 seconds.
Hannah, were you amongst the three the one that had the most physical action scenes, or it's just what I saw?
Oh, great. I mean, she's physical. She's definitely, I mean, we all had... I don't think, and I think, I mean, all of our action sequences are amazing. I mean, your high kick is insane at the beginning. That was incredible. I was so impressed by you. But no, definitely Ghost, I mean, me, like, as an actor, like, the suit was, I mean, it looks insane. It looks amazing. I'm so happy and, like, proud of that suit. But it was a tough cookie to really kind of bake in and marinate in. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Oh no.
Who are you?
I'm Bob.
Who sent you, Bob?
Nobody. You were all sent?
Obviously, some of you already had the story with the characters. Others know the backstory of their characters. So how do you deal with that, with staying ahead of the audience and not divulging too much?
It sets a new tone. It did feel like it wasn't like everyone sat down and kind of had to readjust what their expectations were and then kind of surrender themselves to what they were witnessing, and that was kind of cool to feel energetically in the room.
Yeah, there was a lot of double looks after the premiere. It was like, good movie.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, like they didn't quite know how to put it into words, but it was like that was really good, and it, I think makes them think on the way home like more about you know, things in their life than normally they would probably be thinking about on the way home from a Avengers movie or MCU movie or whatever, you know.
What has been the best fan reaction at the premiere so far?
I saw
that for me. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just saw a guy who was dressed fully as Bob in the scrubs that had been shot off.
You're like, how did you?
I was like, how did you?
Oh, it was in the trailer. Yeah.
It was in the trailer, but it was. He said Sentry was his favorite character of all time.
Really?
I would question if he was lying to me.
My favorite reaction was when, in the audience, when they applauded in a certain moment in the movie where we actually choose to do something good. And everyone, it was a thunderbolt moment, and it was like, yeah, you go, Glen Coco moment. You know, like it was like I felt very proud of us.
Thanks so much, you guys.
Thank you. Thanks. On that note.
How crazy is it to think of all the monumental fights that happened exactly here where you're standing? Look at you. You are all so adorable. Let's talk facts. The Avengers are not coming. Who will keep the American people safe?
Hello, Geraldine and Julia. Hope you're well.
Thank you. I hope you're well, too.
How much fun did you have starting with you, Julia, with the delectable Val?
I had a delicious time. I had a lot of material to sink my teeth into in this particular film, and it was a real treat to play someone who is so power-driven and power-hungry and somewhat insatiable when it comes to power.
How did you work on the dynamic of the two of them, Geraldine and Julia?
I think it was just like it came organically for us.
Yeah.
And you know, I think we just we all know this dynamic, I think, very well. I've you know, worked for people before, and so I think it just sort of we got to dig into that.
Improvisation is allowed in these things. We're talking about characters that, you know, readers know and then viewers know and then people talk about. But, you know, when you're Julia and you want to put your own flavor to her.
You know, there's a little bit of improvisation, but there isn't tons. It's very script driven and understandably so. And the strength of improvising can help you even within a script. So it's a skill set that's always in use, in fact.
Look at you. You are all so adorable. Just think, I send you down there to kill each other, and instead you make nice and you form a team. Who is this old Santa?
I'm Alexei Shostakov, the Red Guardian.
What?
And how important is humor in all this? Because, you know, these are action movies and dark characters, but, you know, the comic relief, I feel, is important.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that that's what keeps us entertained. And I think that, you know, there's, you know, really kind of nuanced, darker moments, but also really like funny and silly moments as well.
Alexei, have you slept?
I'll sleep when I'm dead. I'd like not to die today, so maybe somebody else should be driving.
It's always great to talk to the fans in premieres like that. So do they surprise you? Do you get surprised about, you know, how well they know things or how much?
Yes, I am in awe of the expansive universe of fans for this world. I just cannot get over it. Actually, I find it very moving that it's I mean, people are really invested in the stories and in the characters. I think that's fantastic.
How was the premiere last night?
It was a blast. We're a little tired.
Yeah, we're exhausted, but it was a total gas.
Well, thank you. My time is up. It's lovely to talk to you, ladies. Have a lovely day.
You too.
You too.
Thank you.
I click leave on porch. Your subordinates will be reported to DoorDash HQ.
Alexei, it's me. Open up.
Milena?
Elena! Hi, Dad.
Hey.
Hi.
Hello, guys. Good. It must be fun for you to do the interviews together.
Yeah.
A little bit of catch up. But let's talk about those characters. They have so much story with you and so much backstory themselves. So is it a joy to take them on again?
Oh, yeah. They're such large characters. They're so big and they're so broad. And they are so flawed. And it's such a wonderful thing to be able to come back into this world and also have something to work with, to have pain to work with, to have history to work with, to have relationships that they're figuring out how they work this dynamic. It's a really enjoyable. It was a really enjoyable script to wrestle with when I initially got it.
And one of the interesting developments has been that, like, you know, last time we saw them, Natasha was in the picture, and now she isn't, and that's a big change in terms of the dynamic, the kind of father-daughter dynamics of his expectations of her, or his feelings about her, or his. It's just very, it changes things a lot, and they really went there and really let us play with that stuff.
Because it's so dark and they're such deconstructed people, how important is it to have a little bit of humor here and there?
I mean, it's crucial. You can't make these movies without humor, because otherwise it would be terrifying. It would be so scary for so long.
Yeah, and also, I mean, fundamentally, there's a little bit of a silly. I've always felt this about superhero costumes. It's like, you know, it's a bit like wearing drag or something. Like, it's like you have to acknowledge the form in a sense. It's like it's wacky. This world has a wackiness to it, and unless you're playing a little bit of that heightenedness, I think it can get a little. It can be even more silly.
Although Batman did it.
Don't they make?
Well, Dark Knight Rises, they don't have any. I mean, it's a proper movie.
I guess you're
right.
It's
like a serious, scary movie.
I guess you're right. I'm gonna rethink it. Actually, let's get back in the edit room. Some horns on these helmets.
Florence, how much is being strong like her and agile like her a way to kind of immerse into who she is?
She is strong. She is agile. She's very able. How is it being her? It's unbelievable. You know, when you start prepping for these movies, you are given all of the love by stunties, by props masters, people that want to give you their knowledge so that you can feel as prepared as possible. And it is just such a privilege to finally walk onto set and feel prepared, both in your body, both feeling like fit and healthy and have knowledge, so much knowledge about things that I would never have had before had I not played this character. And you honestly just get to work with some of the most incredible stunt masters, and then you go, oh, I know how to butterfly knife now. I guess that's a new skill. So yeah, when you step into these roles, so much work has gone into them, and you really feel proud of what you're putting in. You feel proud of the stunts that you're able to do. You feel proud of your stuntie. You just feel like you've got support, and that's the most wonderful thing that Marvel give you, is this this wave of support that is never ending.
3, 2, 1, go!
So much fun.
David, the first scene where we see them together, it could have easily been improvised by you completely. So how much leeway do you have? Or you have to stick to the script?
You improvised the whole script?
That was just me. No, I mean, we do play around a lot.
Yeah.
I think they, you know, we worked on it a lot beforehand
Yeah.
too, though. Like, we spent a lot of time developing the script when it came to us, and a lot of that input from Florence, from me, in terms of what, you know. So on the day, they do let us play around, and we had some fun. But it's a pretty, you know, it's tighter than you'd think, actually, in terms of like what we want to say and what wants to come across.
Thank you so much. My time is up. It's lovely.
Thank you.
Hey guys, have a lovely time. I'll see you in there. Go Thunderbolts!
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. US President Donald Trump is accused of ambushing South African President Cyril Ramaphosa during a White House meeting. The Gaza Health Ministry and local hospitals say at least 82 people were killed in Israeli airstrikes overnight, as the UN says aid still hasn't reached civilians. The EU lifts economic sanctions on Syria to help the war-torn country rebuild. Now, US President Donald Trump has been hosting South African President Cyril Ramaphosa at the White House today. Relations between the two countries have been at an all-time low. During the meeting, Trump accused the country of allowing a genocide against white farmers and asked White House staff to dim the lights as videos relating to alleged genocide were shown. Take a look.
A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act.
And these are people that are officials, and they're saying that kill the white farmer and take their lands. Death of people. Death, death, death.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dr. Eli El-Hindi, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates, and Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kiruz is also here with me. Thank you both so much for joining me this evening, both to have you on set with me. What a pleasure. We just saw Donald Trump there, and he played that video to Cyril Ramaphosa, obviously saying, dim the lights. What did you make of the talks between the two leaders, and did you feel this was an ambush?
First, we need to see that this is becoming a trend for Trump. This is becoming his style, to have heads of states there and then really go at them and embarrass them in front of the media. And it's becoming more and more prepared. So now we've seen he has the video, he has the articles and so on. So it's becoming a bit too much, definitely. But on the other hand, if we know it's going to happen, how can we call it an ambush? President Cyril should have been prepared, like every president who goes to the White House. They should have expected this, and they should have, adopted different ways of speaking and of addressing the issues. He definitely tried to say, okay, this is an issue that we will discuss. We recognize that there's an issue, but we also see that you are misinformed on some issues. He tried to clarify, but still it was not enough. And the discussion went in all different directions. It didn't really give enough space for the South African president to express himself and to explain the situation properly.
It's an absolutely stunning new episode of what's happening in the Oval Office, to a certain extent that we think that we should reconsider the name of the Oval Office. It should be rebranded as the lynching office. It has been happening quite a few times. At the same time, I would say there is an obvious maybe elephant in the room. The narrative that came from Trump seems to be a little bit close to what Trump's friend has been advocating, Elon Musk, who was there. At the same time, in retrospect, when we see that the White House is enjoying this kind of set, so in retrospect, we are now more sure that what happened with Zelensky more than a month and a half ago was also a setup. And I would also suspect that some of these head of states now, they have like a secret thing between them. What if, who will go there and will come out with the minimal damage? Unfortunately for the president of South Africa, it wasn't a very good day. And Trump wasn't at all empathetic with him or, connecting with him in any way.
And when Cyril Ramaphosa actually arrived in Washington today to go to the White House, he said that he really wanted trade and tariffs to be on the top of the agenda. And, of course, US aid, which has been cut, and that didn't get there. But on that video that Donald Trump played, it was actually a video of Julius Malema, who is chanting "Kill the Boer," which means kill the whites. And he is the leader of the EFF party in South Africa. Now, this party is well known for this rhetoric, but this is something that Ramaphosa did try to clarify, and Donald Trump hit back at that clarification. And as you say, Elon Musk is in the mix here too. But I wonder where we go from here when it comes to South Africa, because a lot of the problem with South Africa is crime is unprecedented. And I think everyone in the Oval Office today agreed with that. There's corruption. And right now, South Africa needs investment. And Cyril Ramaphosa said this. So is he going to go to the White House and get what he wants?
I think maybe Ellie can talk more about the politics, but South Africa has been consistently on the other side compared to the United States of America for the last many years now. When it comes to the problem with Russia, they haven't been aligned. When it comes to the problem in Gaza, they haven't been aligned. When it comes to the G20 politics, they haven't been aligned. So he could not expect Trump to be completely friendly. Now, at the same time, South Africa is a very inspiring country for the world. Maybe not for the current generation as much as it was for the last 30 years. Unfortunately, South Africa did not live up to the dream we all had in 1994 when the fall of the apartheid brought so much, positivity to this world. Having said this, and I go to South Africa a lot, it's a country that is much more appeased in real life. I mean, of course, the biggest problem is corruption and crime. We all know this. But it's a country that somehow many in this country still believe in the idea of the Rainbow Nation.
There's definitely, I think, some residues from the apartheid regime. There are some issues that need to be addressed, notably the issue of land ownership, redistribution of wealth, and so on. Also some, racial anger or racial divisions that are still maybe there and visible, especially when we have a party like the EFF that you mentioned, still gather a lot of votes and a lot of support and is one of the big parties in the parliament. So there's definitely an issue. And we saw one of the members of the South African team who was in the White House, who is also, it seems, a friend of Trump and who lives regularly in the US. Sorry, I forgot the name. But he mentioned that it's been 35 years since the transition. And we still didn't see the change that we hoped we would like to see. So definitely there are some things that need to be addressed. But on the other hand, that video that Trump showed about, thousands of white crosses and people paying homage, I'm not even sure if that's from South Africa. I doubt it is. And I think it's going to be a big scandal when we realize the video was not from South Africa. So Trump is taking things in his own way, in his, between brackets, unprofessional or not politically correct way. And he's pushing for things where I guess the South Africans and the world knows that we do have a problem and we need to address it, but not in this way and not at the expense of other major issues and concerns that need to be discussed.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just mentioned there the person who was talking about the 35 years of the ANC and the government needs changes, Ernie Els. He's a famous South African golfer. He's a long-time friend of Donald Trump. And I thought it was interesting that Cyril Ramaphosa took Ernie Els, the famous South African golfer, and Retief Goosen, who's another famous South African golfer, with him, because maybe he probably knew in the back of his mind this could get tense.
So he prepared. I mean, Eli was saying maybe they should come more prepared.
Yeah,
apparently
but it didn't do him
not
good
enough.
Not enough. But another thing that is concerning is, I think, for South Africa is trade and tariffs, because the US is so important to them.
And technology. They focused on it more than one time.
Yes, absolutely. And they spoke about the need for Starlink and how that can bring technology to South Africa, much needed technology in the country. And I just wonder now, do you think that there's still a relationship there between the US and between South Africa, and Donald Trump will help them move forward as they wish to and invest?
I don't think there's anything that goes for free in Trump's US. He's going to see what is the benefit that the US is going to gain from that relationship, and based on that decide how to approach South Africa. He has even done that with the UK, with the closest allies, with Canada, let alone South Africa. So he's going to be very meticulous. He's going to put some conditions. And if he keeps having Elon Musk on his ear whispering about that specific issue, he's going to put that at the forefront, maybe again at the expense of key cooperation that could have happened.
At the same time, as a testimony of my personal experience in South Africa, despite, of course, it's one of the most beautiful places in the world.
Indeed.
And despite the fact that they have the best food, the best meat, the best wine, and the best scenery, it is also a country that has paved the way forward for Africa. Let's not forget that the biggest chunk of population growth in the world is happening in Africa. Let's not forget that all the major issues of the world will be happening in Africa, from terrorism to fighting diseases. This is at the forefront of the future. And South Africa is the key of the whole of Africa. Despite that, Donald Trump doesn't seem to be very personally connected to the importance of this country. And when he was asked if he will go to join the G20 summit in South Africa, he said, G20 is not important without America. So obviously, wherever the positioning of South Africa is, it's not very relevant to Donald Trump. And there is a chunk of what he was saying that was addressed to a local audience, so inclined to the right narrative.
So I've got a confession. I'm obviously from Africa. I am from Zimbabwe, but I have a South African mother. And I reflected on the story today as I remember the day Nelson Mandela got into power, and I remember at school I saw watching the change of the South African flag and it becoming the Rainbow Nation. Yes. And then I remember in 1995 South Africa won the Rugby World Cup, and even Ernie Els brought that up. He said Mandela united us through sport.
1995, yeah, it was a big moment. It's one of the unifying moments.
And they hosted also
the World Cup 2010.
Yeah, so Africa has always got a lot of hope. So let's see where we go from here. But really interesting conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's move on to another discussion now. The Gaza Health Ministry and local hospitals say at least 82 people, including women and a newborn, were killed in Gaza during Israeli airstrikes overnight. The strikes come as Israel's war on Hamas continues, despite mounting international concern over the scale of the offensive. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel has the right to defend itself. Israel began allowing dozens of humanitarian aid trucks into Gaza yesterday, but aid groups say it still hasn't reached Palestinians in desperate need. Earlier, I spoke to the journalist Mohammed Thabet in Gaza. He told me what things were really like on the ground.
Well, the situation in Gaza is extremely difficult. As we know, for the past 80 days, no aid have entered for the UN humanitarian organization, nor to the private sector. As recent reports by the UNICEF stated that we have 71,000 cases of malnutrition amongst children, 14,000 of whom might face death in the near future without intervention, as well as 300 cases of miscarriage by pregnant women.
So, Wissam, we've actually been hearing from Benjamin Netanyahu in the last couple of hours. What did he have to say?
We are yet to hear anything new in what he's saying, but he repeated what he has been saying for the last days. He says that all of Gaza will ultimately be under the Israeli control. He said that if there is any chance for a ceasefire, Israel is ready. So apparently he still considers that there is nothing serious in it, despite all what's happening in Doha and anywhere else. And he insists that all of the Gaza Strip will be under security control of Israel. And a lot of those who are opponents to what he says, they still see in his back mind a clear idea about the possibility of making this idea of taking out, transferring the population of Gaza outside. But what's most striking in all the testimonies is that it's not about death or killing or injuries for civilian people. The misery in Gaza is beyond death. The misery is an open air, unseen before land of misery. And I don't think that the world is allowed or can yet or still accept this to happen. I think the Israeli government policies are hitting to the limits of what the world can accept. Despite all the sympathy after October the 7th, they have reached a very critical limit of what the world can accept.
Indeed, I think what is happening is beyond comprehension. We are not seeing the full picture. The world is not seeing the full picture. We just heard from the journalists, just to put things a bit into perspective, we are talking about 14,000 infants under 2 years old who are in risk of dying within few days if the aid do not come in. And this is what made even Netanyahu a couple of days ago say we're reaching almost the red lines in Gaza. That's why we will allow some aid in. And he even allowed these few trucks without the meeting of the cabinet because he knows that in his cabinet he has even more extremist right-wing people who will refuse allowing the aid to go in. But speaking about aid, we're speaking about 93 trucks that have, that's the Israeli number, that have the permit to go in. The actual number estimated by humanitarian organization is the minimum of 1,000 just to reach the basic minimum. And we have to keep in mind that we have 9,000 trucks on the Egyptian side of the border that has been there for more than a month. None of them has been allowed in. And this food eventually is going to expire. This medicine eventually is going to expire. I think we have a bigger problem also because you said in your introduction that we're not sure where the aid is reaching and how much is it reaching. So these trucks were sent in. But organizations like the World Food Programme, which is one of the very, very few remaining active in Gaza, are saying, where are we going to take these? How are we going to distribute them? Are you going to ensure safe passage of the food to, you know, the infrastructure that they have inside Gaza? Do we have the people to distribute? Do we have the order to distribute, the people in order and the proper distribution so the food would reach the
logistics?
The logistics. So practically we're speaking about even if the trucks go in, we don't have the infrastructure and the logistics to distribute them to the right people at the right time, to those who need them most. It's a really catastrophic situation, and I think we are seeing a significant change in the opinion of countries, and even in the US, as we saw the leak in Washington Post yesterday, something is changing. Would it be enough to force Netanyahu to change, and will it be early enough to save more lives, the lives that are at threat?
You know, Dr. Ellie, you brought up a really good point there, and Wissam, I wonder if we could talk about this a little bit more. So we saw the UK and Canada and France, and I think it was France, am I right?
Yes.
From memory. And they've all condemned Israel. They've signed this letter, you know, it's been a joint statement. Then we saw the UK yesterday saying, OK, no more trade talks with Israel until aid is let in. But is it just all talking? It's like nothing concrete's actually really happened from Israeli allies.
Well, first, of course, the priority, the utmost priority should be for the humanitarian situation in Gaza. But at the same time, after the 7th of October, there was some kind of untold consensus amongst ultra-wing Israelis, is that it's now maybe a very reasonable and legitimate time to say that a Palestinian statehood is not the best thing, and it is a gift for the terrorism. This is what they were saying. But now that the misery in Gaza has reached unspoken levels, you have countries like, you know, very, allies with Israel. The UK, Canada is a big ally of Israel.
Sure.
And France, who is now preparing with the Americans for a special summit on the statehood issue. Those people, they say, the three major countries, they are saying that we are going to recognize a Palestinian state. And this is definitely a game changer. And this is upsetting Israel or the Israeli government very much. But what is even more worrying for Benjamin Netanyahu is a very clear shift in the American tone. And this is what Dr. Ali was hinting to. When we have clear signal from America, from Donald Trump, to the Israelis to say that enough is enough. It is a big change. They haven't really heard this a lot from the Americans. And to put this in the context of what Trump brought into this region and what he took from this region at his Gulf tour, I think Donald Trump is bringing into the relation with Israel for the first time an element of interest, because the relation between America and Israel was the only relation that was beyond direct interest. Now, Donald Trump is saying now there is an element of interest, our American interest, even with Israel. The same happened with British, with Canadians, with NATO allies. So why not with Israel? And Israel is very worried about this because this is a real game changer.
Dr. Ellie, just a quick word on Hamas. Do you think Hamas are feeling the pressure? Do you think they're going to give up the hostages and relent a little bit because of what they're seeing happening in Gaza? They're obviously aware that people are starving, no medicines coming in.
Unfortunately, we know the kind of organization that Hamas is. This is an organization that does not care about the life of the people. We've even heard their own people, let alone others. And we've heard the leaders of Hamas, like the leaders of Hezbollah before, say, fine, 10,000 were killed, we'll make sure to produce
we'll make new babies. This is their mentality.
As simple as that. It was crazy. This is how much they care less about 10 or 20 or 50,000 people. In their idea, this is an ideological war that you can either win or die trying. They have no issue.
Yeah.
For me, as a person, any criteria of a leadership is the safety and quality of life of your people. The moment that I see my presence is getting more harm to my people than security or than safety or than well-being, I would drop my weapons, I would give up everything and maybe leave Gaza to give a chance for peace. They're still stuck on the idea that, no, we will not leave Gaza, no, we will not give up arms. and no matter what that cost will be. So I think the people of Gaza are stuck between two extremes, two harsh realities, between two monsters, if I may say.
And the absurdity of the Israeli violence on civilians who have nothing, really have nothing, is only equaled by the absurdity of Hamas keeping the hostages. Because keeping the hostages is also part of, giving Israel a reason to keep doing what it is doing. And at the same time, we have the feeling, like Eli was saying, that the leadership of Hamas, although they killed their military leader, but they don't seem to be under a lot of pressure. They are hidden somewhere under the ground. And at the same time, in their mentality, in anywhere in the world, weapons are there to protect the people. But in their mentality, and in this Axis mentality, it's the people who are there to protect the weapon. And this is, this is too bad. And we are hearing a lot from the Palestinians themselves about refusing that this continues. Because we know Hamas has no future in Gaza. They have no future in the political coming state, if it will ever come. So they have to fight till the end. They have no other choice.
But like you do say, it's the people, Dr. Eli, who are stuck in the middle of it. But thank you so much.
Meanwhile, just an anecdote, a fact actually, that Israel's soldiers shot at European diplomats visiting the West Bank just yesterday.
This has been condemned by Germany, and they are wanting to call for
they called in the ambassador, Germany, Portugal, and other diplomats who were there, and the soldiers simply shot at them. This is how much disregard they have to the international community, and I think this is going to come back to hurt them.
Yes, and there will be an investigation into that. I think that's what a lot of the countries are calling for. But Dr. Leigh Ann Gerrans, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And the European Union has lifted economic sanctions on Syria, aiming to support the country's reconstruction efforts after the fall of the Assad regime. The move comes after President Trump announced a similar US policy shift following his meeting with Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Shara, in Riyadh last week. Here's how the news was announced.
On Syria, ministers agreed to lift all economic sanctions while maintaining those related to Assad regime and human rights violations. This decision is reversible and conditional also on progress. There can be no peace without the path to economic recovery, and we all need a stable Syria. Is everything really ideal there? No, it is not. It's very clear, but I think we need to give the Syrian people a chance.
So, Dr. Eli, what do you make of this development following the decision by the US to lift sanctions against Syria?
It is a huge step forward. It is a huge gain for the new Syrian regime. However, I'm very happy to see that they used reversible and conditional, because I think this regime has been speaking all the right things and has been taking all the right steps. Not enough, not fast enough, and not well enough. So we actually need to make sure that the international community keeps engaging the Syrian new leadership in a way that keeps pushing it forward on all the right issues. They've been cooperative. We have to see how that works out. But they also need to take practical steps into some significant issues. We know that the US have put some conditions on that openness. The White House spokesperson detailed them in being getting control of the foreign fighter, or getting rid of the foreign fighters that were considered extremist terrorists, keep cooperating with the US on fighting ISIS, make sure Iran has no foothold in Syria and Syrians' land are not used as a foothold for Iran, and controlling the borders in the general sense. Now, the underlying untold condition is sitting on the table with Israel, or at least being open for talks with Israel. On all these issues, the Syrian regime have said yes. Now, in comparison, the EU has added one more condition, which is a proper political participation and respect for human rights. And I think this is always the EU has played that additional human aspect and human rights aspect, which is very needed in Syria today.
Lifting the sanctions is so essential in order to bring in the money and to allow Syrians to rebuild their countries.
Sure.
And if it happens in the best conditions, we are about to see one of the biggest projects of reconstruction in the world. We are about to see something that would cost anywhere between $250 billion and $500 billion. It's one of the greatest projects in the world. And in order for that to happen, we need stability and we need the money flowing. And in order for the money to be flowing, we need to lift the sanctions. Apparently, Donald Trump understood very quickly, and thanks to the relations with the Saudis and also to some kind of connections with Turkey, that this is the priority now, getting rid of the sanctions. Having said this, and on the four told conditions and the one untold condition, I would say that the very difficult one, the first one, is controlling the foreign fighters. Because as we speak now, Mr. Ahmad al-Shara, who is popular and who has support of a large chunk of his population and who has the sympathy of Donald Trump apparently, despite the fact that is still till this very moment considered he is on the list of wanted people, despite this fact, he has a very big problem. He is faced with a lot of those foreign fighters who might be a problem in the future. And if anyone will have to deal with this problem, it's Ahmad al-Shara. And the international community, they know that there is no other way forward other than putting all the efforts to give all the support for Ahmad al-Shara and his government.
Actually, earlier I spoke to economic and financial researcher Dr. Mahmoud Abdul Karim. He told me the first steps needed to improve Syria's economy. Take a listen.
What we need right now, okay, we need to just the sanction to be lifted on the, on the central bank itself, because without just having, the SWIFT active on the, on the network of the banking, there would be no money just entering into the financial system on the Syria, and that can just slow down the economic cycle, and that will not have any kind of, we're not going to witness any improvement, economic improvement on the ground.
Yes.
So that's the main reason. So the first action should be taken right now, lift the sanction on the SWIFT.
So, Wissam, exactly, basically what you were saying, lift the sanctions on SWIFT, and maybe that will also help Syria when it comes to the World Bank and to the IMF,
Definitely.
possibly giving them money, Dr. Eli.
And at this stage, we know that the general population, the majority of the Syrian people, simply want a proper livelihood. They want to reconstruct their houses, they want a proper economic cycle, they want to be able to afford to live properly and decently. And if you achieve that to them through the lifting of economic sanctions, then you have the time and luxury to deal with all the other, maybe more complex issues. But the question was, what comes first? And it seems that through MBS's intervention with Trump and through the reaction of the international community, they did accept to give al-Shara that pass and say, okay, we will help you with the economic sanctions, but you have then to deliver and focus on addressing all the other key issues.
And obviously, Syria hasn't held elections, and this is something that is going to have to happen in the future. So there's going to have to be some sort of political, I don't know, infrastructure in place for that to happen.
Well, I would say that for a lot of people, elections, democracy is not the utmost priority. This region, Syria, hasn't been seeing any democracy for the last 50 years, 60 years, 50 years. So the priority for people is security, safety, but also because it's also a multicultural, it's a diverse society. The priority is for every component of the society is to feel that they are part of this nation. So this democracy in this sense, not in the sense of, going to the polls and choosing, parties, whatever. At the same time, we have to acknowledge something very important, and this is acknowledged by the Europeans apparently and by the Americans. Syria is just too important. it is the one piece of land that holds this whole region together. It's the one piece of land that is linked to Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, Palestine, Iraq, Iran, and Turkey. And at the same time, if we need a new order in this region, it's happening mostly in the consolidation of stability in Syria. So this is why you are seeing all this international effort to be behind Ahmed al-Shara. And at the same time, the game changed when there was a regime change in Syria. Iran lost, and maybe America is more willing for a deal with Iranians now because Iran is simply weaker than any time before. And the Saudis are stronger than any time before. This is what has been said by Fareed Zakaria. So when Syria stopped being within the Iranian influence, the game changed. And it all happened after October 7th, after killing Hassan Nasrallah, and after the regime fall in Syria. So the world is consolidating on Syria because a new Middle Eastern order has to pass by Syria and has to pass by a new relationship with Syria. And if Syria is on the table with Israel, Lebanon is definitely on the table, and things will change.
However, on the note that you mentioned, the issue of democracy, the issue of... we've seen, again, some steps, but there are very far from perfect. So we've seen a constitutional declaration that is not really progressive and helpful, especially on the issue of participation, the identity of the state, the relationship with all the components. And then we've seen the supposed national dialogue, which was practically a joke. 2-3 days of people meeting in a hotel, and they said, this is the transitional justice, this is the national dialogue that we've done. Moreover, we've seen all his appointments in the ministries, in the key positions, in the army, have been from his close connections, not including any of the components of the Syrian population, not even including people and generals from the Free Syrian Army that started all the revolution in Syria. So are we actually giving a pass to someone who has the potential of being a different kind of dictator than the one that we just got rid of? This is where I think the issue is very critical, and this is why I said the EU sanctions being, you know, conditional and being reversible is very important to make sure we're on the right track.
And I think that's the big question, and that will play out. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And finally, Wissam and Ellie, you know, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories for the day, so you've done your homework. But I actually want to talk about something. You two have been friends since you were 15 years old.
Indeed.
Tell us a little bit about how this came to be.
Well, first, it's important to say it's the first time ever that we are together on air.
And I feel very privileged it's with me.
Thank you for
so
that
much.
opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, it's been a friendship since 1993. So,
1993, 1994.
A lifelong friendship and cooperation on so many different aspects. Our families are friends, our kids are friends, and this is a very cherished friendship. And here we are again in Dubai meeting, not in Lebanon, but it's a great pleasure.
We have had a great life together, a great childhood, a great teenage. We have had great dreams. I don't know if we envisioned ourselves to be in this time of our lives doing politics on air.
Speaking to me, yes.
But it looks not bad, huh?
We haven't had always the same political opinions, by the way.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that today we are aligned.
Aligned.
It's not good for TV.
Yeah. What's the worst thing Dr. Ellie's ever done? Naughtiest thing.
The naughtiest thing, he is very nice, but
he's very nice.
he took us once into 4 days of camping.
4 days of camping?
Yeah, and he never told us that the spot where we are camping has no coverage for phones or whatever. So we had to be disconnected from the world for 4 days, and we were not prepared for that.
Oh,
the good old days.
The good old days, Dr. Ellie, when you couldn't take your phone. And you, what's Wissam done? Worse than camping?
Oh, we cannot say it on air. No, but Wissam has always been sat charming person that
Yes.
knows how to get people around him.
Yes.
And that has got him in trouble sometimes. So let's not get into
not
details.
No. I know what charming people are like. But we're going to move on to the stories that you have chosen. And Wissam, you've chosen a story about the future of air travel, a standing-up only section.
Would you accept to go on a trip for a ticket that is not very expensive, but to stay standing up for 2 hours in an airplane?
I just saw the pictures there on air. It looks like a roller coaster ride, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it looks like
yeah.
something from a roller. Would I be prepared to stand up? Maybe if it was just for 2 hours, yes, but no longer than 2 hours.
Well, apparently this...
And not in heels.
Not in heels.
No, so I'd have to be in
It would-
comfy shoes.
Even in a roller coaster, you're actually sitting.
Oh,
yeah.
This one,
it
you're
is
standing.
kind of
you're
sitting.
hanging.
It's
Yeah.
sitting like it's hanging.
But
yeah,
what worries me is there's no TVs.
No, there's no
Or
TVs,
like
of course.
you're just sort of like...
That's the only
Hanging.
concern. That's the only concern. You're standing for 2 hours with takeoff and landing.
Yeah, and no TV. That's my only
The irony
concern.
is that this industry is catering for much more people now who want to travel and feel the freedom of moving at any cost. But in the same time, we are seeing an industry that is going in double speed.
Yeah.
So on one side, you have the airplanes cutting on expenses and making ideas to make more profit and shrink the cost for tickets and for the operation. On the other side, especially here in the Gulf region, you are going on more and more superlatives of doing better airlines, higher standards. And we see Emirates Airlines just made the biggest profit in their history. They made $6 to $7 billion, and they gave their employees 22 months of bonus.
Nice.
So that's amazing.
Whoa.
And we are hearing now in Saudi Arabia, they are launching their high-end carrier Riyadh Air with business class seats that you can hear music and without headphones. So you sit, you hear the music, but no one else does. Imagine, this is a new technology where you have this luxury.
I would rather go on that plane than
Yeah, me
stand
too.
up for 2 hours.
It's obvious.
Well, I think the key point is that, the business is flourishing and airlines are making good profits. So why do you need to squeeze people like that as a sardine box just to make a 20% increase in the capacity of the airplane? So I guess that will make more profit, but for companies who are making, and I think the suggestion was from Ryanair,
and others, yeah.
which is the third in the world in profits. They already make $2 billion of profit in 2024. So is it worth it? If it has market,
There is a
probably
case
it will
study,
be.
Eli, where one carrier made a profit of $2 million by only removing one olive from every food tray.
No way.
Yes. So you see, little things do change.
Every little helps, they say. But we're going to move on to another story. And this is your story, Dr. Ellie. And it's about a cat mule that was sneaking into a prison in Costa Rica.
Indeed. We saw the police capture a cat that was carrying 10 grams of heroin, 60 grams of heroin, and some 200 grams of marijuana. And they were strapped on the cat, and it was sent into the prison. Obviously, it knows where to go. We don't know how. I don't know how many times the cat has done the trip before.
It's so used to
the cost. I tried to see the cost of this product strapped upon her. It was more than $28,000 worth of heroin and I don't know if it's wholesale.
Wholesale, you know how
but it's weird that people are getting more and more creative, using now cats as transportation carriers for drugs into a prison.
Because I always hear a lot of stories about drones. There's a big problems with drones, but a cat is a whole different scenario.
Definitely. I think it's a first that we've seen that.
But the cat is fine?
The cat is fine.
Or the first cat that got caught.
No, it was strapped on the cat, so they were able to remove the products and deliver the cat to an animal protection agency. So the cat is fine. The cat is safe. I don't know if it's high from the drugs.
I I thought it was catnip that they like, yeah. But no, very interesting stories, and I really appreciate both of you for coming on this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you to today's guest, Dr. Leigh Ann Gerrans, Professor of International Relations at the American University in the Emirates, and Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kiruz. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. GNT with Michal Prendergast is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm your host, Michal Prendergast. Coming up on today's show, I'm joined by Dr. Asim Malhotra, the Senior Advisor to US Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who'll join us for a vital conversation on their goal to make America healthy again. But first, I'm thrilled to say I'm joined by five-time world chess champion and arguably the greatest chess player of all time, Magnus Carlsen, for an exclusive interview. The warmest welcome to you, Magnus, here on Al Arabiya English. I'd like to start this interview by offering the warmest of congratulations. You've just announced with your wife, Ella, that you're expecting your first child. You must be very excited for this next chapter of your life.
Yeah, of course. It's, the biggest thing that can happen in life. So I'm really excited to, for what our future will bring.
Yes, and I suppose the question on everyone's lips is, when the time comes, would you like to see them follow the path of chess?
I guess time will show, but I've always been of the position that I will not force my kids into any hobby, but if my kid and hopefully in the future kids will want to take up chess, or anything else, I will certainly encourage them.
And they'll have a great inspiration in you. Just in terms of your early life, who was your greatest inspiration in terms of chess growing up?
I think certainly my father was crucial in getting me into chess. He's a keen player himself as an amateur, and he thought by I think both it was a bit of wishful thinking with his own passion, and also by the fact that I was kind of a quiet kid who liked concentrating on one activity for a long time. He thought that I might have some talent, and obviously I'm very grateful for that in the way that it's given me and my family a lot of joy in life.
You've stepped away from classical chess over the past few years. Is that chapter closed for good?
I cannot tell you anything for sure about what's going to happen in the future, but I think what is important to me is in chess has always been kind of driven by my main motivation has been to play and to enjoy the game, and I haven't enjoyed kind of normal classical chess that much the last few years, specifically kind of the more preparation aspect of it, and the fact that it's become, the knowledge that we have has become a great equalizer. So I think it's unlikely that that will be a huge focus for me over the next few years. But I'm playing next week, so I think I will continue to play occasionally, but not as a huge focus. That's unlikely, I think.
And in terms of, as you said, the preparation as well, that's involved in classical, for people at home, they may not know, there's so much preparation goes involved, especially with engines, and it sort of takes a lot of the creativity out of the game of chess. You had Bobby Fischer, he created, obviously, Fischer Random, or Chess 960. You recently competed in a competition of that last week. How did you enjoy that? Is that something you're going to focus on more in the future?
Yeah, I really enjoy. Like, it shouldn't be confused. I like the slower aspects of, like, I like playing slower chess quite a bit. It is kind of fulfilling in a different way to sit at the board for a longer time and delve a little bit deeper into everything. But as you said, there has to be some room for creativity. And I feel the way that classical chess is being played these days, you really have to go quite far away from the best lines to find something that hasn't kind of been analyzed more or less towards a draw. And certainly playing freestyle or Fischer Random or whatever you want to call it, has kind of given me a little bit of that childish joy of just being creative from the get-go. It's kind of given me that back a bit. So I've enjoyed that immensely, and certainly hope to do that a lot in the future as well.
And in terms of childish joys, you just said, you recently, I mean, this is fascinating. You played online Magnus versus the World against 143,000 players. I believe the match ended in a draw. Are you looking towards a rematch?
No, I think the world played a little bit too well. So the game ended up being quite drawish towards the end. But it was a fun experience for sure. I think at the start people were thinking quite a lot on their own, and towards the end there was a little bit, I think, more of a campaign there to get people to play, solid kind of engine approved moves. So I think it's not that easy.
Yes, and in terms of breaking records and stuff, I suppose, or to keep chess exciting, Hikaru Nakamura has recently got 3,408 as his highest ever rating, the highest ever rating on the site. Are you looking forward to breaking that record?
No, I think it's not easy. First of all, he's extremely good, but he also has that mindset from all the hours that he spends streaming to sort of be able to grind down lower rated players for hours and hours, and I don't really have that. If it kind of happens more organically, then good. I've been semi close to that in the past, but it's not a goal in itself for sure.
And in terms of the rivalry, obviously you've had an extremely fierce rivalry with him. How much? Well, there's a lot of comments online that you have a great bromance. Is that true? No,
I think I have a lot of respect for Hikaru, as I do with others. But yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm like big friends with any of the players that I regularly compete with. Like we have a lot of mutual respect, but at the end of the day, I kind of very often achieve what they want to do, and sometimes vice versa. So it's hard to be too close.
Hikaru stated in the past that one of his biggest regrets is when, before the World Championship against you, he played a match of 40 games against you, and he said he sort of showed his hand. Did you find that to be a huge advantage for yourself?
I think certain things can be true at the same time. I didn't think that much of it. I think my impression before that match was that I was a somewhat better player, and I kind of wanted to prove it, and I felt confirmed that a bit. Apart from that, maybe it was more about him getting into his own head a little bit after that, because certainly in the following years he was not playing up to his capacity against me in classical chess. So maybe there was something to that, but for me it didn't really mean that much in that sense. It kind of more confirmed what I already had a suspicion of, how our respective playing strengths were.
And in terms of the best player in the world, or at least the world champion at the moment, obviously the youngest champion as well, which is Gukesh from India, he has stated that he doesn't see himself as the best player in the world because he didn't beat you to attain the title. What do you make of that?
I think those comparisons are always going to be a bit unfair. I think Gukesh beat an extremely impressive field in order to qualify for the World Championship match, and then won a very exciting match against Sting as well. And apart from that, well, he had a poor showing in his last classical tournaments, and he's always kind of struggled so far in Rapid and Blitz, but he's also had very, very good results in classical. Is he the best player in the world? Well, I don't necessarily think so, but he's kind of done everything that you could expect from him, and so much more as well. So I think I know, like, I'm the one who kind of brings it on in a sense by withdrawing from the World Championship, but I think generally it's a bit unfair to him. I think he's doing fantastic, and is very worthy as a world champion.
And in terms of changing the rules, obviously, as you said, at FIDE, it can be a little outdated. You had the famous incident where they wouldn't allow you to continue in a tournament because you were wearing a pair of jeans. Do you see yourself as a positive influence in chess to try and modernize the game?
Well, currently I would say I'm very much not focused on FIDE. I'm not particularly trying to change those things. I'll more or less leave that to them. As for the jeans, I felt that generally my attire was perfectly fine, and the jeans was just, an honest mistake. I just forgot to change. But I mean, seeing as my otherwise my attire was perfectly fine. I think it was an absurd overreaction, and generally speaks to the incompetence of the organization. But that's not where I am at the moment. I'll let FIDE be FIDE, and there are other things to life as well.
And speaking of those other things, you're streaming a lot now. Obviously, Hikaru is as well. It's had a hugely positive impact on chess. How are you finding that life?
I think it's fun when I'm home to be able to do these streaming things once in a while. For me, it's not about a career or anything. It's just, sharing a little bit of my joy of chess with people. So yeah, it's definitely fun.
And in terms of rivalry, you had a famous, I suppose, online beef, and then obviously a lawsuit with Hans Niemann. Have you spoken to him since?
No.
And also in regards to streaming, Levi Rosman at Gotham Chess, he is hoping to become a grandmaster. Obviously, Ben Feingold, he became a grandmaster at age 40. He has said, Rosman, he won't be able to attain that. Do you believe Levi Rosman will ever become a grandmaster?
I think whether he's becoming a going to become a grandmaster or not is not that interesting. I think what is interesting to him and to others is kind of the journey, and I hope that really leads to something positive, because that's what it's really all about. I see a lot of other content creators on YouTube, for instance, like trying to attain a certain goal, and I feel like that's the really interesting part about it is the journey, and then most people don't eventually reach their goals. So I think that's what it's really all about, and I'm following like everybody else to see if he will make it happen.
Of course. Well, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it here at Arabiya English. Magnus Carlsen.
Thank you so much.
Our next guest is Dr. Asim Malhotra, a senior aide to RFK Jr. in the MAHA movement. Thank you so much for your time, Doctor. The first question I'd like to ask is, what is it like working on a day-to-day basis with RFK Jr.?
Well, interestingly, this role I have, Michal, is in many ways independent about RFK Jr., who's actually someone who I would consider a good friend, someone I've gotten over many years, certainly during the COVID pandemic, and we've been in regular communication with each other. So this role that I have is Chief Medical Advisor to MAHA Action, which is a non-profit entity that is independent of government, but essentially works at state level to influence, to look into research, education, and legislation for the very purpose which is very much aligned with MAHA, which is very much aligned with RFK Jr. and President Trump, which is to make America healthy again.
And speaking of MAHA, making America healthy again, that was one of his main stated aims before he came into government. Could you explain what his main goals are, and yours?
Well, what's interesting is that the election of President Trump was by such a clear margin, beating Kamala Harris, almost certainly happened because of the Make America Healthy Again movement, which was instigated by Robert Kennedy Jr. And that's because people are fed up. People are realizing that there's such a huge burden of chronic disease, which has been getting worse over many, many years, over the last couple of decades. No government has really taken action. No government has really put it at the forefront of policy. And the time was right, I think. And I think nothing has exemplified the problem in terms of the systemic failures than what happened during COVID and the handling of the pandemic, both in the fact that there were lockdowns that happened that we now know probably caused more harm than good. They should have been focused protection on high-risk elderly people. And I think what really galvanized this movement, Michal, amongst the people on the grassroots and the voters was really the mismanagement of the COVID vaccine. We now know from reanalysis of the original trials of Pfizer and Moderna that one was more likely to suffer serious harm on average from taking the vaccine than to suffer harm from COVID. And that data was available from the beginning if it was independently analyzed. The regulators didn't really do their job properly, in part because, unfortunately, there is a bias because they're funded by the pharmaceutical industry. FDA gets 65% of its funding historically from big pharma. MHRA in the UK gets 86% of its funding from pharma. People were duped and misled. And now the major issue, Michal, is that we have a pandemic of the vaccine injured. And best data suggests that we likely have hundreds of thousands of people in America and the UK, probably millions around the world, who have likely been seriously harmed or died as a result of the COVID vaccine. This is a public health calamity. And we can't make America healthy again until we address that full on, until there is a kind of moratorium on the COVID mRNA vaccine. There is medical bodies and government bodies around the world acknowledging this fact, then apologizing to the public, and especially to the vaccine injured. And then there needs to be something needs to be done to help the vaccine injured and people who are at risk, identify those people. A lot of people don't even know maybe that they're ticking bombs, if you like, for heart disease, strokes, even cancer. We've got one of the top immunologists and oncologists in the world, Angus Dalgleish, Robert Clancy, who have basically said that they believe that there is a very strong plausible mechanism that the increases in cancer and turbo cancer are being driven by these COVID vaccines. And we're not just a minority, Michal. There is a petition called the Hope Accord that I co-founded that has been signed by thousands of doctors and healthcare professionals around the world, calling for exactly that, this moratorium. And what was most extraordinary in my own investigation into this, having been someone that took 2 doses of the COVID vaccine myself, went on Good Morning Britain at the beginning of 2021, when it was only being suggested it was going to be offered for high-risk people, and I was supporting that. I think what's most extraordinary is the WHO themselves endorsed a list of potential serious adverse effects that can happen from the vaccine that no doctor was aware of, and therefore would be missing a diagnosis. And everything and anything that can go wrong with the heart is on that list, from cardiac arrest, heart attack, myocarditis, pericarditis, rhythm disturbances. Other organ systems are involved, autoimmune conditions. I'm vaccine injured myself. And this is something that developed later on. There's a brilliant scientist in the United States, in LA, called Dr. Sabine Hazan, who is a gastroenterologist, and she's done amazing research. What she found within 2 to 3 years of people having the COVID vaccine, and it's also happened with severe COVID as well, but much worse with the vaccine, there was a destruction of one of the most important bacteria in the gut called bifidobacteria. And when that is absent, that is linked to autoimmune conditions, it's linked to cancer, it's linked to immunosuppression, it's linked to heart disease, it's linked to depression. So these are now the long-term effects that are now coming out, and it is really something that needs to be addressed head-on.
In terms of who's to blame on this, well, the Biden government, they granted a sort of panacea immunity to Dr. Fauci and many in the medical field. Pfizer, I believe, were granted a 70-year cease and desist on the information. Are you looking for prosecutions in this inquiry?
Well, first of all, I think there needs to be full transparency and accountability of exactly what happened and solutions moving forward. But absolutely, there needs to be that level of accountability, Michal. I looked at this in depth and published a paper in one of the medical journals that people can access, a free open access in Journal of Metabolic Health, called Curing the Pandemic of COVID Misinformation Using Real Evidence-Based Medicine. And once I'd realized what happened with the COVID vaccine and published data on the benefits and harms, best available data at the time, I also wrote a part 2 which explained how we got here. And really what people need to understand is that these big corporations, big pharma, big food, but in this particular case, the pharmaceutical industry, the way that they extract money and the way that they make money, the legal entity that is big pharma or the big corporation, actually fulfills the criteria for psychopath, according to the forensic psychologist Robert Hare, who is behind the original international psychiatric definition of psychopath. So, for example, callous unconcern for the feelings of others, incapacity to experience guilt, repeated lying, and conning others for profit. This is exactly what's happened, unfortunately, is that the rollout has been so strong and so quick. Normal safety checks didn't happen. The regulators, again, take money from pharma. And then what's happened is there's been capture of the media, unfortunately. So a lot of public perception is shaped by what the media tells them. If you remember earlier in the pandemic, there were media outlets in America and the UK suggesting 95 to 100% protection from infection. And people were coerced into having the vaccine. Mandates were then introduced after data became available that it wasn't stopping transmission and there was serious harm. And we find out later on that Pfizer actually, according to an investigative journalist in America called Leigh Fang, were funding grassroots organizations, respected ones, to push this narrative for mandating the COVID vaccine. This absolutely fulfills all the criteria for what a psychopath would do. And this isn't here to be inflammatory. This is the diagnosis. As doctors, we're here to make a diagnosis, root cause analysis. And therefore, ultimately moving forward, we need to make sure that these big corporations are not given so much unchecked power where they get to the point where they have literally dominated and exploited the market and people and causing great harm. People talk about free market economics. It's not a free market. It's freedom to deceive, freedom to exploit, freedom to manipulate, freedom to dominate. And actually the situation now is so bad, Michal, that I speak to many, many doctors who are treating vaccine-injured patients. I'm seeing them myself, but they're too afraid to speak. These are people with very prominent. I've spoken to many politicians, people who have been in government, who themselves are fully aware of what's going on, but they're afraid to speak. This is bigger than a president. It's bigger than a prime minister. What do we call this? It's a tyranny. We are living in a corporate big pharma tyranny. What happens during a tyranny? Tyranny emerges when people are afraid to say what they think. When you have something to say, silence is a lie. And when everyone lies all the time, the tyranny is complete. The sooner we get awareness on this issue across the whole of the world and the Middle East, and as soon as doctors and the public become aware, we make the injustice visible, then we can create the kind of change we need moving forward constructively.
And how has Big Pharma reacted to this?
Well, it's a really good question. Mahatma Gandhi said, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. And certainly for people who are speaking out, there is a combination of ignoring it, but actually what happens, part of the corporate playbook, which came from big tobacco, of these big corporations, is something called opposition fragmentation. So they will actually launch strategies to smear public health advocates, people like me, and try and undermine our credibility. In the beginning of 2023, I went on BBC News to talk about the fact there was a discussion about excess deaths, and that's another big issue that's going on around the world. We have 2 million excess deaths since the rollout of the vaccine in 47 Western European countries, published in one of the BMJ journals, which has been linked to the COVID vaccine. I went on BBC News to say, I believe that the likely primary driver of the excess death rate is the COVID vaccine. I did it in a very evidence-based way. And the very next day, there was what can only be described as a hatchet job by the Guardian newspaper, their top story, basically, trying to smear my name, undermine my credibility, which is kind of strange as well, Mihal. Me becoming well known actually came through the BBC and the Guardian itself. I've written 19 op-eds for the Guardian, 3 front-page commentaries for the Observer newspaper. Malcolm X said, the media is the most powerful entity on earth. They can turn they can turn a sinner into a saint and a saint into a sinner. So, this is exactly the kind of tactics, part of the strategy of these big corporations that they try and utilize. But the truth is the truth. And I think most people are aware now in the grassroots, and members of the public know there's a big problem. 85% of NHS staff have refused any more COVID vaccines. One survey in America, a couple of years ago, suggested 57% of Americans felt that the excess death rate was linked to the COVID vaccine. So there's a huge disconnect here. But the longer they leave this problem without acknowledging the mistake that was made and solutions moving forward and accountability, including compensation for the vaccine injured, the bigger the problem is going to get and the more the fallout's going to happen. And we're not going to make America healthy again or the world healthy again.
And to one of your points, which is very poignant, you said there's a ticking time bomb for those who've taken the vaccine. What does that mean? You mentioned turbo cancer. Can you explain that for us?
Yeah, and listen, I don't want to scare people unnecessarily, so I would say potential. There's a big unknown here as well, Mihal, because, for example, I thought I had escaped any major vaccine injury, to be honest. And then I got diagnosed formally with a vaccine injury, 2 years after having had the COVID vaccine. So there are things that, we need to be able to help and identify people without scaring them to make sure that cardiovascular risk for me as a cardiologist is of great concern. What the COVID vaccine seems to do from good quality data, backed up with, plausible mechanism and real world data as well, plus the randomized controlled trials from Pfizer and Moderna, it seems to accelerate heart disease. So there are people who may have a bit of mild furring that may not cause them a problem in terms of having a heart event or a heart attack, maybe for 15 or 20 years. And what may be happening now is that suddenly within 6 months, a year or 2 years, they're suddenly presenting with a heart problem, which was likely precipitated by the COVID vaccine. So there's a big area of unknown, but there are things we do know. And that is my biggest concern, is there are people walking around right now that can be helped and identified if there is a big moratorium. And, it should have been, in 2022 summer, in the journal Vaccine, which is the most prestigious journal for vaccines, this reanalysis by very eminent independent scientists was published, suggesting when they reanalyzed the data from Pfizer and Moderna's original trials, there was a harm rate, a short-term serious harm rate of at least 1 in 800. That should have been global news. It should have been suspension all round. That should have been the end of it. It didn't get any publicity. I am probably the person more than anyone in the world as a doctor that has publicized this. but that should have been the end, but it hasn't happened. So, this again, for me, is just a symptom of a tyrannical force, which is bigger than a president and bigger than a prime minister. So really, to be honest, Michal, what you're doing is really important, because ultimately through awareness, we've got alt media, of course, the likes of Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, all these people have played a massive role in shifting the conversation. But we want people to have trust in establishments and government, because society only functions when we have trust in our institutions, when we can trust each other. So this is a recipe for division, a recipe for chaos. That's where we're at. And we can't improve our mental health as well as our physical health until we're able to, be able to, to restore trust in these institutions that have been, put in those positions to put interests of the public ahead of interests of private interests or big pharma or their profits.
And speaking of institutions, the World Health Organization, RFK Jr. has come out and said last week that it's bloated. What changes would you like to see at the WHO?
Listen, I have historically, I've got a lot of respect for the WHO. They were founded on very strong, good principles in the late 1940s around, freedom of speech. Every country is independent, and that their primary purpose was to put the health of the public above any other interest. Unfortunately, over the years, they've become increasingly captured by commercial interests. So for right now, unfortunately, the second largest funder of the WHO is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And this is a foundation that has investments in McDonald's, Coca-Cola, in the pharmaceutical industry. We know Bill Gates has made a hell of a lot of money from investments in the COVID vaccines. This is not an independent organization. Margaret Chan, the former Director General, I said this under oath in a court case I was involved with in Finland around a unvaccinated man who was not allowed into a cafeteria because he didn't have the vaccine. And I was there to, make the case on his behalf. And I said this under oath, and I explained this is all factual, that the former Director General of the World Health Organization, Margaret Chan, said that 70% of the funding of the WHO comes with strings attached. And this is not acceptable. And therefore, I think as it stands now, it was absolutely right for the United States to withdraw from funding and being part of the WHO. I've called on other governments to do the same. I think Britain should do the same. I think India should do the same, because they are not independent, unfortunately. So ultimately, what I'm saying is that many of these organizations, and they may believe they're doing good, but they are unwitting cheerleaders, if you like, for these big, powerful corporations, for corporate psychopaths. And once you understand that, everything else starts to make sense.
And it's just for profit.
Absolutely. The pharmaceutical industry has a legal obligation to make profit for their shareholders. They do not have a legal obligation to give you the best treatment, although most people would believe this to be the case. The real scandals are those with a responsibility to patients and scientific integrity. That means medical journals, doctors, and academic institutions collude with industry for financial gain. Even medical journals are businesses, if you like. People don't appreciate that. As doctors, most doctors aren't aware of this. Medical knowledge is under commercial control, but most doctors don't know that. And part of this journey I've been on, Richard Horton, who I know, who's editor of The Lancet, he came to a talk I gave in London at the end of 2022 when I published a paper suggesting a moratorium on the COVID vaccine. And I met him in the street beforehand. I was delighted that he came along to my talk. And I said to Richard, Richard, you do realize there's been a publication in the journal Vaccine around more harm than good from the COVID vaccine from the beginning, likely. And he looked at me and said, oh, that's a proper journal, as in that's a credible journal. I mentioned it in my talk, which he attended with 1,000 people, as probably the most important piece of evidence to call for a pause on the COVID vaccine. He wrote an article, which I would say, one could argue it was a balanced article, although in the end, it suggested that what I was saying is driving maybe vaccine hesitancy. But he completely excluded the elephant in the room, which was this particular, this particular article. Last week, I went on Channel 4 News. I was interviewed by Krishnan Gurumurthy. I was in the studio for an hour. It was a pre-record. There was a 5-minute slot that went on the news, Channel 4 News, and then they published a longer form online, which was only 20 minutes. And they cut out many key things I said, including this conversation with Richard Horton. They cut out the fact that I mentioned that, there is political collusion, if you like, with these big corporations, because our former Secretary for Health, Matt Hancock, while he was Health Secretary, there were secret WhatsApp messages that were exposed by Isabel Oakeshott basically revealing that when there was data coming out early on that the AstraZeneca COVID jab was causing serious harms, clots, death, for example, he, in a WhatsApp message within, his group of people within government, his team, he told essentially that we need to shut down any vax concerns. This is an absolute scandal, Michal. It will be exposed as probably being one of the biggest scandals of our lifetime, but really we need to move forward constructively, and we can only do that when everybody knows exactly what's happened, how it went wrong, why it went wrong, and how we can fix the system to stop this ever happening again.
Completely agree. And in terms of infants, I'm reading at the moment The Real Dr. Fauci by RFK Jr. He wrote the book In COVID. An average infant in America at the moment, in their first 2 years, they receive up to 70 vaccines. This is quite unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, listen, they're obviously a little bit more extreme in the United States. I don't know the figures in the UK, but it's certainly much less than this. And the question is this a healthy thing? Could this be causing a problem? The honest answer right now, in terms of independent analysis, Michal, is we don't know. Robert Kennedy Jr., I think, has done exactly the right thing. He's got an independent group of experts to look for a signal, certainly with these vaccines and the harm they cause, in particular reference to the fact that there is a high prevalence of autism in the United States. The figures between 1 in 31, 1 in 36, something like that, which is quite high. The question is, are vaccines playing a role, traditional vaccines? We don't know the answer for that. Traditionally, it's been felt they haven't. I'm somebody, if you asked me this question a few years ago, I would have blindly just accepted what was being told to me, that this is not it's a no-go area. There isn't an issue there. It's been looked at. But since then, Michal, I personally have met many mothers in America of children who they genuinely believe something happened to them after they received these jabs, and think that their autism or any kind of learning disability was caused by the jab. Now, that isn't evidence alone, but it's where you start from. There's something called mother's intuition. As a good doctors know, they listen to their patients. So there really are these concerns. Censorship hasn't worked. It's not right. It's only fueled further distrust. So actually an open, transparent reanalysis of this information is absolutely necessary. And there are different things that may come out of it. There may be no signal at all, and we can reassure people there isn't a link. There may be a signal. If there is a signal, the question is how much? Is it 1 in 10,000, 1 in 1,000, 1 in 100,000 a link? And if that's the case, can we identify who's at risk of having a problem from these vaccines? Can we then mitigate those risks once we identify who that is? And also, if there is a problem with these traditional vaccines, can we change the schedule? Can we improve on these vaccines? What is causing it? So there's so many questions that need to be answered. So there's a more nuanced discussion here, rather than saying, if you're questioning whether there's a problem with the vaccines, you're an anti-vaxxer. This plays into the hands of the corporate psychopaths, okay? They want to use straw man arguments. They want to, exploit certain aspects of human nature. One of the biggest issues I found, Michal, in this whole discussion around the COVID vaccine is that the barriers to the truth are not intellectual. They're psychological. There are two issues that I have become aware of and spoken about at length in lectures and interviews that are the two major psychological barriers to the truth. One is fear. And of course, when you're in a state of fear, which happened during the early stage of the pandemic, because the risk of COVID was grossly exaggerated, we know that. Of course, it was very, very, particularly very, dangerous for high-risk people early on. That means elderly and vulnerable. But the average age of death was still 81, 82, okay? It wasn't risky for children. So you've got a state of fear. People are more compliant and more likely to be exploited. And then you've got the issue of willful blindness. So that's when human beings or institutions turn a blind eye to the truth in order to feel safe, avoid conflict, reduce anxiety, and protect prestige and fragile egos. And that's a major problem for the medical profession as well, because, you've got people who themselves genuinely, and the 99% of doctors I know genuinely go into the profession to help patients. Acknowledging this huge mistake is not an easy thing psychologically. So it's easy to bury your head in the sand, but ultimately we have to face this uncomfortable truth because it's not going away.
Yeah. Did Dr. Fauci bury his head in the sand during COVID? Obviously, he's taken a lot of criticism.
Well, listen, on the face of it, you can see that he may well have done that. I mean, I don't know Anthony Fauci myself. I don't think he comes out of this looking particularly good. I think there were certain things he should have been more skeptical about, in encouraging people to take the COVID vaccine, he kept saying, follow the science, follow the science. Medicine isn't an exact science, far from it. It's a social science, science of human beings, constantly evolving. We're taught in medical school 50% of what you learn will turn out to be either outdated or dead wrong within 5 years of your graduation. The trouble is nobody can tell you which half. This was a novel technology. It's not like traditional vaccines. It's more like a gene therapy. And, you know, given all of that information, I think Anthony Fauci got this very, very, very wrong.
And turning back to America, one of the main key components of the MAHA movement, America is the richest country in the world, and it has the sickest people. We've got endemic levels of obesity. How are you hoping to change that?
Yeah, it's a great question, Michal. So, you know, the data tells us that 93% of adult Americans are metabolically unhealthy. The root cause of many chronic diseases is poor metabolic health. Only 7% are. That's a huge, huge problem. The biggest driver in terms of is the food environment. You know, we have an oversupply of ultra-processed food. 60% of the calories consumed by Americans is, you know, foods that are likely to increase appetite, increase what we call insulin resistance, which is at the root of heart disease, one of the root causes of cancer, Alzheimer's, dementia, etc. So really what we need to focus on, there are many things, but we need to make sure we get the hierarchy of web of causation right in terms of what's most important. And of course, if we fix the diet, we can fix the healthcare system, we can fix people's health. And on an individual level, something I do as a practicing cardiologist, that can happen very rapidly. Within weeks, people can potentially send their type 2 diabetes into remission from dietary changes alone. Cutting out the refined carbohydrates and sugar, avoiding ultra-processed food, and eating a nutritious diet of, you know, meat, vegetables, fish, eggs, nuts and seeds. Extra virgin olive oil has some evidence in terms of being beneficial. This is really the solution to the problems that we are facing.
And speaking about seed oils, there's been a huge movement. There's a lot of research going on about seed oils. You, as a cardiologist, what is your opinion on them going forward? Obviously, a lot of people now are switching to tallow and olive oil instead of the traditional vegetable oil and what have you.
Yeah, the seed oils, I advise all my patients to avoid them as much as possible. I mean, there is a bit of mixed data out on there. I think they've been promoted heavily on this flawed hypothesis that they tend to lower cholesterol. But we now know independent evidence that I carried out reveals that lowering cholesterol itself is a flawed approach and likely doesn't have any impact on preventing heart attacks and strokes. Again, this is another big scandal that is going to come out as well, as a perpetuation of this cholesterol hypothesis, which is being exploited again by Big Pharma, where some of the conventional narrative out there through legacy media is to save the world with a COVID vaccine, which nothing could be further from the truth. So with the seed oil issue, certainly when they're heated, they are toxic. And that is pretty clear, very good evidence. They produce something called aldehydes, which are linked to cancer and dementia, are carcinogenic. And when you fry, and certainly deep frying these seed oils, they're very, very, very harmful. They should be avoided at all costs. Butter is healthier, coconut oil is healthier, but the healthiest oil of all, which has some evidence of benefit in terms of your health, is going to be good quality extra virgin olive oil.
And to just speak on some of the challenges that RFK faces going forward.
Well, I think the challenges have really been laid out in the sense we're up against a tyrannical force, really. You know, one of the lessons in public health advocacy is as soon as your work threatens an industry or an ideological cabal, you will be attacked, sometimes unrelentingly and viciously. And we've seen a lot of the legacy media really go for RFK Jr. I know him personally. He is a phenomenal human being, has very high integrity, very deep intelligence. He's extremely compassionate. Nobody could be in a better position than him to be leading this charge to make America healthy again. And he needs all the support he can get for that purpose. But that also needs, you know, people to stand up and speak out. You know, we can't allow more and more doctors to remain silent among this issue. But I feel that there is something is happening. There is a shift. You know, this Hope Accord that I co-founded, and people can go on and please, you know, the hopeaccord.org is the website. It's open access. Everybody can sign it. We need as many people to sign it as possible. We've now got, you know, thousands of doctors, people making noise around this issue on moratorium of the COVID vaccine, whilst those promoting and supporting the COVID vaccine are far and few between and have essentially gone silent. That tells you that we are winning, but we can't be complacent. We need to keep moving forward and keep supporting Robert Kennedy Jr. in his efforts.
Dr. Asim Malhotra, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
That's all we have time for today on Global News Today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews here on Al Arabiya English.
like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the dressing room with our Arabiya News. What's been happening, lads?
Yes, Keys. Do you know what, yeah? You look like Elton John.
I was on an hour to wear him, you know, but I thought
I was waiting.
I need to hide my eyes a little bit because I'm a bit
That's why I let him do it.
fragile.
I was like, I'm going to Elton John in.
Hey, you two are after me every episode these days.
I just, as soon as you put him on, I was like, go on, put it on. Go on, Elton John him off.
I'm just hiding my eyes a little bit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
bit fragile.
go on, so what did you do then? What was yesterday's?
I went
Wayne
to
Bridge as well.
Harlequins Rugby, Danny Care's last ever game.
Yeah.
It was great for him, do you know what I mean? He's played like 394 games from, I think.
Oh.
I think it's something like 19 years he's been there.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
I know, and it's great for him to have a little send-off in front of the crowd, you know, they're all singing his name, like, it was brilliant.
Did you enjoy it? Because I've been to Harlequins.
Danny Care. Danny
Care. I like that.
It's good.
That's what they're singing, yeah?
Yeah.
That's decent.
Like Daddy Cool, but Danny Care.
Yeah.
No, it's wicked.
And it's good. It's good atmosphere in it, the rugby. Like,
Oh, yeah, it's wicked.
It's
so different. All the fans are mixed in amongst each other. Do you know what I mean?
It's a bit of like, that's like American sports, isn't it? It's like the fans are mixed. And do you get a better atmosphere, or do you like...
Oh, it's good atmosphere. There's a lot of singing. It's just friendlier.
You know, it's like American. When I was in Austin, I went to a college football game, and it was Austin against I can't remember, but it's a local derby, and everyone was mixed in, but it was wild because there was no trouble. I'm sitting there, and everyone was boozed up, and the opposition fans were screaming and shouting. I'm thinking, and this other I'm like, this is going to go off, but it didn't. It's great, isn't it? Imagine that in football. Like, you only got to get someone to half celebrate a goal.
Yeah, they stopped the fans drinking the whole game, didn't they? Yeah. Rugby are all sat in there drinking beers, whatever.
Is
the whole
it?
game, yeah.
What? Obviously,
as long as it's in a plastic cup.
Plastic cup, as long as that. See, that's how football can't be trusted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Come on, fans, fix up, because we want a better experience. Because these guys are getting more than us. Like, so we've got a bad reputation. We need to fix it.
I blame the films. You know? Stop making films about hooligans.
Yeah, it's true. We need to. Do you know who we need to speak to? We need to speak to Dan.
Danny Dyer.
Danny Dyer, mate. He needs to stop making these type of films, mate, because it's not...
They're spreading the word. The amount of, you go to Poland or something and they talk about their football hooligans, they got into it after watching our films.
Yeah.
We've sort of...
The ultras. They've got ultras. We don't have ultras, though. We just got whoever, innit?
Just everyone's an
ultra. Listen, anyway, the passion is passion. I get passion.
It's passion.
What about you, Coley? What have you been up to?
I have had a busy week, actually,
Yeah?
I haven't been at home. Wife's not happy. Been out most nights. I'll tell you what I was at. I was at Sports Industry Awards.
Yeah?
That was quite good.
I gave out
an award.
What is the Sports Industry Award?
It's a celebration of different sports coming together. Whoever's done really well in their fields, and also the media incorporation incorporated within that, and then you've got like individual accolades.
Yeah.
So who's winning the awards?
Yeah. What do you win there?
Oh, it's just like an award.
Who won an award?
You're asking the wrong man here.
Who did you present an award to?
I done something about. I presented an award to and something to do with environment.
Okay.
So someone.
Yeah.
It's either someone like a media team. Or
okay, like.
Yeah, and then
you were just there being.
So it's not necessarily
I'll
sport.
just be myself.
It's not necessarily a sports person.
Yeah, there are some.
Yeah.
There are some that win that, but there's like most of the people behind the scenes as well.
Okay, yeah,
do you enjoy them sort of events?
Yeah, because I get suited and booted.
Yeah.
Get on the red carpet.
Yeah. That's your natural habitat, isn't it?
Yeah, don't really know what's going on, but I'm there. Yeah, my presence is felt, and I do enjoy it. I meet a lot of faces in the industry, sports industry, and like I was with Becky Ives. I gave an award out with Becky Ives.
Yeah, love Becky.
So she was with me. So we reunited.
Yeah.
And it was
nice.
It's
great to see Bex doing so well.
Oh, Bex she's next though.
Yeah, when she come in, she was started doing the interview and all that. She started to present games. I love seeing that. You know, when you see somebody
the growth
in their job going blah 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 blah.
No,
that's good.
Yeah, Becky's doing really well now. So me and her was doing the presenting.
Yeah.
Well, not presenting, giving out the award, and then we done a little interview afterwards.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all of that. I love all of that.
Yeah.
And then obviously, I watched the game.
West Ham
on.
Bit of a damp squib, Coley.
Yeah, it was
the end of the season.
Yeah, it was. But how good was Jared Bowen's goal?
Oh, yeah.
He's just getting better and better. That guy as with age.
He's good, he's so good.
But yeah, look, the game itself could have gone better. But we don't really have anything to play for. Obviously, there's been a few players that's been released. So Aaron Creswell had his last game.
Yeah.
Sufal had his last game. So a few of the boys had their last game. I was a bit disappointed Fabianski didn't start because he's been a great servant to the club.
Yeah.
But yeah, he might start the next game. I don't know. But it's just it was a good day, final day. A bit of a disappointing that we didn't win the game, but at the same time, Forest are no slouches. They're a really good team, aren't they? And they're going for something.
How was the fans, Coley, in and around amongst it? Were they all right?
They're all right.
Most of them aren't happy, though,
they're just a little bit disappointed, isn't it? A bit disappointed.
Swelly weren't happy with the fact that
Swelly. Keep calling him Swelly. Suley. We've got to make Mark, basically. He called me this morning. He went, West Ham are useless. I went, all right. He went, even hospitality. He went, I asked for another sergeant near the end of the game, and they're like, oh, sorry, sir, we've run out of non-alcoholic ciders. He was like, what? You've been serving me non-alcoholic ciders the whole game? Mate. I went, to be fair, mate, they've done you a favour, haven't they, really? They've done you a favour.
To be honest, when I saw him, he called me over because I was just speaking
said he'd see ya.
I was speaking to the chairman, and like he sits there, obviously, a section. I was in that section, and then I've just seen Suley, he's gone, Colton, and he's like that, hey! I was like, what are you doing here? And then I remembered he's a West Ham fan.
Yeah, he's got a season ticket.
Yeah, he's got a season ticket. And he introduced me to everyone. And I rekindled with one of my old coaches at Chelsea when I was younger.
That. Yeah, he said.
Yeah,
he knows him as well.
He knows him, Jason Dell. Yeah. So Ted Dell was, I think he was our one of our academy managers, academy directors, and head of coaching as well. He was everything at Chelsea when we were young. And his brother was one of the coaches as well, and they like nurtured me through and was pushing me, and it was good to see him. But I was just like confused how Mark knew him.
He knows everyone. It's Danny Dyer, because he's in a movie as well, isn't he? Danny Dyer's new movie. Yeah. So
which is
met
brilliant,
Danny.
By the way. I watched that last night.
Then Paul Parker, I think it was, and then there was someone else, and he was entertaining clients. So he got season tickets to entertain clients, and they were just like, oh my God, you know everyone. Great coming to football.
I saw Paul Parker at the after party. I don't know what we're partying for. But
it's just the word partying, Carlton's there, isn't it? Awards and parties.
No, I'm there, mate. You know, I'm always up for a good time. You know what I mean? You've got to live life.
Yeah, of course. You know we do that.
Yeah, we do that now. Well, when we're playing, not to this degree. But yeah, that was my week.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to the next.
Sound like you had a good week. I had a good week. I'll tell you what I did, which was quite interesting. I went to a very posh paddle tournament at the Hurlingham Club for Laureus Sports were involved. A friend of mine, Tom, invited me for it was like a bank. There was like lots of ex-England cricketers, rugby players like Michael Vaughan. Great day.
What are you doing there, Posh? I know, mate, and Joe Cole.
I know, mate. It was
Look, don't forget where you're from.
I know. But Crouchy was there.
Oh, that makes it better.
No, it was good. We had lovely people. We had a good time. Like,
is he good at paddle?
Mate, listen, get on this, right? Get on this, right?
I love this.
Crouchy. We won the Shield. We basically won the conference, right?
You and Crouchy?
No, me and Crouchy. We were our team. We won the conference, so we quickly worked out that we weren't up to the Champions League level. So we've navigated our way into the conference, the Shield, and ended up lifting trophies at the end of the day.
Oh,
but
so you've done a
Crouchy's, as I got there, right? So it was all supposed to be had all bells and whistles, and it was filmed by AI, right? So everyone had put their name in it so that you could catch your highlights. So if you do a good shot, so you'd be able to clip it, put it online, and everyone could see it.
Don't tell me you've gone through the ones through the legs.
No. I wasn't none. But it got broke, right? Because Crouchy was too tall, right? So it messed up with the AI. It got mixed up. There was two tall guys, right? They couldn't. There's another guy called Bjorn Christensen, and he got mixed up with Crouchy, like, so he messed up the AI, the big man. So we within 5 minutes of this lovely event, me and Crouchy had ruined it for everyone.
What? Because of Crouchy being
just
too tall?
Messed up the AI. It broke the internet.
What kind of AI is this?
I know, mate. I know. Anyway, we done that. What else did we do? Had a good time. Went to Bridgie Saturday.
Oh yeah,
I saw that.
Popped in with the kids, mate. I tell you what, he can cook, you know.
No,
What's he doing?
not
Barbecue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna, but I couldn't be bothered to do it in the end.
Like, because I don't cook. No, it was good jerk chicken. Mango and rice.
Bob Marley over here. Did you have the tunes going?
Yeah, the tunes going.
I told you.
When there was star music playing, the kids are the kids think his house is like Centre Parks. Skateboard around.
Might as well be.
Turning up at his house, swim all their swimming stuff, football, skateboard.
Centre Parks, Butlins.
Anyway, we were. Kids had a great time, right? And Carly's there, and she's going to ask him about his cooking, and like, you know, like when she's doing that one, right? Going, I say, you cook all the time, and he's going, yeah, I cook all the time. I look after the kids. I cook all the time.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Yeah, he was. He said, I do everything.
I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all. He's lying. He's lying.
I'm just sitting there, man. Yeah, Dad does beans on toast every now and then.
Wow.
No, but it was really nice. We had a nice night, and watched the sun go down. Watched the FA Cup final.
Yeah.
And it was good.
Kids let us watch
kids
it.
had a great time.
Had a great
time. Yeah, it's good. On
I watched
to
the FA Cup final.
Yeah.
With my two boys as well. So that was nice.
Should we move on to the FA Cup?
Yeah,
final
we might as well. Now you
all?
brought it up. What's your favourite? You got any memories?
I've got some great memories. I mean, obviously, being a Chelsea fan as a kid, two memories: the '94 FA Cup final, right? So my dad didn't like football, did he?
I didn't know that.
No, he never liked football. Was like just strange. In our, like, he's the only man in the area, and his brothers and everyone loved football. He just didn't like football, so I supported Chelsea. He managed to get hold of 2 tickets for me for the final off of a tout, but in the end he didn't want to go. Right, so he give one of his tickets to his mate at the fruit and veg market. So he dropped me. The meeting basically was at what's the market called, Chev? The fruit and veg market, Covent Garden market, not the Covent Garden. Anyway. So I never met these fellas before, all Chelsea fans, and he just basically dropped me off there with these fellas at the market. Got on the coach, so I went all day with people I didn't know. Like 90s parenting was wild, wasn't it?
Yeah,
wild.
Very different.
Do you know what I mean?
Very different.
I was 11.
But it was
anyway, they were
looked after you.
Yeah, they looked after me. But everyone was like getting on the booze in the day, and then I was just sitting on this coach. Went to the game. David Ellery was the referee, and he gave 2 penalties away against Chelsea, and I've never forgiven him. 94. I never forgiven. He refereed me years later, and I'm just looking at him with disgust.
Oh wow!
I think I even said to him, "What are you giving that penalty for?"
Yeah, whilst on the pitch.
10 years later.
Still.
Anyway, it broke my heart. I remember it was a great day. I was on the coach. They went back to the pub in North London, and I just remember thinking, when you've been like, I'm at the cup final, and Man United were there and Chelsea were there.
Yeah.
And I was just like blown away, but like I remember thinking I'd love to be here. Yeah. And in the first FA Cup final we ever played, was Chelsea versus Man United.
Yeah.
It's mad how the world works. I remember my members going, just please God, if you're out there, let me play in the FA Cup final.
Oh, wicked.
Was that 2000 and...
We played
6-1?
2007.
Yeah.
So, like, how mad's that like?
Yeah.
It was a wicked day. So I have fond memories, not of that day, but of the FA Cup.
Yeah.
Yourself?
Dave Besant, it was 88.
Yeah,
I just remember him saving a penalty.
Yeah.
That's the first memory I have, yeah.
The crazy game.
Yeah, I can't remember the game that well, but I just remember them winning it and him saving a penalty.
I remember the game. I remember
him coming to Southampton, but that's the only real memory I have, and then the other one's just the ones I've played in.
Yeah.
Probably the Arsenal one with Saints, which was my last game for them, which we lost 1-0.
Well, didn't you have the cup final ball out? The kids were playing with it.
Yeah, actually, yeah. So at my house, I got the cup final ball from that game, but it never got used, so it's never been used before. And I haven't used it. My kids haven't used it.
Wow.
And I look in the garden, him and his kids. I just booted this FA Cup ball around. I went, oh, that's the FA Cup final ball, Joe. It's never been used. And he was just like, he just said to me, oh yeah. He just give me a thumbs up. Yeah, all right.
Coming around destroying.
Got scratches all over it now.
I'm joking. Oh, imagine you went to his house and done that. You'd be booing.
To be fair, I wasn't bothered. The kids would be gagging to use it.
It was the right time to use it. It was the right time.
Gave it its
in the presence of royalty.
27 years after it's the first time it's been kicked.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
An old mitre ball.
Well, it still had the air in it.
No, it was flat, to be fair.
Well, you could get a flat ball around. You should have.
Listen, you know me. If there's a ball there, and a quarter turn's going to happen or something, a step over. I can't. I don't care. You can't be a footballer.
Yeah,
and walk past the ball without.
I know. I tried. Yeah, I tried. Like not even do it. Look at the ball now. Really? It just hurts me now. Every time I can't flipping kick it straight.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, you went up and had a kick about the kids, didn't you? But I just can't do it anymore. That dribbling drill I did with you, I couldn't walk after.
Bridgie, no, we're skipping over something very important.
What's happened,
mate? In the group chat.
What?
Guess who we standing next to in the week after golf day?
Go on.
Glenn Hoddle.
Oh yeah.
Come on, talk us through it, mate. We've got to talk about this. You know that's his hero.
Yeah, I know.
I was like, do you know what? You put it in the group chat. Yeah, we put it in the group chat.
I didn't put nothing in the group chat.
Well, someone put it in the group chat.
I didn't.
And then guess who he's standing next to? There's like 10 people in the photo. He's right next to Glenn like that.
Did he look double creepy?
Oh my God.
He's still got new. Come on, talk us through it.
Oh mate, it was just you know, Charlie Edinburgh. Justin Edinburgh's son.
Yeah,
it's his charity event, which he does for like the defibrillators. Tries to get them out in all like sports complex. They should all have them basically. But yeah,
and so that's right. It should happen. Like.
And then David Howes was there, and then Glenn was there. Happy to see him. Yeah,
Glenn.
I ain't saying no more.
Touch tight, bro.
Sorry.
Hey, apparently,
leave him alone.
Apparently, I don't know if where's Big Tell? He'll tell us what's happened, right? He said something.
You lot have been talking behind my back, by the way, because I have not seen nothing in the group.
Apparently. He was trying to shake him off, innit?
Really?
Shut up. I need Big Tell. Big Tell's getting it afterwards.
Anyway,
we're only teasing you.
FA Cup final.
FA Cup final. What about you, Carly? What's your memory?
My first memory I can go to is when I first joined Chelsea in 2007.
Yeah. You didn't join in 2009?
No, 1997.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Chelsea, Middlesbrough.
10 years before.
Yeah.
1997.
Yeah.
I remember I didn't have a clue what was going on really, because I was never ever like a football fan like that. I never had a team that I followed.
Really?
No, not really. I was just like
you just loved the game, but
loved the game. Like
loved playing it.
And it's funny that because when I talk to my kids, like my eldest, he don't watch a lot of football.
Really?
And he supports Man United, but only because his granddad used to buy him a shirt every Christmas.
Right. Okay.
So he don't really care, but he's a footballer.
Yeah.
So he just loves playing.
Yeah.
And I was battering. I was battering. So you need to watch the game. You need to watch it. Then I think about my days. and I didn't really watch it either. Yeah. So how can I have the nerve to tell him?
I never really.
But to be honest, I think I would have got a lot more out. I weren't like you, Coley. Like I would have got more out of it if I watched it more.
Really?
And I would understand the patterns of play and all that. That's why.
Man, I was obsessive.
Yeah, you was.
I was obsessive. I had a VCR DVD, right? Someone would be able to find it. It was called The Entertainers, right?
Yeah.
And it had everyone. VCR, VHS. It had everyone from Stanley Matthews, right, right the way up to I think Ryan Giggs was the thing. So it had like everyone from George Best, Rodney Marsh, and I used to watch it, Coley, like I was studying for an exam. I'd be like Frank Worthington, all the way up to like, do you know what I mean? I think it was the only VHS I had. Yeah. And I was just like, so I was obsessive about it. I was like watching these players.
So it was nice. Like, well, anyway, I didn't ever watch it. So when I went to Wembley, because Chelsea took a whole group of the youth team, and it was my first year. I just signed.
Yeah.
And I was like, so we had to meet at Stamford Bridge.
Yeah.
And then we get on the minibuses, and then they took us over to Wembley.
Yeah.
And I just remember, I didn't know what was going on. I'd never actually been in a stadium, only when I was trespassing at Brentford. To go and kick a ball on the pitch, like when I was younger. So I weren't even watching them, really.
Your first legal time was Wembley?
Yeah, my first legal time in the stadium was Wembley. So I was like, wow. Wow. This is amazing. Look how many people are here. Right, and obviously Chelsea were playing, and I forgot who I forgot Middlesbrough, that was it.
Yeah.
And I just remember, like,
I was there.
It went off straight away.
Yeah.
Di Matteo get the ball, it's gone boom. I said, this is going to be easy.
Yeah.
And he scored straight away. I think it was the quickest goal.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
So, I was there for... That was history.
Yeah.
I was there for history. And I remember how he hit it as well. And then afterwards, I remember, like, after all of that, obviously his name stuck in my head because he's the one that scored the goal. So I was going back... When you go back to the youth team and everything... And I remember, like, watching him train, I was thinking, he's a legend, man. Like, And that's how I started getting into, like getting interested in the game a little bit more, because I said, I want that feeling how he must have felt scoring the quickest goal at Wembley ever.
Inspiration's fake.
Yeah. And then the game just started to grow within me. And then I was like, okay.
A seed was planted.
Yeah, I wanted a bit of that. Mate. So that's how it happened for me, and that's how the growth of football started. But even this weekend it was brilliant, because I was talking about not watching the game. I've watched loads of football now, obviously, but my sons, I was watching the game with them, the cup final.
Yeah.
And it was brilliant, because there was Crystal Palace. I live around that neck of the woods as well, and it was just good to see the whole area. When you go to the area now, it's just buzzing. I'm just seeing loads of Crystal Palace shirts.
Yeah.
And it's a Crystal Palace area, but I've never seen so many Crystal Palace shirts ever.
Yeah.
So I was like, where have you lot been hiding? Do you know what I mean? I see Chelsea, I see Arsenal around my ends. I've never seen a Palace shirt, and I'm around that area. So it's good. This is good for them, good for their thing. I wanted them to win badly, and I did say it before the game that they were going to win.
Yeah. Do you know what, right? It was brilliant, wasn't it? Like the whole day, I think what's vital was the whole day was sectioned off for the FA Cup final, so the whole football world tuned in.
Yeah.
And it had everything. It had passion, it had like controversy, it had quality players, it had the underdog theme to it. Everything you wanted out of an FA Cup final and out of a campaign.
Delivered, mate.
It absolutely delivered. And like a big shout for any young players. Listen, Eberici Eze scored the only goal. He could probably be one of the nicest fellas in football.
Yeah.
And his story's incredible, Bridgie. He's been like rejected 4 or 5 clubs coming up. He was knocked back. So for any young players, you should hold him up into that category.
High regard, mate.
He's gone and done something, and he's there'll be statues of him outside Palace now, wouldn't it? But going back to
it could be, because it was the first. Is it
first trophy?
The first trophy, yeah.
He's already a legend of the club, but he's gone. I think he's probably put himself above everybody. I just want to quickly ask you. We watched parts of the game, Bridgie, but the Henderson VAR decision, Wayne Rooney on the telly, he ended up, I think, saying what a lot of people just get rid of VAR. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I'm with him. I've always been with him. The way he said it as well, I get it.
Yeah.
If you ain't going to get...
how can you not get that right?
Yeah, just let the refs go back to refs, just reffing it and making a decision, I say.
Yeah.
If you if you've got video footage and you're sitting there and re-watching it, you still can't get it right. Then what's the point?
Mate, if you can't see,
you know what it is.
If you can't see, that's a.
You know me, I'm a conspiracy theorist a little bit, right?
We do know.
So is Joe.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, that's why we get along. And you kind of level us out.
No, level us out?
Actually,
how wrong are we if he's the leveler?
Actually, yeah.
Mate, we need to have a look at ourselves.
You posted look the other way. Yeah, we need to have a look at ourselves. Now, we've got this all wrong, Cole. Anyway, let's move on from that. So, I thought, he's made the mistake. They know, but do you know what it is? I kind of respect it because they know they made the mistake with the Henderson palming it away from Haaland. But it was so early on. It was like, what was it, 15th minute?
Yeah.
15th to 20th minute in the game. They didn't want to spoil the game because that would have spoiled the look of that whole game.
Yeah.
And I've got something. So, how many people in the VAR room? There's about 4 of them, isn't there?
Yeah.
I think they got a system in there,
right,
where a few probably said, "Nah, just leave it, let it play."
Yeah.
I think someone pressed the button and gone, "Nah, I'm not having this." Letter of the law, yeah. And then there was a disagreement in there. I think there was a disagreement in there,
right? Okay.
In that VAR room because they didn't want to spoil. One side didn't want to spoil the game.
Yeah.
The other was like, "No, we've got to do it properly." But it would just ruin the whole day if it was 10 versus 11 and Man City. There was going to be no competition.
2 ways of looking at that, though. Go on, carry on.
Okay, so I'm thinking, listen, imagine us lot in the room, and then you want the game to be fair.
Yeah.
But then I'm thinking, no, if you send him off, it's going to mess up the whole game.
But fair is sending him off. That's what's fair.
Yeah, I know it is, but it messes the whole game up and the dynamic of the game.
But Coley, like I wanted Palace to win.
Yeah, everyone did. I think I wanted Palace to win.
You're telling me who I wanted to win.
You would want Palace. Oh no, you're Man City. Sorry,
mate. You are.
Sorry. Anyone who's not Man City or Brighton wanted Palace to win, right? Sorry, Bridgie. Right? No. So what I'm saying is though, right? For sport, you basically you turn up and we agree we're going to abide by these rules and we're going to see who's the better team, who's the better man, who's the better woman, whatever sport you decide to play. So you have to have rules to the game, right? As much as I love breaking rules, it's one of my most favourite things to do in life.
Cutting corners and breaking the rules.
Yeah, I love it, right? But when it comes to sport, it would have ruined the day. But like, just because Man City have won everything and the financial sanctions and Pep's
not fair.
Sometimes Pep's behaviour, you know, in defeat isn't as gracious as we would like. It still don't separate from the fact that they got that wrong.
No.
But I'm glad they got it wrong.
But they was making excuses.
I think for Palace fans, you could see how happy they were.
Yeah.
And
the thing, on top of that,
massive for them.
So it did happen. So it happened. We know it was a sending off. Everyone knows. They got it wrong, obviously. But there's I've just explained to what I thought was going on in there. Nah, they know they've utterly got it wrong.
Right. Okay.
Later on in the game, they give a penalty.
Yeah. So
and it was a penalty, so it was like, I've evened it out now.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you're going to do that, and you're going to make mistakes, and you want to even it out anyway, eventually down the other end of the game, then you don't need VAR because you've made a mistake naturally.
Yeah.
Why are you still debating? Because it is the letter of the law. You've made a mistake. You don't have to even it out. And you know, back in the day, when a referee used to make a mistake early on in the game, he always tried to even it out somewhere.
You can't do that.
No, but they've done that. No, but they used to do that. But I think I felt that's what happened in that game.
Yeah.
I felt that happened in the game.
That's human nature. Have you ever refed a game? Like you would have done coaching.
Yeah.
It's the worst job in the world. It's the worst job in the world.
And they're trying to be fair.
Mate, it's like these kids just like you're upsetting someone. Everyone's got a debate. Like, so referees have a hard time, right? I don't want to jump on them and saying, and it's Coley's right. It's human nature. They try but then Rooney's right as well. Then like, if it's going to be human nature, just get rid of it all and just trust the ref to do it.
He's trying to cover for his mate, and he was right. He's definitely right, Rooney. So I get what he's saying, and I felt that within that period in time. But that is what it is. And look, I'm just happy for Palace anyway, and I don't think anyone will begrudge him winning this. You know, although they had a little bit of help. Yeah, it was worth it, man.
Yeah,
Eze, unbelievable. And when we talk about Eze, I watched his interview afterwards.
Right.
and he wants to get rid of that persona of, look at his journey.
He does he? Okay.
Yeah, I think he doesn't want us to speak about that anymore because he's now made it.
Right, okay.
Do you know what I mean? Now they want...
Yeah.
That is his story. You can't get away from your story.
Yeah.
But he wants to now look forward and say, all right, forget that.
It's so inspiring for young kids because he's so good.
Because you know what he said to the interviewer? He goes, yeah, you the media team, always remind me of it. So that's what I am, innit? Like,
I know.
He doesn't want to keep on repeating, rinse and repeat, because that is not just his story.
Yeah.
Well, how well has he done even when he broke through now? He wants to look to the future. So I want to look to a bright future for Eze. Because he has got a bright future, man.
He has.
It's a great day for Palace fans as well, isn't it? Like we were saying, I'd love to be with them now having a party.
God,
you know it's going to be a proper party. I spoke to one of my mates after. He was definitely tipsy, like.
Yeah.
And he was on the train on the way home. He said, I've called my missus, I'm dragging her out. They're all going to the local boozer.
Are they?
He was basically saying, there was fans just hugging each other. It was like grown men and women with tears in their eyes.
Yeah.
He said he sees some Swedish fans that have been watching Palace since 1990. You could see pure joy in their face. It sounded wicked.
It's nice, isn't it? That's what we do it for. It's like, that's what we have to remember. Football is that.
For City fans, it would have just been
another one.
Great, we've won. It's another one, but for them, it's special. It's a special moment, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's why we turn up at football. It's why we love it, because Palace can do that against Man City with all of their money and everything. Just another thing you talk about, Bridgie, the tifo. That they unveiled before the game. The story behind that, for people listening who don't understand, it's like the big banner that they unveil was a famous picture of two lads with their dad when Darren Ambrose scored a famous goal for Palace, I think at Wembley last time, and it's it's big in Palace.
Was it in the playoffs?
Was it the playoffs? It might have been the playoffs. I can't remember, but anyway, the dad sadly's not with us anymore. He passed, but two boys are now men, and they was at the game. And it panned onto them, the camera panned onto them, and it's like the emotions and that must have felt for them boys, but also the Palace family. It was a great day for the club, and they've earned a European place.
Mate, it's brilliant.
It's just you've got to give them their flowers.
I'm so happy for Steve Parish.
Yeah.
Steve Parish is a boy, isn't he? He's a good lad, isn't he?
Yes.
I remember panning it to him a few minutes left. Mate, he was nervous.
He was nervous, innit? I see Mark Bright next to him as well.
Yeah,
he's good lad.
It's good to see them boys get what they deserve, and it's nice to see them win. They must have been watching West Ham win the Europa Conference League and says, we want a bit of that. So now they get a little chance to go and fill their boots in Europe. So it's good, man. Something different. On the back of a poor season in the Premier League, I needed some romance. A bit of romance.
Yeah. I'll give you that. Just quickly, we have to address it, and we have to put an asterisk on it. Pep after the game, little confrontation with Henderson. We don't know exactly what was said or whose fault it was, and we always have to say Pep is an absolute legend of the game. This is his first trophyless season for Man City since his first season in charge, Pep, right? But he's not great at losing, is he, Pep? There's always and that's probably why he's so good. But it wasn't gracious. There needs to be a moment when you need to breathe. Do you know what I thought done really well in that? And I know he hates losing probably as much as Pep, but Frank in Coventry when they got beaten the last minute, I'm putting the kids to bed, and I'm thinking there's going to be penalties, and I see Sunderland score, and there's no worse. We all know there's no worse feeling than losing a game in the last minute, and especially as a manager, especially that game at the end of the season, and especially how well they played. And I thought Frank was so gracious, wishing Sunderland all the best.
I remember that. Yeah.
But I just think Pep, I just don't think he was. And he has history of a little bit of that.
But I just think in this moment, he would have felt hard done by. There's a big moment in the game.
But he knows football.
And things have gone his way before.
Yeah,
so it swings around the roundabouts, but he needs to understand, look, give them their time, give them their flowers.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You've won a lot, Pep.
Yeah.
You've done it. And I think Man City fans will say the same, do you know what? Hands up. It's not been our greatest season.
Yeah.
But do you know who would deserve it? Palace deserve it because they got this far, and we've won a lot, and we'll get back to winning next season.
Yeah, and I
think that's fair. You know?
I'm really looking forward to seeing what Pep does with his team next year. You know, I do think he'll.
He's going to strip it. It's going to be stripped, man.
It's going to be like Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen coming and doing up a house. There's going to be all sorts going on. There's going to be annexes and there's going to be
it's been
moving stuff around.
It's been a mad season, isn't it?
Dion Dublin, homes under the hammer.
They haven't won anything. I feel like anyone can slip up.
Yeah.
Against any team.
Man City and Arsenal, who were leading the chase last year, ain't won anything this year. Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
Man City ain't won anything for a few years though. I wouldn't put them in like.
Well, yeah.
You know, I think that's a whole different story. We'll quickly move on. I think sticking on the theme of finals, we'll go. We'll talk about the finals that are coming up. And let's we'll talk. Chelsea played Manchester United. Both teams playing for their final, preparing for their final. Chelsea obviously more important to them, going for the fifth position, Champions League spot. Manchester United, interesting what they done, Bridgie. They played a full strength side, contrary to what Tottenham done, which we'll get on in a minute in their league game. Manchester United played a full strength side, and Chelsea just got the job done with a Cucurella goal.
He's been brilliant, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And I know a few Chelsea fans. Yeah, well, just I was saying to Carlton earlier, he had a bit of I don't know if you call it a tough time, but Chelsea fans didn't really take to him that well, I don't think. He might have been doing all right, he just wasn't great. So I think a lot of Chelsea fans were like, weren't sure. But, mate, they love him now.
Yeah. Oh, mate.
He's been brilliant all season. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think someone said earlier he was top goal scorer in 2025, yeah. But Chelsea fans, I know, just love him, goals. Saying he's been the best player all season.
Absolutely.
Reggie, do you know, you asked me, go, Coley, when was that his turning point, when it's the upturn in his Chelsea tenure so far? And I'm saying, I reckon his upturn was just before he went to the Euros.
Yeah.
Because he was outstanding at
he was
the Euros.
Good,
Yeah.
Then he come back, and then I think he's just taken that momentum, with confidence, and obviously they are.
And also the team's changed a little bit.
Yeah, and
they started playing better, didn't they?
And they've got players back as well. And it just took a lot of pressure off him because he's come in as a big money signing.
Yeah.
And look, his hair don't do him any favours as well.
I quite like it.
Do you know what I mean? But no. Mate, I tell you what, I'm going to tell you.
Take about 3% of it at the moment.
I'd love his hair. I would love his hair, but I can't. But yeah, his hair. My missus always gravitates to his hair.
Yeah.
So that geezer gets on my nerves. His stupid hair's always in his face,
mad,
bouncing around. It's like that. Yeah. And reminds me of Sheva with hair.
Yeah.
Imagine Sheva with hair. That's what he looked like. Anyway,
I think he looks.
He looks like Cucurella with hair.
Yeah, we need little scans for him or something, don't we?
Yeah, we need to get him on camera.
I think he looks like his hair like Marge Simpson's sister.
But anyway, let's get on serious.
Listen, I love him. I think he's a brilliant player, and credit to him.
But Manchester United have to have a look at themselves too. I was the smallest player on the field.
Yeah.
Scoring a header.
Yeah.
Unchallenged.
Yeah.
In their box. Come on. Yeah. And do you know what? Reece James, what skill.
Yeah.
The way the little dinky do.
Deliveroo.
Hey, by the way, I know it's like it's close to go. It's a great header.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Great header.
It got compared to Alan Shearer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
the technique.
Because he's coming at it. It's flat. It's got pace, but he's still got to meet it.
It's still got to meet
it. Put it right in the corner.
Yeah.
Well, I won't go as far as Alan Shearer, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. But can I just quickly so we'll come back to Chelsea on the second half, but with quick Europa League, Manchester United. Mate, it's not good preparation. Keep losing games going to. How do you balance that as a manager?
Was that at full strength? Would you say
they're full strength as far as what you can see? We'll get on to Spurs afterwards, but Manchester United were at full strength and they started very, very well.
Yeah.
But where do you stand on that? Like, if
do you know what? That game, I watched it as a Chelsea fan,
right?
And I thought, as Man United. How they've been playing at one point, they're making it difficult.
Yeah.
I know we had a couple of chances, probably could have two.
Yeah.
But I was like, they didn't make it easy either.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh my God.
Yeah.
And I think because I was watching it as Chelsea fan, I didn't think
notice.
about them too much. I thought they're actually doing all right here.
Yeah.
We need to go here.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean? Man United are doing all right.
It didn't look like
easy.
Chelsea. It didn't look like Chelsea were going after
after the top four spot.
It didn't look
I
like
just
it.
thought
It just looked like the end of season.
And the way they've been playing, I thought, we get it easy.
Yeah.
And at one point, I'm like, hold on, we're going to struggle
It was weird, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was weird.
That's how it felt to me.
Like, Manchester were just preparing for what they're preparing for, obviously the final. But Chelsea had something to play for.
And then Harry Maguire's goal, and I was thinking, please be offside. Please be offside.
Half a kneecap. Yeah, so Manchester United performing well, losing games, going in. I think what he's done, the manager, Amorim, is to get prepared for the game. Sorry, Bridget, go on.
Go on. No, carry on.
No, I think what he's done is he's gone, I'm playing strong team here, right? And then he'll play a second string on Sunday, and then he's going to prepare from now till the cup final.
I will say, I know they lost, but they weren't as bad as what they have been, mate.
Yeah.
Really.
Oh, no,
and Garnacho coming on at the end, I thought he was trying, and mate, I think it ain't that bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Considering how they've been.
All right. Answer this question, Bridgie. How many of that Man United team that started on Saturday, would you think that Chelsea would take?
Ooh, Bruno Fernandes.
Yeah, that's the top.
He's one of the best in the world.
Yeah.
Who else?
I don't think.
I really like winger.
Ahmad?
Yeah, I really like him.
Okay, Ahmad.
Yeah, but he's going to have to be better than Neto, Madueke.
Yeah, I know, but I like him as a player. He could be.
Potential. Yeah, but that's two. So that's why they're...
Man United have never been...
That's why they're 16th place in the table. Manchester United on 39 points, right? I got relegated from the Premier League on 42 points. So they ain't getting there.
So
and we weren't great.
So when you're talking, about Amorim losing his job, and he's come in and he's told them he didn't want to come in.
Sorry to stop. By the way, Amorim, it's been horrendous, right? Since if he wins,
his record's
horrendous, right? It's been horrendous. If he was an English manager, the media would be having a field day.
Imagine it was Graham Potter.
Imagine it was Graham Potter, or Frank Lampard, or Steven Gerrard, or even Eddie Howe. He would be. There would have been so much pressure on Man United to get rid of him. It'd have been laughing stock.
But when it comes to the manager like that, he's got time because why? He's on a project.
Yeah.
Project.
Yeah.
Everything's always about projects. Okay. Like, project... I don't believe in this project. Manage what's in front of you.
Yeah, win games of football.
Win games of football, manage the player, get the best out of him, win the game.
Exactly.
Well, and this project thing is a cover-up, I'm telling you.
Yeah, a cover-up, that's it. Conspiracy theories.
See, wait, drop the pencil, you just needed the mic.
Right, that's the end of part one with the dressing room and our Arabiya news.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
An unfortunate late-stage diagnosis or a deliberate deception. Former President Joe Biden's cancer revelation has reignited debate about his health while in office and reopened old wounds within the Democratic Party. Although there's been an outpouring of bipartisan support, it's also prompted speculation of an Oval Office cover-up. You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Former President Joe Biden's diagnosis with advanced prostate cancer that spread to his bones is a devastating blow to a man who's dedicated more than 50 years of his life to public service. But personal tragedy aside, the political fallout can't be ignored because, as renowned cancer expert Dr. Stephen Key told my colleagues on W News, this form of cancer would easily have been detected in a routine blood test.
98% probability is that this was known at the time of his physical last July and wasn't revealed. It's simply not credible to have cancer be in your bones 13 months after having any sort of prostate examination.
So what exactly did the president know and when? It's renewed speculation around Biden's cognitive and physical health while in office.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if.
Conspiracy theories abound, including the suggestion that it's an orchestrated distraction ahead of the release of a scathing book about his presidency. Today on Counterpoints, we'll debate if the public response to his news amounts to political point scoring, if there's evidence of a political cover-up, and if there should be age limits for political leaders. Stay with us on Counterpoints. Well, joining us to discuss Joe Biden's cancer diagnosis and the polarising reaction from the public, I'm joined by Brian Krasenstein, a journalist and co-founder of Krasencast, and Joey Manarino, political strategist and commentator. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints. President Biden's cancer announcement, less than a year after he dropped out of the presidential race, has led to quite a polarising discourse in the US. Now, along with the expected messages of support and best wishes, there have been a surprising number that have been apathetic at best, and some even wishing the former president good riddance, to put it as politely as I can. Brian, why don't we start with you? What did you make of the public's reaction to the former president's diagnosis?
Well, Donald Trump, I think his reaction, although I doubt he actually wrote that post on Truth Social, his reaction was one that I commend, wishing him well. Some people, though, took things to an extreme, like anything you see online, especially on X, calling, like saying that he deserves this, that wishing that he rots in hell or stuff like that. I think it's just ridiculous, but it's come to be expected, I think, on social media these days.
Joey, what's your take? I know you weren't a fan.
I'm not a fan of Biden. I mean, I don't wish cancer on anybody, but I'm not going to sit around. I think it's hypocritical for people who criticized the man for 4 years to turn around and say, oh, we're so sorry, and we're so sorry you're not well. So people were quite honest. I think wherever they stood with Biden is kind of where they have let their opinion stay. And some people took it really far, yeah. But honestly, these are people, a lot of those reactions were from people that were in the J6 prison for 4 years, awaiting sentencing or awaiting a trial even. I mean, I can't really guilt anybody for feeling how they feel about this man having cancer. He ruined a lot of lives.
Well, Joey, go ahead, Brian.
I think there's a difference between, disagreeing with a man politically and wanting him to suffer in pain or die. I mean, that's just common decency, I think.
Joey?
Yeah, I mean, sure, you can say that, but people literally rotted in jail. There were people who couldn't have cancer treatment in jail in Washington, D.C., January 6th people, at the hands of this man. He sat there and called half the country garbage. 325,000 children went missing under this man's watch. Laken Riley, I'm sure her parents wish that her life wasn't lost either. So, you can't sit there and say, oh, he was such a, whatever. Political disagreements, these are lives lost. I know you guys, Brian and your brother, you're going to defend this man no matter what he does, frankly, because you guys sat there when he took the shower with the daughter and said, oh, pediatricians recommend the shower with the daughter. We have to tweet. So I know you're not going to criticize him.
You're spouting conspiracy theories, Joey. Nothing you're saying
from Ed
is grounded in truth.
What's not truth? What's 325,000 children who are missing is not truth? Lake and Riley dying is not truth?
Joe Biden didn't lock the January 6th convicts up. You know that, right? We have three branches of government: the judicial, the executive, and Congress. And you're acting like Joe Biden called for these people to be locked up, and he was the one that determined their resulting sentences. That's not how it works.
Whose DOJ was it? Whose DOJ was it?
It doesn't matter. Do you know how the court system works? Do you know how the judiciary works? It's not the head of the DOJ determining if somebody's locked up or not. Nor Biden.
We all know how that went. We all know how the January 6th cases went. We all know how unfair that was. There were people, Jake Lang sat there awaiting sentencing 4 years.
All right, I'm going to turn us back. I'm going to turn us back onto the topic at hand. And I want to ask both of you how much political tribalism played a role in this. Has politics sort of become a bit of a sport? If you're pro-Biden, you're going to send well wishes. If you're anti-Biden, you're going to say, well, you get what you deserve. Is this just a team sport now? Brian, what do you think?
It really is. And I think if you polled most of America would say, yeah, this is a shame that Biden has cancer. I think the most extreme responses are the ones that are being amplified by the media, by, just random people on social media retweeting and stuff. So I don't think so. There's no doubt there's tribalism in the United States. I think both sides treat politics as sport, where it shouldn't be that way. But I don't think that what you see amplified on social media represents the country as a whole.
Joey, what do you think? Do you think it's an accurate representation?
I can't tell you if it's an accurate representation or not. People feel how they feel about the guy. I'm sure most people just shrug their shoulders, to be honest with you, because he's gone. Nobody's really thinking about him anymore, to be honest with you. So this all comes days after, I think it was 2 days ago, James Comey, director of the FBI, put on Instagram 8647, calling for the assassination of Trump. All right,
he denies that. He says he wasn't calling for the assassination of Trump, but he did put the picture there, just to clarify.
Well, 8647, I mean, most people have commonly thought that would be an assassination threat. And I think
have you been to any have you been to any protests by Democrats over the last, I guess, like 8 years? Because there's signs that say 8647 and it means to remove Trump from office. It's not meaning to kill Trump. In fact, Republicans are selling T-shirts 8646 on Amazon and on Etsy, and they posted it on social media as well. And it meant to impeach Biden, remove Biden by the 25th Amendment. So you guys just keep rewriting history and keep changing the definition of phrases and numbers in order to paint Democrats as this evil, violent group when you guys are the ones that think that it means kill, and you were the ones posting it for years.
For years? Oh, okay. I never heard 8646, frankly. I heard 8647 by Comey, and then we saw a bunch of people retweet it. And the Secret Service clearly takes it as a threat.
Yeah, Brian,
the Secret Service clearly takes it as a threat.
The Secret Service visited your brother about a similar tweet.
Yeah. And he tweeted 8647 because he was calling for the impeachment of Donald Trump. And then you have the Secret Service, who said that they were instructed by Washington to pay him a visit, coming to his house to intimidate him for calling for the impeachment of the President of the United States. This number was never used by Democrats to call for the death of anybody. And Don Jr. went on Twitter shortly after Comey made that message and started tweeting out, oh, he called for the death of my father. And then it got amplified by libs of TikTok and by End Wokeness and by people like Joey saying that it's the call to death when that's not what it was. And they redefined what it meant so that they can paint Democrats like me as somebody violent, even though Ed said this isn't a call for violence, this is a call for impeachment.
So why didn't you just say impeach Trump? Why did he have to say 86 when everybody knows how that's commonly used?
Because I didn't like the fact that the right wing was trying to redefine the number that had been used for years by both the right and the left in order to call for the removal of a president from office. So I continued to use it so that your definition and the right's definition wouldn't be propagated, and the real definition that has been being used for the last 8 years did propagate.
Okay.
Where did the term come from? Okay.
All right. Before we get too deep into that, let's get it back onto the reactions to President Biden, maybe what he did know and when. During the final stages of his presidency, Biden's health was under an unprecedented level of scrutiny, and now, in the light of his cancer diagnosis, that speculation takes on a whole new layer of complexity. It's prompted some, including President Trump, to ask if there was a cover-up. So take a listen to the president's comments from the Oval Office. Let's see if we've got that recording for you.
There are things going on that the public wasn't informed, and I think somebody's going to have to speak to his doctor, if it's the same, or even if it's two separate doctors. Why wasn't the cognitive ability, why wasn't that discussed? And I think the doctor said he's just fine, and it's turned out that's not so. It's very dangerous. Look, this is no longer politically correct. This is dangerous for our country.
OK, Joey, let me start with you. Do you think there's evidence of a cover-up of the former president's ill health?
I think they've been covering up that man's health since before he got elected. He got elected, quote unquote elected. Shouldn't have even been sworn in. He got sworn in. From the minute he got sworn in, the man could barely complete a sentence. All right. We saw for years he stumbled through the entire presidency. He could barely get a word out. He was confused, falling down. I mean, you never really looked at this man and said he's a picture of health. For years, the staff knew. The book just came out from Jake Tapper, who is absolutely no friend of Donald Trump, saying that essentially Biden was mentally incapacitated for most of the term, and a major cover-up was underway. I find it very hard to believe a man who is probably the most cared for person on planet Earth, the President of the United States, the most person that we should care the most about the health, that he has a private personal doctor, right? Could miss this. That's a pretty big thing to miss, that suddenly it shows up, it's stage 4 and it's in the bones. I just don't believe it. I can't believe it. Just like I can't believe that he was mentally fine the whole presidency when pretty much everybody could look at the man and say something is really not right with how he walks, how he talks, how he is rationalizing every word he says. Something is wrong with Joe Biden. Something's been wrong with Joe Biden. Of course, they couldn't tell us, because then we would all consider him even more illegitimate than we already considered him.
OK, Brian, what do you make of that?
He had a very rare form, a very aggressive form of prostate cancer. Doctors on NPR said that these cancers can basically pop up within months, 7 months. There really isn't a way to detect it because he probably wasn't getting a PSA exam. He was over 70. Most doctors do not perform PSAs for men over 70 because it's at that point, most prostate cancers are slow growing and it would outlast your lifespan anyway. So there's a reason why, the other presidents had PSA exams and Biden didn't. And that's because he was old, right? He was 82. His last exam he was 82 in late 2024. So it was likely missed because of that. As soon as he got the biopsy, 2 days later, he reported what the biopsy said. He was as transparent, more transparent than any former president, any president up to this point. They released all of the data that was necessary. I don't really know what else you want. You can speculate and say that he covered it up, but that's just speculation and conspiracy theory at this point. There's plenty of people that get prostate cancer, it goes undetected, it gets into their bones, and stage 4, when they have Gleason 9 prostate cancer. So, I mean, there's a lot of speculation by people that aren't doctors. I'm not a doctor either, but I've read up a lot about it, and I've listened to doctors talk about it, and it doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
Joey, why should we question the president's veracity here?
Well, I mean, this has not been the most transparent administration ever. Joe Biden was never known for his honesty. But earlier today, a former Biden official went on CBS and said that they didn't perform a prostate-specific antigen test on Biden because it's too costly for his age, is essentially what they were trying to make us believe. I mean, how are we supposed to really understand that this is a man who was responsible for being the leader of the free world, and they didn't do every possible test? They didn't do a PSA test because he's too old. I mean, maybe they just looked at him and said, look, this one's beyond saving anyway. Who cares at this point?
No, I mean, that's normal. A doctor will not order a PSA test if you're over 70, in most cases.
Yes, but if you're the president of the United States,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter for the same reason.
Your health is literally the most important thing.
He was only president for another year. He was only. You're kind of not making sense here, Joey.
I'm not making sense. Okay, but you know what?
No, you're not.
We all know Biden wasn't the one running the country. So really, if he had dropped dead in the middle of the presidency, nothing really would have changed anyway. They could have just propped him up for the rest of the time, and it wouldn't have made a hell of a lot of difference.
Joey, you put out a tweet on the 10th of March after President Biden's interview, and you said that you watched the interview on MSNBC, and you said that you realised how ignorant those are who attacked his mental well-being. Now, and his health and his fitness, now that you know what you know, do you question maybe that tweet? Do you question your support for him at the time? Does it colour the way that he presented himself?
I assume you're asking me that, right?
Brian, sorry. Oh, my apologies. My apologies, Brian.
I don't think I ever said in 4 years one word about that man being mentally fit.
My apologies, Joey. Brian, you put out the tweet on March 10. Has it coloured your impression?
And that was prior to his debate, I'm assuming. And after the debate, I changed my opinion. I do think that he was too old to be president. I think that the fact that they were going to run him again was irresponsible, and I'm glad he dropped out. Now, fast forward another year or two, and we have a man that's going to be the oldest president ever in the United States. So we're not exactly a lot better off right now, but yeah, I think we need younger candidates. We need people in their 40s and 50s running rather than in their 70s and 80s.
You say that, and we're going to come to that in our third segment. I want to talk all about age and young people in politics. Before we get to that, Joey, and I am meaning to say Joey this time, let me ask you, is the timing of this a coincidence, or is it an attempt to generate sympathy and distract ahead of the book release that you referred to a little earlier?
I would assume it's the book release, because I just don't see why suddenly they announced this when everybody's finally putting scrutiny back on Joe Biden's presidency. For the last, I'd say, 150 days, nobody talked about Biden. He was as good as gone. Now everybody has a magnifying glass back on the presidency of Biden, the mental acuity of Biden. And right away, David Axelrod came out and said, this is not the time for that discussion while the man is suffering. So, is it even real? Who knows? Who knows? Frankly, who cares? Nobody's going to do a check because he has no power. So they just want him out of the headline. The Democrat Party does not want to have to relitigate the past 4 years of Joe Biden, because that presidency was a complete disaster. And they're coming up on another election. The midterms, we're starting that season right about now. And nobody wants to run around having to campaign talking about Joe Biden, because that is a sure way to lose. So yeah, it's just a way to neutralize that conversation. And now anybody who comes out and talks more about all the mental unfitness is going to be told, don't speak about a sick man like that. Well, that's just how they love to do things in that party.
Brian?
Yeah, I mean, the Republicans want to keep Joe Biden in the news because they realize that Trump is kind of dropping the ball on everything, including the economy. And this is a way to do that, to shift attention away from what's actually happening to the average American, I think.
What do you make of that, Joe? Is this a distraction, but maybe a false flag distraction orchestrated by the Republicans?
It's a distraction but you're saying the Republicans leaked that Biden had cancer, so we stopped talking about Trump. Is that what you're saying?
No, I mean, you just like you did with Hillary Clinton, you can't drop the previous candidate. You should be looking ahead and looking to the future, and you guys are looking in the past because you realize that the future might not be so very bright right now.
I mean, the past of Joe Biden, the economy of Joe Biden was absolutely abysmal. The inflation rate was through the roof. I mean, what are you talking about? Of course we're going to talk about that presidency. We have a direct comparison of what we just had, what we had from 2016 to 2020, and now how things are going back on the 2016 to 2020 trajectory. Look at the jobs numbers. Look, everything is on the right path right now. Joe Biden had the country in an abysmal state. That's why Kamala got crushed in the election, too, because she was running on the Biden record. Brian, the American people spoke. She won 0 of the swing states. She got the popular vote. Even that she lost. Democrats rarely lose the popular vote. She couldn't even win the popular vote. I mean, come on, Brian. This presidency of Joe Biden was probably the worst in American history. So there's no point to even try and defend it. I understand you have an audience to talk to, but come on. I mean, you got to move past him at some point. You got to.
Donald Trump didn't even get 49% of the vote, or 49.8% of the vote. And you want to talk about a bad economy? Have you checked out the GDP? The U.S. economy shrunk for the first time in years in the last quarter, and it's likely going to shrink again in the next quarter. Why? Not because of Joe Biden,
according to
but
who?
Because Donald Trump.
According to who? Who says it's going to shrink in the next quarter? All these experts.
According to who?
Trump.
Well, did you see? Did you see last quarter? Did you see last quarter? Do you see what happened to the
tariffs
GDP?
Are kicking in. Everybody's economically uncertain. They're trying to do all this stupidity right now, and all these world economies are trying to mess with the United States because they're scared of these.
So it's the world's responsibility. But when COVID happened and supply chains froze up, and the whole world had inflation, you blame that on Biden, right?
You want to talk about supply chains?
Okay, before we get too stuck into tariffs and the economy, I want to ask Brian a question about something that you mentioned, Joey, as well. Do you think that this renewed speculation about Biden's health, this renewed scrutiny about who within the Democrats knew what, is going to be damaging for the party as we head into the midterms?
No, I think that as we head into the midterms, there's going to be one thing on everybody's mind, and that's the economy. And right now, with the tariffs and with Trump, giving businesses all of these uncertainties, the economy is not performing the way it was under President Biden. And Joey can pretend that the economy is so much better now than it was under Biden, but the only thing he can point to is inflation. The inflation rate is slightly lower. But every other economic indicator that I can think of is down compared to when Biden left office.
Joey, what do you think? Is this going to be something that Republicans are going to jump on ahead of the midterms? Is this evidence of a big rift and a split within the Democrats?
Well, I mean, if I was a Democrat voter and the party sat there and lied to me for 4 years that this man was mentally competent and that he was the one in charge. But we come to find out, number one, I don't know how this is news to anybody that he was gone in the head the whole time. But let's assume they're finding out for the first time. That's a big problem. That's a big problem of trust, because I should expect those who are around the president, if he's completely mentally incapacitated, it's not like he has a staff of 3 people. There are hundreds of people who work in the White House. Nobody thought to say something. Jim Clyburn sat there, and all these other congressional leaders sat there and talked about how incredibly mentally competent this man was and how bright he was and how he was just so fit for the office. Turns out, not at all. There's no chance at all. And I think more is going to come out. I don't think this is the end of this. I think we're going to see so many more stories because people are going to throw this man, if they're smart, if the Democrats are smart, which nobody's ever accused them of that. If they are, they're going to throw this man under the bus because that's the only future they have. If they're going to run on the Biden record, they're screwed. They will be absolutely demolished in the future. So I think just as they threw him under the bus to let Kamala run, they're going to throw him even further under the bus, and they're going to run him over with it this time.
Brian, does the party need to distance themselves?
I think that Democrats are looking forward right now. They're not looking back. And I think they'll continue to look forward. And they have plenty to point to while looking forward as to what this administration's doing that is anti-American, anti-economy, and anti-constitution. And they will run on that. And I think that 2026 is going to be quite shocking for some people, especially on the right.
Joey, you're strapping in for 2026?
I can't wait. I can't wait. Now, I mean, in theory, usually the president's party does lose seats. But, I mean, I don't know what the Democrats have to run on this time. He's talking about anti-constitution. It's the same thing over and over again. They're going to talk. Last time they ran on the Russia stuff. This time they're going to come up with a new conspiracy and run on that. They don't ever run on policy. The Democrats always run on fraudulent investigations or we're going to save democracy, something stupid like that. They'll come up with something. We don't know what's coming, but, we'll see what happens. I think if the Republicans actually come together and start passing the agenda we voted for, because I'll tell you the truth, as a Republican, I'm not really happy with the action or inaction of our Congress right now. But if they get it together and start passing the agenda that the vast majority of the American people want, we're going to have a beautiful time in the midterms. We'll just see what happens with that. I'm not thinking that anyone is going to listen to the Democrats saying, oh, it's a threat to democracy. They tried that again in 2024, and Kamala lost every single swing state by quite a bit.
Some of your comments there make me curious. Joey, do you think there needs to be a commission of inquiry into what Biden knew about his health, some sort of investigation into his doctors, or do we just let this go and everyone should move on?
I don't think you can just let it go because you had a man who was completely incapacitated signing these bills. Who knows if he knew what he was signing? The pen, the auto pen, the pardons, nobody has any idea what this man knew. Judicial appointments were made. Supreme Court justices were appointed to the court. The people, okay, let's go with the theory that Biden won the election fairly. So say the American people actually voted for this guy. Who was running the country? No one knows. And that, to me, is a huge scandal. So I don't think it matters what he knew about his health because the man clearly was suffering from serious dementia or something of that nature. What I want to know is why the American people were deliberately lied to by the entire apparatus for 4 years. That doesn't make any sense. Should there be a commission? I'm not sure. But something needs to understand. We need to know what happened.
Brian, do you think that it would be beneficial if there was some sort of investigation into this so that all the facts are on the table and if the president is telling the truth as you believe he is, then the whole thing can be put to rest?
I think it's just ridiculous. The man has cancer. He's likely dying of cancer, and you're going to open up investigations into whether he really has cancer or not. Like that's something that right would love because they can generate an outrage machine and more hatred toward the man that's dying, right? But no,
but maybe
an
investigation into what he knew and when and who in his staff knew and what his doctors knew.
No, I think that's ridiculous. It's not going to impact the American people in any way. And he's a private man now. He can, live out his remaining years in privacy. He doesn't have to, go through all these investigations into whether he knew he had cancer here or there or then or who knew. I think that's ridiculous. And it's mostly just conspiracy theories because they need to distract from the current events.
It's not about Biden. It's about the transparency of the office. It's nothing to do with Joe Biden personally. It's
was Trump transparent about his health after COVID? Was Trump transparent about his health?
Oh, is Trump the one who sat there walking around, falling down airplane steps, stumbling over words every 2 days? Trump's in office right now, and he's more competent than Biden was on his best day. So I don't know what you're talking about who's transparent and who's not.
That has nothing to do with what I asked. Was Trump transparent about his health? Because I remember several occasions during COVID, after COVID, where they would not release information. And even after his COVID diagnosis, they didn't release the drugs he used. They didn't release what happened and what led up to him going to the hospital. None of that was released. He didn't even release his medical records before COVID.
Duties? Was he ever unable to perform the duty? Did anybody ever question that he was the one running the country? There were doutes, serious doubts. People question all the time whether...
You don't think people question whether Trump can perform his duties when he's saying that he's only going to be a dictator in day one and that he doesn't know if he has to obey the Constitution and he ignores the Supreme Court's 9-0 decision? You don't think people question if he can do his duties as president? Seriously?
You're questioning his mental fitness. You're questioning Donald Trump's mental fitness.
Absolutely.
But telling me Joe Biden was completely mentally fit. That's what you're trying to tell me?
I'm trying to tell you that there's reason to question Donald Trump. I think Biden was an older man. And I think as the presidency progressed, I think his age started to show. Do I think he has Alzheimer's? No. Do I think he's lost his marbles? No. I think he's slowed down significantly and he shouldn't have run for a second term.
Yeah, and he did until they basically had to throw him out because he was not going to give it up. Look.
Well, and I think they should have, right? We both agree with that. I don't think...
So here's my question, Brian. He's gone. Why can't you people now just admit it was one big bad mistake? He conned a lot of people, or not him. I don't blame him. I don't blame Joe Biden. I don't think he was mentally fit enough to know or do any of what was done. But people like Jill, the doctors, the children, all the people around this man, I mean, they propped him up. They lied to the public. Why don't you guys realize what horrible political strategies that he was mentally able to do the job? He was
because their judgment was different than your judgment. Like, is there actual verifiable, data or medical records that show that he was not mentally able to do the job, or are you just making that up based on your own personal opinion?
Did you not see the 4 years that I saw? Did you not watch that debate where he literally said, we beat Medicaid? I mean, this man sat there. Nothing he said made sense for 4 years.
Have you listened to Trump speak like for 5 minutes?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear Trump speak every day. He goes out to the press. He speaks to them. He took more questions in the first 2 weeks of the presidency than Biden took in 4 years. They hid him. They sheltered him. They kept him away from just about everybody because when you rolled him out, you didn't know what version you were going to get. And we all know that's true. So I just don't understand from a point of political strategy why you guys can't just say, look, this guy, he was out of his mind. The family and all the people around him who really are kind of out of the picture now conned the American people. We're moving on. He screwed us, so screw him. I don't see how you guys are not there yet because the American people don't like being conned.
Joey, you're basing it off of your personal opinion, and the personal opinion is people on the right. Now, if you had medical records that said, oh, he had dementia or something like that, yeah, then you'd have something to go on. But right now, it's just your opinion. I think Biden did a great job as president. I think as he aged in the last year of his presidency, I think that he was too old. And I'm glad that he didn't run for a second term. I was one of the people that said that he can't run for a second term. He promised that he was going to run for a first term. And I think that when he ran for that second term, that pissed me off. I was like, okay, he broke that promise. We need somebody newer. And I think a lot of Democrats felt that way. But at that point, it's hard to go against a presidential candidate who is an incumbent when they want to run again. It would destroy the party and it would destroy chances. Not that I don't think he probably would have lost anyway. But still, like for you to say that Democrats are, not admitting something, I think a lot of Democrats admit that he was too old to run for a second term. I don't think when he was elected in 2020, he was too old. I think that he was doing well. He did well as president. Trump is now older. I think Trump is too old. And the fact that you're calling out one but not the other, I think, is a little bit hypocritical here.
It would be hypocritical if Trump was stumbling around, not talking to the press, not taking interviews, not taking questions, and looking like he was completely... Do you remember Giorgia Meloni walking Biden around in Italy because he couldn't find his way? I mean, even George Clooney said he didn't know who he was. Joe Biden did not even recognize George Clooney. Who doesn't recognize George Clooney and their friends? I mean, you can't sit there and tell me that there was not evidence. But Brian, you would defend this man no matter what
Joey,
he does.
Joey.
You would yes.
I agree with you that at the end of his presidency, he was too old. I'll give you that. I agree. I don't think he should have run for a second term. I think he was too old. And I think Donald Trump is too old right now. And
it's interesting you say that, Brian, because it leads me on to our next segment. I'm going to move us on because we're running out of time, but I want to touch on age. You've both referred to it during our debate so far. When President Biden left office, he was the oldest serving commander-in-chief in US history, and the current US Congress is the oldest in history. That's led to accusations that in America there's a political class that is out of touch with young voters. So, Joey, let me ask you, should there be age limits on US leaders?
See, when you say age limits, it's tough to say because Trump and Biden are virtually the same age, but Biden's 80 and Trump's 80 are not the same 80. Now, in general, do I feel Congress is too old? Yeah. Do I feel like most of our leaders are probably a little bit too old? Yeah. Do I think they've been there too long? Absolutely. But it becomes hard to base the criteria on just age because, I mean, we all know we have families. Some people in our family are 90 and they're running around driving cars, doing everything. Other people at 70 are halfway on their deathbed. So an age limit is tough, but we absolutely need to have some form of mental acuity tests, cognitive testing, which Joe Biden didn't undergo, but Donald Trump does regularly undergo the cognitive tests.
They all underwent the cognitive tests.
Yeah, that's completely untrue. Like Joe Biden did not undergo a cognitive test that was in the physical papers. So in any case, the doctor didn't feel it was necessary is what they said, or something to that nature. In any case, they need to undergo cognitive tests because we cannot have people who are mentally impaired. I mean, there's people, Dianne Feinstein, if we remember her, she was being rolled around, literally drooling down her mouth, looking completely dead, voting. They were putting out tweets for a Democrat congressman. After he died, they were still tweeting from his page. They forgot the fact that, oh, the man doesn't have a pulse. Let's stop tweeting out ridiculous anti-Trump policy. So, I mean, absolutely, there needs to be some form of control on who is actually in these offices and if they're mentally fit and who's running their actual operations if they're not. And if they're not running their operations, they got to go.
Brian, should there be age limits?
Yeah, I think there should be. I don't know what that age would be, but I think that we're at a point where Congress is just getting older and older. I think this is the oldest Congress we've ever had. Obviously, the presidency has been occupied by two really old men. I think it's time. I think it has to happen, obviously, when an old president isn't in office, because obviously nobody's going to vote for it if Trump's in office. It's going to be hard to get Congress to vote for something like that because they're all so old. But it's definitely something it's well supported in America. I think both sides agree on it. And it's something that could get done. But the best way to get it done is to first vote in a lot of young candidates, especially in Congress over the next 2 or 3 election cycles.
That's interesting that you say that, Brian, because that's going to be my next point to both of you. So let me ask you first, how do you attract younger politicians? How do you encourage young people to be part of the political class?
Yeah, I think that you got to make politics and change cool. And I think that's something Republicans have kind of done better than Democrats, is that they're starting to use social media as well as like conferences a lot better than Democrats do. And when you have conferences like CPAC or, Charlie Kirk, it gets people together, young people together, and it gets them excited. And it makes them make connections. And those connections, they spawn all sorts of ideas, and it starts pushing people to think about entering politics. So something Republicans have done outstandingly over the last probably 2 or 3 election cycles, I think, is that. And Democrats have lagged at. Now, I do know that Democrats are working to catch up, talking to some Democrats myself, but they definitely are behind the curve on that.
Joey, what do you think? I mean, a rare show of support there for the Republicans from Brian. Do you think that they are doing better? And why do you think America has struggled to attract younger politicians in the past?
Well, here's the thing with the politicians getting in. When you run for office, it's not a cheap endeavor. You kind of cannot continue to do another job while you're campaigning for the office. So you can't really get in if you're not established in some way. It's hard. If you're 30 years old and you don't own a home and you're just, getting by and you make maybe, I don't know, $60K a year, $100K a year, you can't just quit and say, yeah, I'm going to go run for office. It's very difficult to do that. So by the time you have enough money saved up to even stop what you're doing and start a campaign for office, you're already older or you come from money, either, one of those two options. So that's difficult. Then it just is a game of donations, wealth, stuff like that. It becomes very hard. When you start removing so much money from the process of politics, then you can open it up for more everyday people to get in. And I think younger people would get in, to be honest with you, because the interest is there. The interest is absolutely there. And we've seen a few that were young on both sides get in. But these were people that either were independently wealthy. AOC was, I think, from some acting agency. I don't know what that was. But Maxwell Frost, I'm not sure how he did it. There's a few that have gotten in on both sides. Madison Cawthorn from the Republicans, I believe he was independently wealthy, though. It really comes down to when you're young, you don't have the money to just stop what you're doing and run for office. I think that's a huge part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that, Brian. Mostly. I agree with that mostly. I think that money kind of skews things more towards older people. With that said, I mean, there are super PACs and the DNC, RNC, they can back candidates with money, but it's hard for young people to really make the connections and get involved. Usually it's people in their 50s and 60s who, they have all these connections already from careers or from, just life experience. And then they're the ones that jump in and have this advantage.
So do you think when we see this interplay that we're seeing at the moment between AOC and Bernie Sanders, do you think that we're getting a little bit of the old guard experience and the young energy kind of teamed together, Brian?
I think that what's happening with Bernie and AOC is that Bernie's like trying to pass his popularity off to her, trying to get his supporters to move to her, realizing that he doesn't have much time in politics left. It is interesting, though, looking at polling. Bernie is favored far more than AOC is among Americans. Will that change? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, that's more of the further parts of the further left of the party, Bernie and AOC. So you see that kind of passing the guard. But I think you'll see that in the more moderate sections of the party as well, at least I hope.
Yeah. Joey, any final thoughts before we wrap up?
Well, on the Biden thing or on the youth in politics?
Yeah, youth in politics. I mean, if it is just down to money, I mean, what does that really say about America?
Yeah, it is not a good thing. No, it really is not a good thing. Now, I think in 2028, you're going to see younger candidates. If you look at the front runners from both parties, you don't have these older men like you did for the last two cycles. I think J.D. Vance is the obvious front runner with the Republicans. Ron DeSantis is also talked about. I believe they're definitely both under 60. They might both be under 50. On the Democrat side, they're talking about Kamala again, which, I mean, please, God, that would be beautiful. But Gavin Newsom, these are all younger people. So there's not really any up-and-coming, quote-unquote, 80-year-olds that are going to be running next time. Hopefully, I do agree with Brian that we do need a younger crop of people running the country. So I think it will be nice because there's simply different problems in different generations, and you can't speak to them if you're not part of that generation, perhaps. So that would be a change that would be great. And then we wouldn't have to be sitting here talking about Joe Biden and his dementia and arguing over whether or not he's the one signing bills. It would be nice to have mentally competent people.
This has been a really interesting debate. I feel like maybe we might need to have both of you back on again as we hit these midterms coming up. It's all we have time for, unfortunately, but we really do appreciate both of your points of view here on Counterpoints. Thank you to our guests, Brian Krassenstein, journalist and co-founder of Krassencast, and Joey Manarino, political strategist and commentator. And as always, thanks to you at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. You can catch all of our episodes on the Al Arabiya English YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Free speech campaigner and renowned evolutionary psychology professor Gad Saad is a proud provocateur with unconventional takes on politics and society. We'll discuss everything from student protests to the demise of left-wing parties on Thursday, right here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.